왓슨과 함께하는 셜록홈즈 재밌어 보여서 가져왔습니다. 오랜만이네요. 스토리 게임 가져온 지가 언제지 기억도 안 나네. 뭐라고 읽어야죠? 크림즈 앤 뭐라고 읽어야 되냐 이거. 아무튼 셜록홈즈. 떠나간 우크라이나인들을 기리면서 프라임즈인가요? 프라임. 인트로 좀 괜찮네요. 추리 영역 아이콘은 새로운 추리를 이끌어내거나 수사 상황을 진척시킬 만한 단서를 발견했을 경우에 표시됩니다. 로딩 계속하기 왼쪽 마우스네요. 영어 총소리인가요? 뭐한 짓이야? 나 여기서 죽을 수 있는 거야? 홈즈가 미쳤나봐.
Stop, Holmes.
Is that you, Watson?
Yes, of course it is. And you almost killed me.
Nonsense. I was aiming for the vases.
Blindfolded?
Watson, quiet please. I'm trying to concentrate.
얘 미친놈이에요. 경찰. 9번째 계단을 밟지 않은 레스트레이드 경감.
Ah, Lestrade. What is it this time?
He can see me. Well, here it is, and it's a good one, Mr. Holmes. A gentleman by the name of Peter Carey, also known as Black Peter, has been murdered.
A sailor, most probably.
What happened here?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how could you?
It's the
엄마한테
only
혼나야 돼.
exercise I've had all week. A grateful client from Limoges sent me a vase collection this morning. I couldn't think of a better use for it.
You're out of your mind.
I missed 4 out of 10.
Given you were blindfolded, that was very good. Can I have a try?
Am I the only sane one here?
Suppose that Watson
아 재밌긴 한가봐. 너도 나도 하고 싶어하네.
work would be preferable now. Do please tell us more about Black Peter.
Peter Carey, born in 1845 and 50 years old. An ambitious,
부두 사람인 것도 많네요.
success in seal and whale hunting around Scandinavia.
고래 사냥 불법 아닌가?
1884 with a small fortune. He invested his money in a property called Woodman's Lee, near Forest Row in Sussex. It was where he lived for 6 years, and where he was found dead yesterday.
Has the investigation already begun?
Yes and no. In fact, this crime is so mysterious that I would prefer you to join me down there.
Give me half an hour to prepare, Inspector.
홈스 잘생겼어.
Take your time and join me there. I have to go through the yard.
불안당?
first. The
무슨 불안당?
struck again.
What have they done this time?
They robbed a powder reserve. I'll meet you at
산지계의 별장으로 오라네요.
I should help Mrs. Hudson here. I also have several appointments that I must keep this afternoon.
I shall go alone then.
에임이 조금 빠른데? 이래도 좀 빠른데
Oh, what a mess! What a terrible mess!
아 미안합니다. 피터 캐리 살인 사건. 옷장에서 정장을 꺼내 입고 옷장이
You go along to Peter Carey's house. Mrs. Hudson and I will take care of the mess you've made here.
이건가? 아니 옷장이 이게 아닌가? 아 근데 카메라감도 너무 센데? 여기는 왓슨 방이고 왓슨은 되게 쪽방주네. 아 우선 정장부터 입어야 되는데 왓슨 방에 정장이 있을까요? 야, 왓슨 방 정장 좀 훔쳐서 입자. 내 정장이 없는 것 같아. 옷장에서 정장을 꺼내 입고 산지기의 별장에서 레스트레이디 경과가 만나십시오. 여기가 내 방인가? 아 나도 쪽방이구나. 어우 사람 깜짝이야. 아침 실내복, 선원복장, 간편한 정장, 평상복. 야 평상복이 더 나은데? 이게 정장 아닐까요? 이게 평상복이 아니라? 야, 정장 되게 안 멋있는데? 갈색 정장 괜찮네. 회색 정장? 회색도 이쁘고 밝은 색? 이게 강도 복장이에요? 강도도 정장 입고 강도하는데? 농부. 갈색 정장이 제일 무난해 보이는데? 오케이. 감마값을 살짝 올려야겠다. 비디오. 그다음에 별장으로 가야죠. 증거. 피터 캐리는 블랙피터라는 별명을 가지고 있고 스칸디나비아에서 고래잡이로 큰돈 벌었고 그 후로 산지기의 별장에서 머물렀답니다. 문서 얻은 건 없고요. 대화. 네. 꽃병 쏘고 있는 거. 기념품. 메아리. 뭐 이것저것 증거를 볼 수 있네요. 탭에서.
Mr. Holmes, I'm over here. Come on.
잠깐만요. 인물 말하는 거 대화 음량 조금만 올리죠. 오솔길 주변에 땅이다. 키는
Mr. Holmes?
아 예 접니다. 제가 홈즈예요. 제가 바로 명탐정이죠.
The garden was well maintained.
정원이 되게 깔끔하게 손질이 돼 있고 우선 정원에 관심이 좀 많나 보네요.
Mr. Holmes?
예, 문 좀 열어줘요. 살인 현장을 봐야 합니다.
It seems that the garden was well maintained. It seems that the garden was well maintained. Mr. Holmes?
뭐 같은 말만 하는데?
Inspector Lestrade, when will you remove my husband's body? It's sacrilegious to leave him here like this.
As soon as we can, Mrs. Carey. I assure you. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He's a detective. No doubt you've heard of him. I'll wait for you in front of the cabin, Mr. Holmes.
My condolences, Mrs. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
그날 밤 수상한 행적. 정원이 잘 가까워 있다 그랬거든요. 그럼 정원사가 있는 건가?
Madam, can you tell me if you saw or heard anything unusual upon the night of the murder?
At 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a terrible scream.
새벽 2시쯤?
I thought nothing of it then. He would scream all the time when he was drunk.
몇 시에 시체를
Do you
발견했죠?
remember at what time you found your husband's body?
In the morning, at around 7 o'clock, I noticed the cabin door was open, but I didn't go in to take a look, for I knew my husband would not have liked it. At around 10 o'clock, I dared to glance into
12시 무렵에 발견했다는 거네. 7시에 문이 열려 있었고.
The garden is very large and well maintained. Do you employ someone to look after it?
It is true, there is a lot of work, but my husband...
대단한 정원사 정원 실력인데? 저녁.
Can you please tell me what occurred on the evening of the murder?
Well, Peter got drunk in the evening. He was in such a terrible temper. Usually whenever that...
술에 의존해서 살아가다니.
night, drinking in his cabin before passing out.
Was your husband accustomed to receiving visitors?
Oh no, I don't think so. I mean, he didn't really have...
나랑 비슷하네. 친구가 별로 없는
He lived quite
편이었거든요.
an isolated life here after his retirement.
별로 없었다는 건 있긴 있다는 거네요. 장신구. 천주교 목주. 뭘 더 찾을 수 있을까? 장갑. 뿔박새? 가위 아닌가요 저거? 세장? 심심한 위로의
You
말.
have indeed suffered a great loss, Mrs. Carey. Nevertheless, I believe it will be less of a burden for you soon.
Yes, life with Peter was never easy, but he was still my husband.
He was different, wasn't he, when you first met him upon your return from Plymouth?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
플리머스? 어떻게 알았지?
Yes, but how do you know about that?
You undertook a pilgrimage to the Cathedral of Santiago de...
아, 요런 식으로 되는 거구나.
As much is evident from the rosary in your hand. The shortest route for the pilgrim from England to Spain is from Plymouth. I believe that you met Peter Carey as a young sailor there, and you married him soon afterwards.
That is indeed what happened, Mr. Holmes.
진짜 똑똑하다.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam. 여기는 못 가나 보네요. 여기도 안 가지고 이 T의 능력은 뭘까? 이게 눈을 감는다는 걸까요? 여기는 어떻게 들어가지? 무슨 소리가 들리는 건가? 왔은 왔구만.
Peter Carey
경감이네
was
미안.
inside the cabin. We took care not to touch anything.
The door is locked.
Wait just a moment, Mr. Holmes, and I'll open it. I locked it yesterday.
현장 보존 중요하지.
Cabin and tamper with the evidence.
Ah, good thinking.
Good thinking.
Hello, hello.
What is it, Lestrade?
It seems to me that someone has tried to force it, Mr. Holmes.
Let me see.
누군가 와서 봤다고? 그렇네? 긁힌 자국.
These scratches are fresh.
저기를 긁을 만한 게 뭐가 있을까?
Someone tried to force open the door.
I swear these scratches were not here yesterday.
Our mysterious visitor came here last night.
Well, he's not the man for the job. This lock is not a difficult one.
Perhaps he did not have the right tool.
혹시 저 정원가이? 뭐야?
What a terrible way to die. Harpoons for hunting whales.
상자 속 내용물부터 조사하죠.
Peter Carey's boots. They look to be a size
팔문?
8.
팔문이 뭘 뜻하는 건지 모르겠네요.
Old navigation instruments. Nothing interesting. The Sea Unicorn. She was the ship that
탁자. 탁자에는 뭐가 있을까?
someone drank from this glass recently.
담배 주머니?
The initials
PC.
PC have been crudely burned. A sailor's work.
돌려보자. 열어서
This aroma is familiar, but to recognize it, I must.
이렇게 해서 입체적으로 맞추면 되나 보네요. 네, 배겠죠, 배. 이렇게 맞추면 배가 되지 않을까? 조금 더 겹치게. 어떻게 맞춰야 될까요? 이런 식으로 맞춰야 되나? 이렇게 맞춰서 배를 맞춰야 되는 것 같은데? 거꾸로 맞추는 건 아닐 테고. 이렇게 틀으면 이렇게 맞추는 게 맞는 것 같은데. 배가 안 맞춰줘요. 배. 이게 맞는 것 같은데. 담배 때도 움직일 수가 있네. 담뱃잎도 움직일 수가 있고요.
Yes, this is a coarse tobacco, quite strong and very popular among.
이런 식으로 하는 거구나.
Rum, a sailor's drink.
럼주네요, 럼주.
It seemed that
뱃사람 하면
Captain
럼주지.
was enjoying a drink before he met his
죽기
death.
직전까지 술을 마시고 있었고. 근데 잔이 2개 있는 걸로 봐서는 혼자서 마시진 않았을 것 같아요. 혼자 먹는데 잔을 2개 쓰진 않잖아요.
Logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1878 to 1884. Peter Carey was her captain.
시체 말고 더 조사할 게 있나? 선반.
The tooth of a sperm whale, probably from one of Peter.
지금은 불법인 것들이죠. 여기에 뭔가 있던 것 같은데? 그래.
This place is not covered with dust, like the rest of the shelf. An object was taken from here. It was larger than a book, a box or a small chest, perhaps.
수상한 인물이 저기에 있는 상자를 가져갔네요.
The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn. The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1878 to 1884. Peter Carey was her captain.
피터 캐리가 선장이었고, 이 상자는 뭘까? 이제 시체를 보죠.
The weapon fully penetrated the body. The force of the blow was immense. This man is in his 50s, yet he still looks.
흉부가 꿰뚫릴 정도로 완력이 좋았고, 뭐야? 나이프?
This wooden handle is plain and solid. This blood is from the pool underneath the dead body. Peter Carey tried to defend himself with this knife, but he did not succeed.
저거를 자기 방어용으로 썼네.
JHN are probably the initials.
JHN? 그러면 미들네임이 H라는 거 아닌가요?
The pattern of the blood stain indicates that the notebook was not lying on the floor prior to the crime. But
전형적인 이렇게 된 거라면은 그
after the death.
피가 나중에 흡수된 거겠죠? 좀 열어보자.
These abbreviations mean something, but what?
자, 침입자가 있었다. 정원사는 없다. 이거 두 개를 합치면은 침입자는 JHN이라는 사람이겠죠?
Someone was here yesterday. They attempted to force the door to gain entry. Peter Carey was fully dressed. He was not caught by surprise. It is possible that he knew.
옷을 갖춰 입고 있다는 거는 우선적으로 예의는 차려야 되는 그런 사람. 그러니까 진짜 편한 사람은 옷 입고 만나진 않잖아요. 내가 미처 뭐 발견하지 못한 게 있나?
Peter Carey was impaled to the wall by a whaling.
흉기는 당연히 그 작살 저기서 뽑았겠죠?
The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1870.
그러면은 1878년부터 1888년까지 같이 일을 했던 선원 중에 한 명이지 않을까요?
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you think?
I think that we are lucky.
근데 JHN이 일부러 떨어뜨린 걸 수도
Last
있겠지?
night's attempted break-in.
Oh, You've lost me.
It is very probable that whoever came here hoped to find the door open. They tried to force it with a knife blade, but they failed. What will they do? Why, return tonight, when they will be better prepared.
Aha! So what do you propose?
We shall remain on the outside, near the window, where we stand the best chance of catching sight of our visitor.
잠복
Well,
근무를
gentlemen,
시작하지.
ready your pistols. We have a long night ahead of us.
여기에 쓰면 되겠네요. 오솔길 주변의 땅바닥. 발자국이다. 끌어내리기?
These boots don't match the footprints. These footprints appear to be quite large.
증거
These
불충분?
footprints.
증거 불충분? 창문 근처?
This looks like the perfect hiding place.
자, 여기서 그러면은 오늘 밤까지 잠복을 하겠죠? 되게 어설프게 잠복한다.
Shh. Did you hear that?
열렸다.
There's someone there. I'm gonna collar him.
I'll be right behind you.
Police! Hold it right there. Mr.
누구야? 당신 누구야?
Fine fellow. Who are you and what are you doing here?
You're detectives, I suppose. You imagine that I'm connected with the death of Captain Carey. I assure you
손봐라?
I'm innocent.
Innocent? And what are you doing in his cabin?
Shall I tell you? You came to retrieve what you had lost after killing Peter Carey.
손에 되게 진물이 많은데요?
Waiting for you.
What is your name?
John Hopley Nelligan, but I...
JHN.
Do you deny that you came here yesterday?
No, but I... Yes, it's just that I couldn't...
I'm tired of this. Off we go to the yard.
이거 너무 근데 스토리 진행이 빠르지 않을까요?
Put in front of the judge.
What? But you can't. I'm not... It's a terrible mistake.
Enough. You can explain all of that to the judge. You're coming with me to the yard.
But...
In light of recent events, it seems evident that your coming here was unnecessary. All the same, I'm very grateful to you.
근데 너무 뻔해서 홈즈도 예측하고 있지 않을까요?
But please don't be too hard on our young fellow. I would like to question him tomorrow morning.
뭐야, 홈즈가 경찰에도 이제 신문을 해주러 가네? 아, 근데 뭔가 좀 이상하잖아. 신문 확인. 부츠. 나이프. JHN이라는 머리 글자. LWPOTQE. 항해 일지. 신문하기가 있는데요. 아, 네, 경찰국으로 가죠. 존 호프리 넬리건의 소지품을 조사하라. 내가 왔다. 소지품 조사하러.
Can I help you?
Good morning, Constable.
JHN의 소지품을 조사하러 왔다.
Who was arrested at Woodman's Lee last night?
Ah, the young man. He's waiting in the interrogation room. You can go straight through. His belongings are held in the evidence room.
Thank you.
증거보관실부터 먼저 가죠.
Mr. Holmes?
네, 이렇게 막 들어가도 돼?
These are the suspect's belongings. The notebook that we found on Peter Carey's cabin floor. These abbreviations mean something.
이 약자는 뭘까요?
These abbreviations mean something. But what? A handkerchief with the initials JHN.
반지? 뭐야?
And partner, 1883.
기념 반지 같은데?
From R. Dawson. To my friend, Dawson. I've seen this name before.
서재?
Perhaps my archive holds the answer. A pocket knife. It was used to force the door of Peter Carey's cabin. These are the suspect's belongings.
뭔가 더 얻어갈 수 있는 그건 없네요.
Locked.
이 친구는
Mr. Holmes?
미썸 오랜만이야. 처음 만나지? 아, 두 번째지? 야, 수초에 먼저
Does this
물어보죠.
notebook belong to you?
Yes. But where did you find it? I did not know. I thought I'd lost it at the hotel.
What do these abbreviations mean?
Oh no. I beg you, I can't. If I told you, it would only make things worse.
But I will find out eventually, Mr.
존
Nelligan.
홉스 넬리건 칼.
The sea knife was found near Carey's body. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, did Mr. Carey try to defend himself or to attack you with it?
시작하자마자 범인을 잡는 건 말이
I
안
don't
되지.
know. I didn't kill anyone.
반지.
The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
피해자의 양력. 해답.
The police seized this valuable
아,
ring.
이거 다 물어볼 수 있는 게 아니네요.
Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
반지의 각인.
The ring's date of engraving is many years ago. You would have been a child then, hardly in any position to receive such an item from a partner.
해진 모자. 야윈 목덜미. 누더기. 굳은 살. 흉터. 짧은 소매? 모자. 모자. 흉터. 누더기. 나머지 두 개가 더 있는데? 한 개 푸른 단추는 단서가 될 수 없을 것 같고. 흉터. 나머지 두 개가 뭘까요? 정교한 단추. 뭔가 어울리지가 않는데? 값비싼 소재?
So, Mr. Nelligan, who is the true owner of the ring?
The ring is mine.
아버지의 외투.
No, Mr. Nelligan. I believe that the ring had belonged to your father.
Oh, but how do you know?
The jacket you are wearing is made of an expensive fabric that only a man of
근데
exceptional
그걸
wealth.
기워가면서 입었으니까.
You do not seem to me to be a rich man, Mr. Nelligan. Furthermore, the garment is ill-fitting. It is quite clear that it belonged to someone else, most probably your father. With your father gone and taking with him the family's wealth, as a little boy you had to find yourself a manual job. And it
네,
was
저거
most
흉터가
probably
아니라 집 무른 거라고
fish.
생각했는데
You
물집.
cut your hands often while working. I can tell from the scars.
I'm speechless, Mr. Holmes. It all happened exactly as you say.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
침입자가 있었다. 정원사는 없다. 재빠른 행동. 정원사는 없다. 별 꽃. 이렇게도 아니고 뭔가 좀 모자르지 않나요? 재빠른 행동. 살해범의 행동이 빨라 있었고 넬리건의 수첩 아니야. 정원사는 없다. 이거네요. 숙련되지 않은 초보자가 작살로 사람의 몸을 깨뜨릴 수 있는 실험해보기로 했다.
Please let me. What am I doing here? I've done nothing.
알았어, 알았어.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
작살 던지기 실험을 해야 되는데.
Mr. Holmes?
경감님 계세요?
Locked.
시체 안치소 같은 느낌이네요.
Locked.
경감님 어디 계시죠?
Mr. Holmes?
밖으로 나가면 되나?
What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
다 열고 다녀, 다 열고 다녀. 산지개의 별장으로 가면 될까요? 업무. 이걸 실험을 어디서 해야 되는 거지?
The Sea Unicorn. She was the ship that Peter Carey commanded. That should...
작살? 뭐야? 지도? 제가 지도를 조사를 안 했나봐요.
Dundee. Hammerfest. It's a whaling map.
아, 고래잡이 지도? 이게 제가 조사를 안 해도 진행이 되긴 하네요? 천장에는 뭐 없나? 저게 꿰뚫었는데 여기 옆에는 상처가 없을까? 없네요? 작사를 가져왔고
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
일반인 범인에게 이거 작사를 쥐어주진 않겠죠?
What am I doing here?
이거 왓슨한테 한번 줘볼까요? 왓슨? 왓슨한테 하면 되겠지? 왓슨은 일반인이잖아요.
A spot of whaling, Watson? Would you care to take...
왓슨
Are
당황.
you serious?
No. But we do need to clarify what happened on the night of Black Peter's murder.
A reenactment, then? Is something bothering you?
The sailor's knife, Watson. Why was it on the floor?
Peter Carey attempted to defend himself?
일부러 떨군 거라면?
It is possible. But if that is the case...
그렇지, 변수가 너무 많지.
Many things.
I don't quite follow you.
Tell me, my friend, what is the animal closest to man, morphologically, I mean?
Ah,
Hello,
I see
Amanda.
what you're getting at, Holmes. You asked me that once before. On the Ripper case, I believe. Do you want to slit some more pigs' throats?
No.
Thank goodness for that.
I wish to impale one with a harpoon.
Wonderful.
작살?
Watson, let us pay a visit to our butcher friend in Whitechapel. We require...
맞아, 사람하고 돼지고기하고 그 돼지하고 되게 그 감촉이 비슷하대요.
One of the harpoons on the wall of Black Peter's cabin should do quite nicely.
부족간으로 가죠. 자, 왓슨 찔러!
Well, here we are in the preparation room. I can't say that I like the smell of it much. What
자,
do you
왓슨
intend to do?
작사를 들게 놔.
To indulge myself in a little experiment. The challenge of lancing a pig's carcass with a heavy harpoon.
A little experiment?
Stand aside, Watson. This might be dangerous. I am not
저렇게
well practiced
던져서
with this exercise yet.
찔렀다고?
Holmes, you should aim for the mark in order to perform the most reliable test. The harpoon has struck the body, but with insufficient strength to pierce it straight through. Holmes, you should...
에이미? 에이미? 명중.
This is the best possible result that I could get. Do you see, Watson? Throwing a harpoon and pinning a man to a wall requires either exceptional strength and training or diabolical
어떻게 했을까?
If it was luck, then it was a chance in 1,000 that night.
Well, yes. Let us leave now.
All right. But before we go, I suppose I'll have to pay for all these carcasses you've happily mangled.
Very well, but please hurry.
Of course.
존나 책임감 없어. 벽에 꽂혀 있었다. 완력이 필요하다. 작살이 사람의 가슴팍을 뚫고 벽에 꽂히려면 평범한 사람보다 강한 완력과 숙련된 투척 기술이 필요하다. 두 사람이 협력해서 던졌을 경우에도 동일한 결과가 나타날 수 있다. 이거겠죠? 요행? 요행이 맞겠죠? 요행은 아니겠죠? 강한 완력이겠죠? 완력?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
경감을 만나고 싶네만.
What am I doing here? I've done
몰라 어쩌라고. 내가 지금 그래서 이렇게 발벗고 뛰어다니고 있잖아. 경감은 어디 있나? 수첩을 회수하러 왔다. 수첩을 회수하러 왔다.
A map of London and the surrounding area. It could... A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful. A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful.
Good gracious, you caught someone. At least now you have a suspect.
용의자는 생겼지만 아직은 익숙치가 않아서. 그러면은 숙련됐다면 괜찮겠죠? 오우 쉣. 아니요.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire. My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
분석육 책상. 인체 해부 아닌가요 이거? 체스판.
This is where I keep my post.
반지의 각인. 도슨 넬리건. 투자 신탁 파산하다. 넬리건은 실종돼요. 아, 코널 지방 근간을 뒀던 도슨 앤 넬리건 투자 신탁은 떠안은 빚을 감당하지 못해 파산을 신청했으며 지분 매각을 통해 빚을 청산한다고 발표했고, 23번째로 큰 은행이었으며 기록상으로 2번째로 큰 규모 파산 절차라고 전해진다. 크나큰 악재가 닥친 셈이다. 은행주였던 주시안 엘리건은 행방불명된 상태고 노르웨이로 항해를 준비하던 모습이 마지막 목격됐으며 현재 경찰 병력과 채권자들이 그를 수배하고 있다.
Here it is. Now I begin to understand that young man's story, but I am still unclear as to what connects him with the murder.
직접 물어봐야겠다.
Ask him. My archive. I can always consult with it if needed.
여기가 서재였네요. 자, 경찰국 가서 물어보죠. 두 명이서 던졌을 때 동일한 결과가 나타날 수 있다라는 말은 없었는데? 도슨과 넬리건.
I have heard the story of Dawson and Nelligan, the West Country bankers.
Yes, Joshua Nelligan was my father.
I am aware that it had a bad ending. When the bank failed, it ruined half the families of Cornwall, whereupon Joshua Nelligan disappeared.
My father was under extraordinary pressure. Dawson had retired. I was only 10 years of age at the time, but it was still old enough to feel the shame that befell our family. My father was convinced that he could pay off all his debts if the creditors gave him time. He set sail for Hammerfest in Norway in his small yacht, just a few days before an arrest warrant was issued. He left my mother a list of the securities he was taking. No word was ever heard from him again. We believe that his vessel went down, taking with it everyone and everything on board.
Thank you for the story, Mr. Nelligan. At last,
그렇게 해서 아버지가 남기신 유품을 입고 다니는구나. 오케이.
Interesting. Joshua Nelligan and Peter Carey were both at sea in Norway.
피터 캐리가 조슈아 넬리건의 실종에 관련... 설마 피터 캐리가 조슈아 넬리건을 죽인 건가? 항해일지를 조사하라. 아까 그 항해일지 그거죠? 오두막으로 가겠네요. 오두막으로 갑시다. 오두막에... 그 상자가 되게 신경 쓰인다. 오두막 상자 없어진 거.
(1883) That's the one I need.
내용을 좀 보죠.
This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn.
피터 캐리 선장, 찰스 앨리슨 1등 항해사, 헨리 조이 2등 항해사, 제임스 랜체스터 조타수, 페인트 케언즈 작살잡이, 파블로 코엔트랑 작살잡이, 네드랜드 작살잡이, 조세버커 승무원, 존 요크가 요리사, 리차드 랭 선원, 사이먼 윅스 선원, 아이작 페이지 선원, 윌라이트 선원, 벤자민 틴슬리 선원, 매튜 그랜저 선원, 롤프 텔버 선원, 세스 파울러 선원, 로저 파울러 선원. 둘 다 같은 파울러네요. 토마스 로렌스 선원, 휴 패틴스 선원, 헨리 셔퍼트 선원.
This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn. This is the crew log notes for June. 6월
8일 목요일 낮 시간 동안 가벼운 바람이 불어옴. 동남쪽에서 고래 꼬리를 목격한 밤인대자 두 척의 선바닥 목격함. 위도 76-20, 경도 24시. 잠깐만. 이거 네 자리 숫자라고 봐도 되지 않아요? 동쪽에서 약한 바람이 불어옴. 고래를 목격하지 못함. 위도 76-29, 경도 25-73. 온종일 가볍고 변화가 심한 바람이 불어옴. 북쪽 멀리서 포경선을 목격함. 위도 76에 43, 경도 22에 12. 경도가 점점 내려가... 경도가 숫자가 커지면 올라가는 건가요? 위도 경도 개념이 없네 나 지금. 남쪽에서 불어온 강한 바람이 북쪽으로 진행됨. 작년에 수많은 고래를 목격함. 위도 77에 77, 경도 19에 92.
log notes for July. Nothing special.
7월 1일 금요일 일기가 되게 띄엄띄엄 적혀있긴 하네요. 북쪽에서 불어온 바람이 북동으로 진행됨. 북동 쪽에서 고래를 2마리 목격. 위도 76에 36, 경도 18에서 14. 많은 항해를 했네요. 위도가 많이 바뀌었네요.
Log notes for July. Log notes for August. These pages have been
뭐야 이건?
away. Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR. A torn piece from a bond certificate.
CPR?
I've seen this abbreviation somewhere very recently. There are 3 ways of discovering what happened in August of 1883.
시체의 입을 열어야만 하고
Unicorn.
고래잡이를 함께했던 목격자를 찾는 방법.
Requires speaking with a dead man. The last would be to locate vital witnesses, the sailors involved in this whale hunt campaign.
자, 그러면 고래잡이를 함께했던 사람을 찾으면 되겠죠? 누가 찢었을까요? 왜 찢었을까? 저걸 봐야 돼. 신문을 봐야 되나? 신문을 봐야 할까요? 우선 누가 있는지부터 추적을 해야 되지 않을까?
What am I doing here? I've done
미안, 넌
nothing
아니구나?
wrong.
미안. 왓슨에게 수소문을 해달라고 하면 되지 않을까요? 왓슨이 다 해주지 않을까? 나의 충실한 종 왓슨, 나의 파트너.
Something new, Watson. I have the list of sailors who were aboard the Sea Unicorn. We shall soon learn what happened to Nelligan's father. I have only to find them. Let us hope they're still working at the harbour.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard,
I doubt it, Watson. And really, I would prefer that all of this remains quiet for now. But I have another solution.
그럼 내가 하면 되지.
The specialist.
and who might they be?
Me.
The secret police division of Baker Street.
Ah, you mean young Wiggins and his gang?
Yes. Believe me, you'll receive more useful assistance from these little urchins than from a dozen yard detectives. Those children are everywhere. They see and hear everything, and they are cunning. All they lack is organization. I'll summon them.
How will you do that?
There is always a watch beneath our window. I have only to call him.
창문 아래서 기다리는?
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, I need you to track down certain people for me. I'll give you a list. You can read, can't you?
Big Oliver from our gang. He can, because his father is the coachman of a famous lawyer.
Fascinating. Here is the list of sailors.
Sailors? Easy. Just got to look with a rum and the
술식과 홍등가만 뒤지면 선언은 나온다? 오케이.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Holmes, but the inspector asks.
어? 경찰국에 와달라고? 갑자기? 왜?
Thank you. I'll be
금방
there
갈게요.
shortly.
예. 우선 저 화장실 좀 갔다 가요. 갑자기 왜 오라 그러니까?
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
As always, what happened?
We have a new suspect, Liam Hurtley. I'm
Huh?
thinking that this case will be resolved very quickly now.
Interesting. Pray tell.
Well, the constable that I left at Woodman's Lee noticed a suspicious individual prowling around
술렁거리던 수상한 자?
Do you have him here?
Yes, he refuses to speak with us, but we'll make him talk.
Let us hope so.
이렇게 쉽게 끝나면 좋긴 하겠지.
The constable told me that at the time of his arrest,
편지?
he was writing a letter.
편지를 쓰고 있었다는데?
Do you have it?
Of course. It's in the evidence room, at your disposal.
아니, 난 이미 모든 밑밥을 다 깔아놓고 있었어.
Scotland Yard is a step ahead of you, eh?
내가 왜 명탐정인지 보여주지. 아니, 이건 범인이 아닐 거야. 그래야만 해. 공은 내가 세울 거야.
These are the suspect's belongings.
이거 막 가져가도 돼요?
Boots. They're a size 9.5. The stains are fresh. They can be removed with the proper chemicals.
시약?
A pen. Nothing unusual about it.
이거 이렇게 막 가져가도 되는 거예요? 그 증거 자료 아니에요?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I would like to ask you a few questions.
I've already told the police that I've nothing to say. And you're not even part of the police.
Precisely, and considering your situation, it might be wise to speak with someone who is, shall we say, rather more neutral. You are a suspect in a murder case.
I know. Inspector Lestrade told me. It's ridiculous.
Could you at least tell me who you are? And
당신은
exactly
누구고
what happened
왜 여기에
that you
오셨나요?
brought here?
My name is Liam Hurtley. That I can tell you. But you're not getting any more than that.
Well, we shall see.
흉터. 뿔박새? 플립 조각. 정원사가 없다고 그랬는데
That's all
정원사네요?
for now.
정원사가 없다 그랬거든요? 우선 별장부터 가죠. 장화부터 대조해보게. 자, 우선 장화부터 대조를 해봅시다. 허틀리의 장화.
These boots match the footprints exactly.
그는 현장에 있었고 주다스 캐리는 부정하고 있다. 새로운 단서를 얻었네요. 근데 왜 발자국이 여기서 끊겼을까? 왜 발자국이 저기서 끊겼을까? 자, 그리고 시약으로 가서 편지를 한번 읽어보죠.
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is capable of removing fresh ink. For this purpose, the chemicals from the flasks should be combined in a certain order to perform a chain reaction. First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the
주황색 시약은 청색 시약을 넣은 후 세 번째로 넣어라.
Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent. First condition, all 7 reagents should be used.
7개 시약을 전부 활용해야 되고 주황색 시약은 청색 시약을 넣은 후 세 번째로 넣어라.
In the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, Colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
자, 다시 한번 읽어보죠.
First condition. All
7개의 시약을 다 써야 되고요.
Second condition. Orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition. Colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
녹색 시약을 넣고 주황색 그 다음에 흰 색깔 2개 넣으면 되겠지?
Something isn't right.
어?
I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
다시
First condition.
7개를 다 써야 되고
should be used. Second condition. Orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition. Colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
이 세 가지 조건을 모두 충족해야 되는 거잖아요? 다시 보자. 7개의 시약을 전부 사용해야 되고
Second condition.
주황색 시약은 청색 시약을 넣은 후 세 번째로 넣어야 되고
In the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition. Colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
그럼 4개만 넣으면 되는 건가? 청색 시약 넣고 녹색 시약 넣고 주황색 시약 넣은 다음에
No, something isn't right.
뭐지?
To start the reaction from the beginning again.
이건 뭐지? 다시 읽어봐야 될 것 같은데? 나 지금 왜 뇌가 돌아가질 않지? 다시 봅시다.
All 7 reagents should be used. Second condition. Orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition. Colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
자, 파란색 시약을 넣어요. 파란 시약을 넣어요. 녹색 시약을 넣어요. 주황색 시약을 넣어요. 무색 시약을 넣어요.
No, something isn't right.
뭐야?
Need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
자, 주황색 시약을 넣어요. 무색 시약을 넣어요.
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is
파란색 시약을 넣어요. 녹색 시약을 넣어요. 하얀 시약을 넣어요. 주황 시약을 넣고 파란 시약,
No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
이게 아닌데? 주황색 시약을 넣어요. 자, 그리고 하얀 시약을 넣어요. 그 다음에 파란 시약을 넣어요. 녹색 시약을 넣어요. 아까랑 똑같은 거 아닌가? 자, 파란 시약을 넣어요. 주황 시약을 넣어요. 하얀 시약을 넣어요.
No, something isn't right.
이것도 아닌데?
I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
다시 한번 봐야겠다.
First condition. All 7 reagents should be used. Second condition. Orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition. Colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
그러니까 얘랑 얘랑은 세트인 거 아니에요. 자, 파랑, 녹색, 파랑, 주황, 흰색, 주황, 흰색,
Done. Now
Whoa!
let's proceed further. Let us see if the content of this letter sheds a little light. I did as you asked and hid them well.
당신 말대로 잘 숨겨뒀어.
How would Hurtley react to this?
당신을 위해서라면 무슨 짓이든 할 수 있어. 이렇게 빌게.
A new suspect, but this one refuses to talk.
자, 다시 한번 신문하러 가봅시다. 설마 부인과 정원사가 내연 관계는 아니겠죠? 에이, 설마 그러겠어?
Please escort this suspect.
아, 신문실로 와봐. 내 증거를 가져왔단 말이야. 이렇게 하면 곤란해. 뭘 숨겨두셨을까?
What did you hide?
Hide? What are you talking about?
편지.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, you're a smart one, but it's nothing. If you want to know, I was
원예 연구?
referring to my tools. It was to do with my work, see?
삽이겠죠?
I will check that, Mr. Hurtley. Tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what were you doing?
왜 별장으로
at Woodman's Lee?
갔지?
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
아니, 너의 발자국.
The second pair of boots that you
안녕하세요.
had with you when you were arrested perfectly match the footprints found near the cabin where Peter Carey was
너의
murdered.
발자국과 오두막에는 발자국과 일치했어.
That's your proof? How many men have boots like mine? That doesn't make me a murderer.
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven,
왜 있었지
would you
넌?
care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there?
네가 하고 네가 모른다는 게 말이 안 되지 않나? 허틀리는 정원사다.
Because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
I observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very
그럼
recently.
다 알아볼 수 있다고. 나를
Presented itself
너무 모르게 보지 마. 내가 모든 걸 다 캐치해내고 있어.
a crested tit, if I'm not mistaken.
all right, you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
원예 연구?
That's all for now. Hurtley's stories are false.
그럼 우선은 별장으로 가가지고요. 별장으로 가서 한번 확인해보죠. 별장 가서. 자, 별장으로 갑시다. 별장으로 가서 원예 연구를 뒤져야 되고요. 또 뭐 해야 되지? 응? 잠깐만. 바퀴 자국? 술의 바퀴 자국. 원예 연구. 정원 어딘가에다가 숨기지 않았을까요?
Locked. Locked. Is this your husband's tobacco pouch?
남편분 담배 주머니인가요?
That he hadn't smoked in a very long time.
개인
Your
서류.
husband's private papers. Do you know where they are?
There was a small tin box, barely larger than a book. He kept his papers there. It should be somewhere in his cabin.
리암
Does the
허틀리.
name Liam Hurtley mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
되게 갑자기 말이 빨라지셨네요. 수상합니다.
Madam, we have information that the valuable stolen papers are hidden amongst the garden tools here at Woodman's Lee. We need to find them.
Oh my. Our tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
Thank you, madam.
여기 안에 뭔가 또 있겠죠?
Let's see what could be hidden here.
뭐가 있을까요? 오두막 바다. 나무 판자. 뜯어보자. 조사하기. 아까 그 상자네요. 열 수 있나?
Let's see what is in this box.
아. 이렇게겠네요. 뭘까요? 무슨 편지일까요?
Bundle of letters in a woman's hand. With the
캐리 가문의
Carey
인장?
family monogram, Hurtley and Mrs. Carey were in a relationship.
내 말이 맞네. 캐리의 내연관계였네. 내 사랑 리암, 당신은 처음 만날 때부터 자상하기 그지 없었죠? 죄책감이 들어 견딜 수가 없네요. 앞으로가 걱정해요. 하나님을 어떻게 마주할런지요. 당신을 사랑하지만 하나님 앞에서 맺은 인연을 버릴 수 없어요. 남편이랑 십자가를 짊어지는 것도 그분의 뜻이니까요. 남편이 준 상처도 언젠가 남을겠죠. 그러니 제 걱정은 마세요. 네, 새로운 증거가 생겼네요. 자, 부인.
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
다 알고
What are
왔습니다.
you talking about?
낭만적인 편지.
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
당신의 편지를 찾았습니다.
I asked Liam to return them to me. I wanted to burn them.
Why did Mr. Hurtley put them inside the garden shed?
I don't know. I wanted them back, but I couldn't see him, not after what happened.
Well, here they are.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. Liam, how could he? After what he has done.
You believe that he killed your husband?
No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone.
이거 우는 척하는 것 같은데? 우는 척하는 것 같은데 이거?
I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
자, 리암 허틀리는 주디스 캐리와 내연관계였으며 해당 사건은 치정살인으로 추정된다. 겠죠? 주디스 캐리와의 내연관계 때문에 피터 캐리를 살해했다. 이건 아직 모르죠? 이렇게 한다고 하면은 허틀리의 결백? 이렇게 하면 여기서 단서가 끊어져 버리는 거거든요? 아, 나 진짜 탈모인가봐. 정수리가 이렇게 가려워. 원래 탈모가 정수리가 이렇게 가렵나? 자, 집으로 가면은 친구들이, 저희 새로운 행동 대원들이 정보를 물어왔겠죠?
Mr. Holmes, we found the sailors from that list you gave us.
좀 씻고 다니면 안
Well
되니?
done, Wiggins. Let me see. This is interesting. Let us review the other sailors.
일주일 전에 사망.
This is interesting. Let us This is interesting. This man is a harpooner, and his initials are PC. The same initials
패트릭
that were found
헤언즈.
on the tobacco pouch. Wiggins, could you gather some information on one of the sailors that you found? His name is Patrick Cairns.
We found Patrick Cairns.
Good
어딨니?
job, Wiggins. Where is he?
He lives in a small furnished dump of a room, but he's always at the Sea Witch pub, where he does.
힘이 되게 좋은가 봐요. 팔씨름으로 술래기라고.
Excellent. Here is your reward. 2 guineas.
Thank you, sir.
이번엔 씻어라. 지금 코로나 때문에 좀 그렇긴 한데. 패트릭 케언즈. 담배 주머니의 주인은 아직도 누군지 모르죠? 선원처럼 변장을 해야 된다네요. 그러면 당연히 선원 복장을 하면 되겠죠?
Now I can approach Cairns and see if he recognizes.
근데 얼굴이나 이런 게 전혀 선원이 아닌데 괜찮을까? 눈치채지 않을까? 냄새가 나질 않으니까? 너무 얼굴이 곱상하잖아. 야, 80을 팔까?
Hello there. Are you Cairns?
What do you want?
We've heard all about the gambling on arm wrestling here. You seem like the likely sort, and I'm up for it.
I start at 10 shillings.
Suits me.
패트릭의 표정을 보고 행동, 밀어내기, 버티기, 휴식을 파악한 다음에 대응 전략을 세우세요. 어딜 절대 안 되지. 밀어내. 막아. 아이고, 졌네.
That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another 10 shillings?
계속한다. 아,
To
이겨야지.
try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that.
막아. 저지. 어. 안 돼! 한 판 더 해.
I'm ready to try again.
한 판 더 해. 어딜? 딱! 튀기기만 하면 되는 건가? 버텨 버텨 버텨! 할 수 있어! 쏠 수 있어! 아이씨 또 졌네 씨. 한 판 더해.
I'm ready to.
한 판 더해! 지고는 못 살아. 게임을 했으면 이겨야지. 너의 그 찡그리는 표정 힘쓰는 거 다 알아. 하지마 그만해. 넘겨버려. 난 왜 이렇게 힘이 없어. 아 왼쪽 클릭해야 되는 거야? 아하. 막아 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 막아. 막아 막아 막아. 올라가 올라가. 할 수 있어. 홈즈. 아! 한 판 더 해.
I'm ready.
밀어! 밀어 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 밀어! 그렇지 밀어 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 밀어. 넘겨 넘겨. 넘겨 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 넘겨. 아씨 안 넘어가네 이게. 이겼다!
You were lucky. I wasn't focused. Let's go again.
한 번 더 해 그래.
Ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money.
쭉 밀어 쭉 밀어. 이겼다!
Well, good for you, I reckon. You're stronger than you look. Here's your 10 shillings.
I'd like to buy you a drink.
Good winner as well. That's good. Let's have a drink. You're a good type. Seems you've managed to settle down in life. You've got money, eh?
그럼 봐봐 이럴 것
Not
같았어.
that much.
Oh, well. At least you're not as poor as me.
왜 갑자기
Why'd you
실업자였지?
say poor? You're not working.
I'm a harpooner. But you see, the whalers are rare. They don't pay much. So, as a result, find myself arm wrestling to pay for my drink.
고래는 돈이 안 된다고?
A harpooner. Interesting. You've had a lot of adventures, I bet.
Of course. It's been a dozen years since I've sailed. I've seen everything.
만화를 블랙피터?
Old Wallace, damn Black Peter.
혹시 원피스도 찾았나? 원피스?
Cape of Good Hope.
Black Peter, you say? I've heard rumors about that one.
He was the worst of them all. He was a liar and violent too, swinging those fists of his around. He was a tyrant and not much of a
위대한 로저? 골드 D 로저인가 혹시?
good as Great Roger.
I see. Yes. I was told terrible tales about Black Peter.
But you ain't heard the worst.
아, 하나 죽어!
Tell me, and let's have another drink.
It was in 1883.
8월! 그래!
The August of that year. Peter Carey was captain of the Sea Unicorn.
얼어붙은 바다를 거쳐 집으로 가던 중
We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home. One evening, we saw a little craft that had been blown north. There was only one man on her, and he wasn't a sailor. The crew must have thought that she'd foundered.
불편하게 68로 해야지. 애매하게.
And they made for the Norwegian coast.
안되겠네. 더 키워야겠네.
In the dinghy. I guess they all drowned. We took the man on board.
생존자는 누군데?
And who was he?
I don't know. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin box.
양철통?
Strange enough.
그 사라진 게 양철통 아닌가요?
Even stranger was that on the second night, he disappeared. Nobody
죽였겠지.
knew what happened to him.
그 양철통을
Of
가지고.
course, nobody could ask Black Peter about it.
You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
대화 한 명 더 키워야겠는데?
A murderer.
Aye. And those that know him wouldn't be surprised to hear it. But all this must stay between us. All right?
Of course.
키워지긴 한 건가요? 귀걸이 코털 안되네요. 팔털 누런 손톱? 저기 찾았다. 문신.
Back in a second. I'm off to the Kazi.
I'll be here with my drink.
Here it is. Have you got any tobacco? I've run out of mine.
Nah, I lost my pouch. I don't know where. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, is this your tobacco pouch?
Well, oh, it is.
Well, I have to go now. I know a captain who's planning an expedition to Cape
피쿼드?
Cod. Captain Ahab's his name. He commanded the Pequod. He might.
소리
be good
괜찮은가요?
on
말소리?
I'll tell him about you.
Maybe. If you like,
I'm done here. It's time to leave.
가자! 자. 패트릭 케인즈와 케인즈의 담배 주머니. 우선은 담배 주머니로 혐의점이 존재하죠. 글쎄요, 내용 관계. 글쎄요, 치정살인. 숨겼다고는 했는데 죽였다는 건 없고. 그 다음에 이제 여기서 연결되는 게 이렇게 되면 허틀리가 범인이 되는 거거든요. 우선은 아직 의심 단계니까 조금 넘어가도록 하죠. 전직 군인? 군인이면 힘도 좋겠네.
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes?
I'm not saying another word.
어쩌라고. 나 이제 뭐 해야 되는 거지? 산장에 가보자. 산장. 별장에 가서 그 찢긴 부분, 그 양철통을 가지고 있던 남자였는데 제가 보기엔 그게 넬리슨인 것 같거든요. 그 넬리슨의 아버지 있잖아요. 그 아버지가 구조가 됐는데, 침몰해서 구조가 됐는데 그 양철통을 뺏은 거겠죠?
This place is an object.
여기거든요. 이거 하고 내가 혹시 놓친 게 있나 한번 보자고.
Hammerfest.
선반. 애기장은 다 뒤졌고. 부인 뭐 하루 종일 우시네요. 그만 우세요. 울다가 웃으면 엉덩이에 저거 뿔나요. 울다가 웃으면 엉덩이에 뿔난다. 사라진 양철통. 뭐와 조합할 수 있을 것 같은데 아직까지는 없네요.
You met Patrick Cairns, the harpooner. Do you believe he's the murderer?
글쎄.
My analysis table. It is useful. My archive. I can always. This is where I keep my post. My archive. I can always consult with.
나 뭐 해야 될까? 베이커가 왔었고 별장 갔다 왔고 경찰국을 가야 하지 않을까요?
Mr. Holmes?
These are the sus. A pen. These are the suspects' belonging. I wonder if these are connected.
채권? 하루.
Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however.
양철통과 아! 존 넬리건은 채권을 훔치려다 피터 캐리에게 붙잡혔고 그로 인한 싸움에서 피터 캐리를 살해한 것이다? 이게 맞을까? 이렇게 하면 너무 넬리건을 몰아가는 게 되는데? 아, 이거 케인즈가 범인이다. 케언즈가 범인이라고 할 때는요. 채권을 회수하러 왔다. 이렇게 되면은 여기 이제 살인 범행 동기가 되는 거거든요? 머리 아프네. 자, 이렇게 되면 또 말이 달라지긴 하거든요? 치정살인이라고 했을 때 이렇게 했다고 하면은 너무 넬리건 쪽이잖아. 이렇게 되면 요행으로 빠지게 되면은 다른 게 나오겠죠? 자, 처음부터 이제 사건을 되짚어 가봅시다. 자, 우선은 처음에 살인사건이 났죠? 살인사건이 났습니다. 작살에 꿰뚫려 죽었고요. 그리고 양철통이 없어졌어요. 그 다음에 그곳에는 이제 정원사의 발자국이 있었고요. 그리고 부인과 정원사는 내연관계였고요. 그러면은 허틀리가 죽였다고 할 수도 있습니다. 하지만 허틀리가 죽였다고 해서 허틀리가 양철통을 가져갈 이유는 없단 말이에요. 범인은 계획된 살인을 했어요. 양철통을 가지고 가기 위해서 양철통을 훔치려다가 허틀리에게 걸려서 허틀리를 아니 허틀리한테 걸린 게 아니지. 이거는 얘가 맞다. 강인한 완료. 넬리건의 걸백. 케인즈가 범인이 맞네요. 패트릭 케언즈는 살인마다. 케언즈가 범인은 맞아요. 케언즈가 범인입니다. 네, 케언즈는 범인이 맞습니다.
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Holmes, could you explain it to me?
As I informed you on our way here, Patrick Cairns is the murderer of Black Peter.
Why bring me here? Wouldn't it be better if we were out looking for him?
That would be futile, as he will be with us in approximately 12 seconds.
Oh, well, if this is your idea of humour...
No, I just heard the front door. Prepare yourself.
Good day, gentlemen. A young lad gave me a note from Captain Ahab. Am I at the right address? Is he here?
Indeed, it is the correct address. But in place of your captain, may I present to you Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard?
That means...
It means, my friend, that you are arrested for the murder of Black Peter.
What? What? A trap? You think you can take me?
Here now. We'll have none of that.
And I say that we will.
오! 그렇지! 그렇지! 뭐야? 족밥이잖아?
Lestrade, are you all right? Are you able to stand?
Oh, my jaw. Gore. He took me by surprise, Mr. Holmes. Otherwise, he would have seen what I'm capable of. Oh.
Yes, he was lucky.
Ah. But you got him.
아니,
It was
쓰러뜨렸어.
remarkably easy. He lost his balance after he struck you.
And you practice boxing, I know. You must have hit him hard. Our fellow is knocked out.
We should call for a police cab and then take you to the hospital.
아 근데 턱 맞으면 기절한단 말이야?
No need for a hospital. I would prefer to keep this between us. You know.
Of course, Inspector. The case is closed.
길게 눌러서 진실을 확인하세요. 도덕적 선택을 제시한 비율, 동일한 방법으로 사건을 해결한 비율 81%. 네, 이게 맞네요. 제가 선택한 게 맞네요. 네, 결론은 맞았습니다.
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes. As your friend and your doctor, I really do recommend that you give yourself a complete change of scene. Fresh air, brisk walks, bird watching, chopping wood.
Sounds intolerable. I mean, certainly it sounds delightful.
But you haven't yet told me who your friend is, the one we're going to visit.
He is a bee lover.
A bee lover? Do you mean that he keeps bees? That must be Mrs. Hudson, bringing the warm cloth that I requested.
There is someone to see you, Mr. Holmes.
I have no time. Send whoever it is away.
Yes, Holmes, I really think we ought to leave now.
얘기도 안 했는데 그냥 들어버리네.
Mycroft.
Sherlock.
Oh, Mr. Holmes? Perhaps you don't remember me. I'm Dr. Watson. We met at the Diogenes Club a few years ago. I documented our encounter in a short story I gave the title The Greek
그리스 통역관?
He does remember you, Watson. My brother remembers everything, and that is why he is so valuable to the government.
We're about to depart for the train
I
station.
know.
You know?
Sherlock, I need your help. There are people who presently threaten both our country and the crown itself.
셜록 유전자 몰빵 받았는데?
Methods of yours.
Need help. Those are not words I would readily associate with you, Mycroft.
I wrote you a letter, but you did not reply. And this is not about politics. It's about people. People similar to those whom you pretend to defend in your
나의 직업을 이렇게 모욕해?
affairs.
Everything is about politics with you, Mycroft. I'm not interested. Have some of your agents, your spies, or worse, undertake this job of yours. You are defending your people, and they have little to do with the people I choose to help, I can assure you.
That is the point. You think exactly as they do.
Who are they?
The Merry Men. He is talking about the Merry Men, a band of idealistic terrorists.
Sherlock, do please think about it. They are planning something diabolical. Your country needs you.
You need me, Mycroft, and you are not the country.
배대지의
Although your
낀기름이
waistline is
거지기라도
bad,
하셨나?
Further.
Mrs. Hudson, tea will not be necessary. Dr. Watson, the train conductor, Mr. Parker, is aware that you will be 7 minutes late.
야, 열차 시간도
You are in
마음대로
the
조절해?
fourth car. The train will be waiting for you. Sherlock, enjoy your time in Staffordshire. And do, please, at least write to me on your return.
아 근데 왜 이렇게 마음대로 결정해? 아 근데 이거 2014년도 게임 맞아요?
This is where I keep my post. This is where I keep my archive. I can... Watson, I'll hold a cab for us. We leave in 5 minutes for the station.
아, 이 뭐냐 복장 너무 좋아.
What a gloomy night. It was warmer inside the waiting hall.
Since
이
the
탐정국
station
너무
master
좋아.
told us that the train is about to arrive, we should not have to wait very much longer.
Yes, at last.
Attention! The train is arriving at the station. Please stand well away from the...
꼭 이거 선 넘는 사람 있다고.
I'll take your bags and your blasted archive suitcase.
짐꾼이야 왓슨?
But, Holmes, the headlight. It's faded away.
Something is wrong. I can't hear any sound from the incoming train.
Excuse me, sir. Can you explain what has happened?
I don't know. It's as if the train vanished into thin air.
Holmes, say something.
Quick, fetch a lantern and let us take a look.
내가 나갈 시기구나. 나를 불렀는가?
It's too dark. Only fog and rails, nothing else.
There is no use in stumbling around here at night. We will come back tomorrow.
새벽에도 안개 낀 건 똑같지 않을까?
Well, here we are again at Evesham Station. We have a full day ahead. Let us begin our... This suitcase contains my archives. We can consult with it if needed. It is fortunate that we took it with us.
여기서 왔고
Trains can't just vanish without leaving a trace. It is...
열차가 흔적도 없이 사라졌다. 잠깐 물이 고여있네? 비가 왔나? 열차가 왔어요?
This is the place where we saw the train vanish last night.
A discarded item, possibly thrown from the... There are no tracks or footprints on the ground. Railway sleepers, nothing unusual. The rails have not been touched. There's nothing unusual.
기차 납치 사건인데 이 정도면은?
There are no signs to indicate that the train ran off the track, nor are there any other traces. There is nothing whatsoever. There are no clues. But then, a negative result is also a result.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. No clues.
기차가 날아간 거지. 기차가 날은 거야.
Yes, Watson, I do smile on occasion. This mystery appears very promising.
기차가 날아가 버린
This
거지.
investigation won't be simple. We shall require a map of the region.
Perhaps the station master could lend us one.
역장님 지도 좀 주세요.
Good morning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
제 친구이자 동료이자 제 양손이 되어줄 왓슨입니다.
You were here last night. So,
제가 바로 그 명탐정 맞습니다.
great detective. Will you be investigating what happened?
I shall indeed.
It is extraordinary that an entire train could disappear like that. And to think of all the poor people inside it, the passengers, the
턱이 두
drivers.
개시네요. 점 턱 코의 흉터 명예훈장 뭐야 이 흙은 흑투성이 반지 결혼을 하셨군요. 콧구멍 백발?
Could you please give us any details about the train?
맞아.
There was nothing so very special about it. At least not that I can recall. My memory's not what it used to be. However, if you need it, you can have the train composition report.
열차
It's
현황표?
inside my office.
I
지도
would
좀
be
주실래요?
glad to have a detailed map of the local railway district.
But of course, please, take the one that's pinned inside the waiting hall.
See you later, my good man.
내부로 들어가 보죠. 자, 이게 열차 지도 아닌가요? 전보.
A new telegram.
I think we should meet this Mr. Robinson.
현재 토마스 로빈슨은 브링틀린 역에서 머무는 중입니다.
Here is the train set.
노팅엄에서 런던. 동력실, 석탄칸, 1등석, 우편보관실, 특수 화물 차량? 2등석?
A telegraph.
전보네요. 열차 지도를 받아야 되는데? 이게 노선도 아닌가? 쓰레기통. 이게 열차 지도 한 장 가져가야 되는데?
A telegraph.
The whole train just disappeared. It's unbelievable.
벽면 어딘가 있다 그랬거든요? 대합실에 있는 지도를 가져가라는 건가?
This map will be useful. This suitcase contains my archives. We can consult with it if needed. It is...
로빈슨이라는 사람이 누구죠? 특수화물.
According to the train composition report, there was a special wagon. What does that entail?
Those wagons have iron walls, you know, without any windows. And they're fitted with a complex key lock.
That is important information. Do you know what was inside this
도대체
particular
뭐가
wagon?
실렸나요?
Certainly not. No, that's private. And it's not my responsibility to allot the wagons to whoever.
Was there anything exceptional about any of the passengers aboard the train?
What do you
특수석
mean?
있던데?
Like officials? I wouldn't know. Oh, but now that you mention it, yes, there was something. There was a
누구?
message from Bridlington station saying that the train had been delayed because of an issue with the passengers. What kind of problem that they didn't say?
That is interesting. You mentioned a problem at Bridlington station. I should like to visit this station.
그냥
Could you
브리드링턴을
mark
한번
it on the
가봅시다.
local map?
거기 가면 또
Of course,
새로운 단서가
it's a
생기겠죠?
suburban railway station. You might take a cab there.
See you later, my good man.
아이고 맨! 마부님 준비되셨습니까? 자, 브리드링턴으로 가보시죠. 특수화물. 아직까지 단서가 안 되네요.
Holmes, how is it even possible for a train to disappear?
아, 사라졌잖아 이미.
This is an absolute scandal. It's always the same with these rail companies. No respect for the customer.
여긴 단추. 뭐야? 작업복이네. 아. 값싼 표. 결혼했고요. 거친 피부.
Please calm down, sir. What is your concern?
Concern? What is my concern? I'll tell you what my concern is.
겁나 TMI
Last
해주네.
night I were on the train as usual with my colleague, heading home. Then along came this ridiculous ticket inspector, who started arguing that our tickets were invalid. He made us get off the train, and he was extremely rude about it.
열차에 타고
Were you
계셨나요?
aboard the train that vanished last night?
Yes, I heard that it disappeared. But I don't care because we would have stopped before then anyway. Our tickets were valid and no doubt about it. And then, to top it all, the ticket inspector pushed everyone else out too, except for a bunch of rich. Well, because their type don't need a ticket.
돈
Can
많으신
you recall
양반?
anything more specific about this fortunate group?
Well, yes. They were all foreigners. Spanish-looking toffs with snake eyes.
Goodbye, sir.
아유, 감사합니다. 당시 로빈슨이군요.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day. To whom am I speaking?
카포대
My
갱배치
name is
닮았다.
Sherlock Holmes, and this is...
Are you a representative of this damned railway company? Because I have a complaint.
We are not from the railway company. We are...
Well, in that case, Mr. Shamrock Flomes, please excuse me, but I'm not in the mood for idle chit-chat at the moment.
호주 사람인 건가? 값비싼 정장. 금색. 어? 뭐지? 화려한 구두. 러빈스 씨?
You must be Mr. Robinson, is that correct?
Yes?
I am leading the investigation of the disappearing train. It would help if you could answer my questions.
Ah, well, all right.
말 안 한다며! 말 안 한다며!
I presume it was you who placed the order for the special wagon.
Yes. It was to transport my valuable prototype safely to London. My prototype is a revolutionary device.
건전지?
It is I'm a businessman and an engineer. I had already found several potential customers
아,
for my invention,
이사회랑
and I was very optimistic about the directors' board who were travelling on the train last night.
You mentioned a director's board. Which company do they own?
The Chilean Barcazas Company. I had made an appointment with them. Now they are lost, along with the train and my prototype.
What do you know about the Barcazas Company?
It's a large South American company. They showed a great deal of interest in my prototype, and they seemed wealthy enough to do business with.
This revolutionary machine of
뭘
yours,
발명했을까?
was it very valuable?
전지?
God's sake, sir. It is priceless. It could change the world we live in.
전혀 그래 보이진 않는데요?
I was selling it for almost nothing. I am a humanitarian, you see. I do not know if I will ever be able to get over this disaster. I cannot believe that it disappeared with that damned train.
Mr. Robinson, could you please clarify? Were you traveling alongside your prototype?
Yes, I was. But I had to step off the train. And all because of this stupid station master.
I received a telegram declaring that an important person, a Mr. Bromsby, wished to see you in the waiting room. I merely informed you of this.
역장이 좀 젊네요.
Mr. Bromsby is a wealthy gentleman. His interest in my invention was truly unexpected. So yes, of course, I agreed to see him. Unfortunately, he wasn't there. I thought perhaps he might have been delayed, so I chose to wait a while. But despite my requests, the train left the station without me.
그래서 브롬스비는 만나셨네요?
Absolutely unacceptable.
The timetable is strict. We cannot wait any longer. The regulations require the train to be on time.
You are an idiot. You will pay for it. I will sue you.
The ticket inspector forced all the passengers from the train Except for the
검표원. 의도적으로 다른 사람들을 내리게 한 거겠죠? 더 있나?
Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you?
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I am investigating the unfortunate disappearance of last night's train.
I see. I'm Station Master Bertram, but my supervisor has not informed me about this. I do not know if...
Do not worry. I have only a few questions.
자, 우선은 이 사람에 대한 단서를 좀 깔끔한 복장, 지침서, 되게 규율을 중시하나 보네. 어? 잉크 자국? 나머지 하나가 뭘까요? 젊은 나이. 아 맞아, 내가 젊은 나이네 여기 있잖아요. 오호.
Station Master Everett from Evesham told us that you reported a problem with some passengers last night.
Indeed. This train is a regular line for those who work at Nottingham. But yesterday, everyone was asked to get off the train here at my station. I've no idea why, and it delayed the train. But the worst of it is that now I have to deal with two furious passengers who are complaining about the company's service. They stayed here the whole night, but people do not usually pay much attention to the regulations, you see. There are very strict and clear rules. Paragraph 234 of Article 2G-43 states that in the event of a complaint, you must...
Yes, thank you. I understand.
특별한 일?
Apart from the passengers disembarking, did you notice anything else that was unusual last night?
I did. And I mentioned it in my report to our higher management on the matter.
What was it?
Sorry, but I can't tell you. The station master's reports are confidential.
Confidential, you say? How long have you been working here?
I've worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
훈내기 역장.
Let me speak frankly, Mr. Bertram. Your age and your lack of confidence in your position are quite apparent. You cannot deny that you have only recently completed your studies.
I was at the top of my class.
Listen here, young man. I am aware that you wish to protect yourself behind all these regulations, but I represent the law.
And you are obstructing the investigation of an important case. I would suggest that you cooperate with Mr. Holmes. Think of your career.
Ah, that is... Well, I'll tell you everything. First of all, I scolded the ticket inspector, for it was he who asked the passengers to leave the train. It was not his right to do so. He was very rude. And then, later on, I received a most peculiar telegram from my colleague at Chesterfield Station, the next stop along the line.
무슨 정보가 왔는데?
What did the telegram say?
Well, that was the peculiar thing. It was almost unreadable. It was full of errors and awfully vague. It was hard to understand if the train had correctly passed that station or not. You can read it for yourself.
암호문 아닐까요?
We
암호문?
want to visit Chesterfield Station.
체스터필드 철도역. 런던 북정두의 철도 열랏 324호 00시 30분에 도착. 00시 35분에 출발? 출발.
Don't touch anything, please.
Holmes, how is it even possible for a
도대체
train to
그걸 몇
disappear?
번이나 얘기하는 거니? 열차가 사라져 지금 찾고 있는 거잖아. 로댕인가? 생각하는 사람인가? 여기서 미술품을 보게 되네. 저거야말로 살아 숨쉬는 미술품 아니야? 체스터필드요.
This bin is full of empty bottles.
그럼 저 전보도 술 먹고서 쳤다는 얘기가 되네요.
How could he fall asleep at work like this? Excuse me, sir. Wake up. Ah, his breath. He must have swallowed half a distillery.
And that explains the how.
By his sleeping off the alcohol, you mean? Wake up, please, sir.
What? The 18-hour 72 train has arrived?
Good day to you. We are investigating the disappearance of last night's train, and we should like to ask you a few questions.
자, 달아오른 콧등. 술을 먹었다는 거겠죠. 체온이 올라가고. 깔끔한 복장. 결혼함, 술병. 낚싯줄?
Were there any passengers who got off that particular train at your station last night?
No, nobody, it seems to me. Although I did not leave my office, so...
No doubt you were very busy.
You don't say. You can't ever get any peace around here. Now you have to send a telegram each time a train arrives and departs.
이상한 정보.
Station Master Bertram from Bridlington showed me a strange telegram that he received from you last night. It concerned the train, but it was barely comprehensible.
What? He's a fastidious little twerp, that Bertram. I remember everything quite clearly. It was late, and I was tired, but I did my work. So what? There's no need to be so petty.
만취한 역장, 철로지동.
You were not tired, you were inebriated. Tell me the truth now, or I shall not hesitate to document your state in my report.
My friend means that you will end up by being sacked from your position.
All right. So I was drunk. I don't remember all of yesterday, to be truthful.
한 번이 두 번 되고 두 번이 세 번 되고.
Holmes, this man has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. He's not entirely helpless yet, but...
It will not be long before he is. Obviously, his testimony cannot be trusted.
Ah, will I ever get any peace?
Holmes, how is it even possible for a train to disappear?
여기서 또... 모스
I had
목표?
thought that all station masters knew the Morse code, but apparently not. I had thought that...
범인 나야? 범인이 나였구만.
A fishing advertisement.
낚시 광고. 낚싯줄이 있었죠? 취미는 낚시인가 봅니다. 대합실을 한번 보죠. 뭔데 이 짐들은? 짐들이 좀... 그렇네요. 짐들이 좀... 나 문 안 닫고 다녀. 다 조사한 건가? 역을 세세하게 조사하십시오.
locked. There is no sense in asking the station master to open it. We shall have to pick the lock.
부셔! 자물쇠가 재밌어요. 그 흰 자국 있는데? 바다.
These tools were used quite recently. They are still muddy. We should ask about them.
자,
Bags were recently
자루를
dried.
옮겨뒀네요. 이거 기구를 쓰기 위해서 자루를 옮기겠죠?
French wine, a remarkable vintage.
어?
These bottles are too expensive for a station master's wage. They were likely taken from the parcels.
Shameful.
비리잖아 이거면. 역장에서 잘려도 할 말이
Railway
없겠어.
post bags.
역장. 당신의 비리 밝혀지고 있어.
You have quite a number of dirty tools lying around here.
Ah, yes. Well, thank you for reminding me. I should clean them. Although, might be easier to put them outside. Seems it might start raining soon.
I meant, what were they used for?
Some workers come here and borrowed them from me. They wanted to lift the edge of the railway to one of the stations on the line, so that the water wouldn't come in too close.
인부?
Who were these workers?
Well, they didn't seem to be from the company, but they was fine lads. They invited me to share a drink. And whatever it was, it had a kick to it. They wasn't English. No, I don't believe so. But see, they knew just what a man needed to brighten up his dull evening. Ah, will I ever get any...
곧 편히 쉬실 거예요. 왜냐면 일을 안 하실 예정이거든요. 아니 안 하는 게 아니라 못 하실 예정이시죠? 네. 곧 아마 일을 못 하시게 될 거. 왓슨 길 막지 마!
A handcar wheelbase. Interesting. It appears that elements of the same construction were scattered everywhere. Watson, please tell me, do you believe in
magic?
Of course not, Holmes.
Then you are of the opinion that a train cannot simply
It's
disappear.
magic!
Well, we both know that that is obvious. Why are you asking such peculiar questions?
A little patience, Watson. You will understand my point quite soon. So, are you quite certain that you saw the train at Evesham Station?
Yes, of course. We saw it coming. The headlights, and heard the whistle.
But that is it. We didn't see the train itself.
나도 그 생각했어요. 열차가 진짜 열차일까?
Holmes, I'm a little confused.
열차 같은 무언가를 만들어내면 되지 않을까?
Holmes, how is it even
왓슨 길 좀
possible for a
막지
train
마.
to disappear?
자, 분해된 손수레를 이용하면 수수께끼의 실마리가 잡힐지도 모른다. 손수레를 재조립하여 열차가 사라졌던 걸 재현해보자. 열차부터 조립해보도록 하죠.
I should use the appropriate I should use the appropriate object here. I should use the appropriate object here.
목재.
I should use the appropriate object here.
여기다가 바퀴.
I should use the appropriate object here.
제동장치 연결부.
I should use the appropriate object here.
이건 어디다 붙이는 걸까요?
I should use the appropriate object here.
톱니바퀴. 더 갖다 쓸 수 있는 게 아! 자, 이렇게 하면은 완성.
So, now here we have the fake train that we saw approaching Evesham Station last night.
Doesn't look much like a train to me.
Be patient, Watson, I haven't finished yet. Try using your imagination. Our train requires only a headlight and a steam whistle. We need to attach a headlight and a steam
전조등과 열차
whistle.
경적.
We need to
예비 부품. 열차 경적.
I need something.
커다란 물체? 소화기면 되지 않나? 오! 시계! 오, 시계면 괜찮겠다.
The long pole is now attached. It will. The headlight is
전조등
attached.
헤드라이트.
The steam whistle is now connected.
Holmes, what can we do to make the steam whistle work?
It is elementary, my dear Watson. We shall need a fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher. Now let us see what we have here.
오!
The steam whistle is ready to be used. Watson, I do believe that we have created an exact replica of the train.
이거
that
밤에 보면
vanished
진짜
in front
모르겠다,
of us
그러면은.
last night. The criminal mind can be most inventive. I am somewhat in awe.
So such a thing is possible. If someone went to all the trouble of creating this fake train, then it was surely...
이러면 로빈슨이 너무 수상하지 않나요?
Watson, you should not jump to conclusions. In fact, this does not tell us very much
이거를
at all,
발명할
except that
만한
the train
능력이
did
있어야
not
되니까.
evaporate into thin air.
Although you half suspected it.
At any rate, we now need to find where the real train might be hidden. I suggest we use my archives to find a more detailed map of our surroundings.
Well, I hope that justifies our having to load your massive archive suitcase onto the cab. It made us extremely unpopular with our driver. 아,
우리 마부님이 좀 불편하셨나봐요. 네. 제가 책 들고 온 것 때문에 좀 불편하셨나봐요.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
여기겠죠?
Here it is. There is a side branch to the railway. Its first switch is located between Bridlington and Chesterfield stations. There is one more station to be visited. It is located between Chesterfield and Evesham, and there should be a side railway to the nearby quarry. There is a small section of a railway at the end of Evesham station.
마부님이 좀 불편하셨나봐요. 아이. 철도 건널목. 건널목까지 걸어가면 될까요? 건널목. 자, 열차를 확인하지 않은 채 보냈던 것 같다가 맞겠죠? 그리고 이른 시기에 사라진 열차 가짜에 불과했고 오케이. 자 그러면은 진짜 열차는 어딘가에 숨겨져 있다가 맞는 것 같죠? 아무것도 없는 게 맞는 것 같네요. 잠깐만. 철도가 없지 않나요? 여기 이 부분? 이 부분에 철도가 없지 않나요 지금?
This road should go in the same direction as the...
왓슨이 길 막아요! 아니 왓슨이 길 막는데요? 왓슨 길 좀 막지마. Mines.
Mines? This is interesting.
철도 건널목에서 갈라지는 외부 철로를 조사하십시오. 여기에 더 뭐 조사할 게 있을까요? 더 조사할 게 있나?
The switch is rusted, but it still works. It would be quite possible for someone to redirect the train towards the mines.
그치, 탄광 목면으로. 자, 탄광까지 한번 가보죠.
Here are the mines, Holmes. They appear to be abandoned. This mine has completely collapsed, Holmes.
It is curious, but to be truthful,
it's difficult to follow you, Holmes.
Someone removed these screws, most probably to take down the rails. A few feet of the rails have been
철로가
dismantled.
사라졌네요. 최근에 여기서 사용한 흔적 같은 게 있나?
This is the cabin.
탄광 보관함. 금속 상자?
This box must be the safe. Let's open it.
다 자물쇠가 이렇게 이루어진 건가? 열리려나? 어디를 기준으로 맞추는 게 맞으려나? 이렇게 놓고 맞추면 조금 더 편하지 않을까요? 이게 아닌가요? 또 저쪽이 안 맞네? 어디랑 맞아야 될까? 됐다.
The Mexican company Caracal and the Chilean Barcazas both want to buy the mines. I need more information.
아, 그 바르카데스가 여기 있네요. 아, 탄광. 그 탄광이 여기서 나오는 거구나. 오. 카르칼사 임원들은 출입 금지 조치 시행하기로 하고. 오호.
This is the cabin for the mine's security personnel.
한강에 대한 정보를 좀 더 얻어야 되는데요. 못 가게 막아놓은 것 같죠? 못 뛰어내리니? 되게 연약한 친구들이구나 이들. 못 가니? 되게 쫄보네. 붕괴된 탄광. 종이에 쌓인 소포?
This is an unusual kind of paper, stiff and dry. It was used for a specific purpose. Let us look inside. Sawdust. I am almost certain it is a... Watson, could you assist, please? Do you have your pistol? Good. Fire at this package.
다이너마이트.
Dynamite.
다이너마이트로 했다. 아무래도 요게 좀 말이 맞죠? 열차를 숨기기 위해 탄광을 무너뜨렸고. 철도역에 한번 가보죠. 누구시죠?
A funny character. He looks anxious.
영국인은
Holmes,
아니었고.
look. There's a flooded area over here.
I believe that the flooded area might be worth checking. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson. We are investigating the case of the vanished train.
Is that so? Well, good day, gentlemen. I am Mr. Duff, the station master
Good
of
day,
this
gentlemen.
station. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can, but there's not much that I can tell you
Better
about
cruise on
last
you.
night.
우울하다고? 왜? 왜 우울할까? 단추가 하나 없네요. 반지의 흔적. 반지를 빠쳤나?
It
누구신가요?
appears that you may be at risk of some flooding along the line here.
You mean that the whole bloody lake is at our feet?
Quite so. But it is strange, because according to my map, there should be a quarry here, and behind that, the lake.
How should I know? I only arrived here a few months ago.
And where did you work before that?
I was working in Nottingham, but I asked for a quieter place, so they transferred me here. Life is cheaper.
역장이신데 시계가 없어요?
Did any passengers leave or board the train last night?
No. I saw no one as usual. I reported the train's passage by telegraph. Just the same as all the other nights.
전보를 보냈다고요?
Goodbye, sir. It is obvious that we cannot inspect the quarry. Instead,
받은 정보가 없던 걸로 기억하는데. 정보를 받은 게 없는 것 같은데. 왜 여기만 뽀록뽀록뽀록 하고 올라오지? 잠깐만. 여긴 왜 이렇게 파져 있어?
this railway branch should lead to... The switch is rusted, but it still works.
움직이긴 하네요.
The rail is rusted and looks old, but the railway is still usable.
없어. 철로가
The
없어.
railway ends here.
철로가 없어.
That is strange.
외부 철로가 없으므로 그럴 리가 없다 가 되겠죠? 철로가 끊겨있는데 열차가 달릴 순 없잖아요? 호숫가로 갑시다.
Here we are at the beach that is located near the quarry and Doncaster station. These traces were made by a carriage. Look. Nothing interesting. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
뭐에 쓰라는 거지 이거?
Interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting.
마클릭해 마클릭해 마클릭해.
Nothing interesting here.
뭐였지? 뭐라는 거지? 성질 급해서 넘겨버렸단 말이야.
Nothing interesting here.
뭘까요?
Nothing in.
아,
Nothing. Nothing. The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these
차량에
tracks are
짐이
quite
많이
deep.
실려 있던 모양.
The vehicle.
가운데 바퀴 자국은 뭐지?
The vehicle pressed this stone into the ground. It would have been quite heavy.
아,
These traces are relatively fresh and were made.
그럼
by a large
열차에서
truck
빼낸 게
loaded
여기로
with
갔을 수도
material.
있다는 거네요.
An abandoned gypsy caravan. This place was abandoned fairly recently. Observing the coastline and the moored boats, we are able to see that the lake's water level dropped. The lake has flooded the quarry. The dam was probably breached.
자, 그렇다면은 여기에 있던 뚝을 무너뜨려서 채석장을 가득 채운 걸 수도 있겠네요. 호숫가 잔해 금속 명판?
A label with the name
라스 자르파스. 최근에 집시들이 여기 살았고, 그 집시들이 최근에 이곳을 버렸고, 그리고 왓슨은 길을 막고. 비키라고! 왓슨은 길을 막고. 왓슨 최고야. 라스 자르파스 명패 최초의 친자로는?
My search should.
로얄 바카라. 라스 자르파스. 바지선은 훌륭한 운송수단이다.
Here it is.
자, 라스 자르파스호는 중화물을 운송하는 바지선. 라스 자르파스호는 조선업 및 전력공급업, 채굴업에 종사하는 멕시코 기업 카르칼에서 소유하고 있다. 좋네요. 카르칼에서 소유하고 있다네요. 자, 그럼 카르칼은 접근을 금지당했는데 카르칼 소유의 라스 자르파스가 나왔죠. 자, 우선 이건 아니네요. 뭔지 모르지만 경우의 수로 맞췄다. 최근 멕시코인들이 호숫가에 바지선을 이용했던 모양이다. 무거운 물체를 옮겼던 모양이고. 자, 바지선이라는 단서를 얻었고요. 이것도 안되고요. 특수함. 다 해봤죠? 추리를 안 하고서는 경우의 수 게임을 하고 있네.
This part is probably
쓰레기 더미.
an old locomotive bell. This part is probably from a locomotive.
자, 동력시에
This
썼던
place serves as a
부품이라면은
storage area for the station.
이걸 조립해도 나오지 않나? 이걸 조립해도 열차 정도는 만들 수 있지 않을까요?
The entire train has disappeared. It's a disaster.
Railway post bags.
깜짝이야,
The
왓슨.
entire train has disappeared. It's a
잠깐만, 아까 그 돈캐스터역도 한번 들러야 한다 그러지 않나요? 담배꽁초.
This scent is familiar to me, but in order to recognize it, I must combine my associations into
이거 아까 그 배 맞추던 그거다. 멕시코.
A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. Ricardo.
You already know the name of this man? Holmes, you amaze me.
No, Watson, I refer to the cigar. It is a Ricardo Tarrant, a Mexican cigar of an excellent quality. Quite an
비싼
expensive
담배?
one, too.
깜짝이야. 왓슨 자꾸 날 놀라게 해. 리카드로를 피웠던 그는 과연 어디로 빤스런을 쳤나?
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs. Apparently, there was a conflict between the Mexicans and the Chileans. A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. These ashes and cigar stubs are similar to the one that we found on the floor. Some of the stubs were recently smoked. There are others that...
That means that the fellow spent several days here. Judging by his clothes, he's hardly a traveller or a tramp.
Well concluded, my dear fellow. A man who smoked the Ricardo brand of Mexican cigar spent several long days
최근에
at
돈캐스터역에서
Doncaster
머물렀고.
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
자, 그러면은 역장한테 가서 한번 물어보면 되겠죠?
Railway post bags.
역장의
This
가방.
post bag belongs to the station master.
변호사에게 쓰는 편지? 조금만 기다리시면 변호사님께 지불해야 하는 의뢰비는 물론 요 개인적인 빚까지 모두 갚도록 하겠습니다.
The station master appears to have found himself in some financial trouble.
그러면 범행에 가담할 수 있는 그런 게 될 텐데요. 당신을 생각하고 있어. 최근 들어 무심한 돈이 갑자기 어디선가 생길 예정이었나 본데, 그러니까 그 빚을 갚겠다, 변호사 선임비를 다 내주겠다 라고 얘기한 거겠죠?
There was a gentleman of Mexican origin, I believe, in the waiting room. Did you notice him?
What? A Mexican? Here in the back of beyond? Are you quite sure about that?
Goodbye, sir. Watson, it seems that both South American companies were involved in the purchase of the mine.
일부러 역장 들으라고
The man at
얘기하네요.
Doncaster who fled our approach, he smokes Mexican cigars. Perhaps...
Yes, Watson. We should certainly speak with him.
You'll find nothing interesting here, I'm afraid.
그래서 그 남자는 어디 있는데? 갑자기 여기 생기나? 그런가 봐요. 생기나 봐요, 그 남자.
Please, sir, we would ask you not to leave. We have some questions.
Are you the police?
No, we are employed by the railway company. We are collecting witness statements about the train that disappeared last night.
Lo siento, I'm in a hurry.
Really? It seemed that you were waiting here for someone. Could you tell us if you were at the station last night?
No, I just arrived from South America.
A formidable journey, no doubt.
멕시코에서 오셨잖아요. 다 알아요.
Chile.
구라도 적당히 까셔야지. 아주 그냥 벌리면 구라야. 입만 벌리면 구라야. 자, 주름살. 나비 넥타이. 사무용 정장이네요. 아이, 근육질이네요. 아유. 자, 값비싼 여송연. 나머지 하단은 어딜까요? 단련된 몸.
Chile? But you are Mexican.
No, you are wrong. Why would you think I'm Mexican?
멕시코산 담배.
Because of your cigars.
Sí, cigarrillos. So what?
Those cigars are the Ricardo brand, from Mexico. It is quite impossible to find them anywhere but there.
Pero not your business.
방문 목적.
I don't suppose that you are on vacation. What business?
혹시 열차 훔치러 온 거 아닙니까?
I was to meet my fellow compañeros, who were due to arrive yesterday. They were on that damn train. I will stay here and hope that the authorities find them, or their bodies. It's now my responsibility to repatriate them.
Who authorized you to do that?
The company I work for.
Could you tell me the name of the company?
It's not your concern.
And what is your name?
Enough questions. Buenas tardes.
이름을 밝히지 않는다고요? 되게 수상하시네요.
Not a very friendly man, and he is lying. He said that he just arrived, but we know that he has been here for several days.
왓슨 어디서 얘기하는 거야? 나 무서워, 왓슨. 돈캐스트역에 남아있는 수상쩍은 단서들을 찾아보라는데요.
Watson, would you like some tea?
No.
You'll find nothing interesting here, I'm afraid.
아니요, 전 지금 매우 흥미 있습니다. 아직까지 조사가 다 완료되지 않은 것 같거든요? 전보를 보내서 WEA 채굴회사에 대한 정보를 얻어내십시오. 돈캐스터역에 남아있는 단서와 수선적인 정황을 조사하십시오. 정보를 우선 보내죠, 정보. 안돼, 역장님이 너무 수상해요.
I asked Mycroft to find out some information on the WEA Coal Company. Here is his reply, and it is an interesting one.
입찰 대상은 칠레 기업 바르카자스와 멕시코 기업 카르칼이었다. 양측에서는 WEA 탄광 구매하는 의사를 표했고, 멕시코 기업 카르칼에서는 조기 입찰로 결정하였고 서류를 준비하던 중, 하지만 칠레 기업 바르카자스가 정치권 인사들과 손을 맞잡으면서 탄광 경영권을 빼앗기게 돼버렸다. 아하.
A telegraph.
Newspaper articles on horse racing, hurdle, steeplechase, and flat racing. He is a true enthusiast.
경마 도박을 한 건가? 카르칼과 바르카자스는 서로에게 원한을 가지고 있진 않다. 선의의 경쟁일 뿐이다. 뭘까 나머지 하나는. 이곳에 아직도 단서가 있다고 하거든요? 뭔지는 모르겠네요. 근데 이렇게 막 역장 가방 막 뒤지고 막 그래도 돼? 나 그만한 권리를 갖고 있는 사람이야? 나 그만한 무슨 대단한 사람이야?
You'll find nothing interesting here.
아니야, 흥미로워. 매우 흥미로워. 매우 흥미로워. 아니야. 네가 당신이 걱정할 그런 게 아닙니다. 어쨌든 흥미로워요. 퀘스트를 깨야 되는 그런 흥미가 지금 막 동하고 있어요. 그렇죠. 멕시코인들의 분노가 맞겠죠. 자, 그러면은 카르칼에선 바르카자스 임원들을 열차에 남도록 술수를 부렸고 다른 승객들을 하차시켰던 정번 역시 카르칼이었다. 이게 맞겠지. 그렇지. 뭔가 좀 이상하다 했어. 선의의 경쟁은 아니었죠. 왜냐면 정치권까지 손을 잡아버려서 했으니까. 단서. 돈캐스터에서 보낸 정보가 없었거든요? 조금 더 단서를 모아야 한 것 같아요? 응? 난 뭐라 그러니?
Betting slips for horse
막권.
racing. Betting. The sums are quite impressive.
It can be an expensive vice. This man had probably used all his savings.
정말로 돈을 딸 예정이었던가? 큰돈이 들어올 예정이었어. 큰돈이 들어오니까 모든 걸 다 해결할 수 있다고 하고? 그러면은 가능성이 있는 얘기긴 하죠. 도대체 남은 단서는 뭔데? 자, 이브샵역 근처로 가봅시다. 이브샵역 근처로 가보죠. 이브샵역 근처에도 저 갈라지는 게 있어야 할 텐데, 갈라지는 게 있어야 할 텐데, 역장님.
The entire train has disappeared.
그건 저도 알겠고요. 디제스틴 걸 알겠고요. 그게 데스틴인 것도 알겠어요. 근데요, 이브샹역 다음을 좀 가고 싶긴 하거든요?
A discarded item. Pop.
쉣인데? 이브샵역 근처의 철도 건널목을 조사하십시오. 철도 건널목이요? 그 자전거에 매우 애정이 있으신가 봅니다. 런던. 아하. 이건 이동이 아예 불가능할 것 같은데?
There was a building here not so long ago.
But I don't understand, Holmes. Why would anyone destroy the shed in such a manner?
It was disassembled in great haste. It is most odd.
다수의 흔적, 바퀴 자국, 차량의 흔적.
Traces. Let's take a closer look. The distance between the tracks is about
아까랑 똑같네요. 6피트에서 7인치. 6피트 7인치.
The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials. The traces found at the disassembled shed near Evesham
여기와 아까 남긴 차량은 동일한 차량이다.
same vehicle. This road should lead to the town. This road should lead to the town of Evesham.
이브샵 마을로 들어가는 길.
Holmes, how is it even possible for a train to disappear?
Holmes. 나도 몰라. 찾고 있잖아. 내가 어떻게 하니? 내가 어떻게 하니 그거를? 뭔가 더 조사할 게 남아 있나요? 이게 움직여진지도 조사가 안 되는데? 봅시다. 조금 더 조사를. 내가 놓친 게 뭐가 있을까?
But I don't understand, Holmes. Why would anyone destroy the shed in such a manner?
잠깐만. 나무 판자가 모자라서? 나무 판자가 모자라서? 그래서 부셨다? 나무 판자가 모자라서 부신 건가?
Holmes, how is it even possible for a train to disappear?
역장님한테 한번 가서 물어봐야겠다. 역장님! 창고는 왜
It
부셨나요?
appears that there was a small warehouse near your station and that it was disassembled. Why is that?
It was burgled overnight about 2 weeks ago. The police have already started their investigation, but I doubt that they'll find anything.
What was inside the warehouse?
Nothing of value. A few 100 feet of standby rails and some spare railway parts. But it wouldn't be easy to steal.
철로 여분?
Why would anyone want to?
See you later, my good man.
돈캐스트요. 도둑 맞은 예비 철로. 철로를 훔쳐왔고 탄광에 갇힌 열차? 제가 여기서 단서를 조금 더 얻어야 되거든요. 근데 단서가 어디 있을까? 마권. 자, 최근에 마권에 투자를 하셨더라고요. 재정 상태가 좋지 않으신가 봐요.
I observe that you are a gambling man, Mr. Duff. You had hoped that your relocation to this small town might have helped ease your addiction, but it was not to be.
I beg your pardon? Addiction to what?
휴. 네, 경마 입장권.
We found a number of horse racing tickets inside your office. Well, well, we all have our weaknesses. An expensive obsession, surely, for a station master.
It is none of your business. I occasionally attend the races with my colleagues. And anyway, that's my private life.
Goodbye, sir.
자, 역장은 자, 뇌물에 매수됐고요. 자, 탄광에 갇힌 열차. 멕시코인들이 칠레인들을 탄광에 가둬버렸다. 마이크로프트에게 사태를 해결할 기회를 준다. 사건 해결에 걸리는 시간이 길어지거나 국익을 위해 사건이 은폐될 수도 있다. 그러니까 사건을 덮을 거냐 아니면은 이 사건을 오픈할 것이냐, 이거 두 개 중에 하나 하라는 것 같거든요. 그러면은 현실적인 건 이쪽이 맞죠? 눈먼 정의를 택해야 되냐, 추악한 정치판을 택해야 되냐. 어떻게 하는 게 맞을까요? 경찰 측에 처벌을 하도록 해야 되나? 저희 친형한테 엿을 먹이도록 하죠. 내가 눈먼 정의를 하겠습니까? 네, 도덕적 선택을 받아들이겠습니다. 저희 친형한테 엿을 먹이도록 하죠.
Then the case is solved, Holmes. What do you intend to do?
Well, I shall require assistance for the arrests. There were accomplices.
Ah, but I know that look. You have your own ideas. What are they, Holmes?
On the one hand, we have Mycroft and his tedious political games. He will locate the guilty parties without any trouble. But it will be a long and drawn-out process, and possibly with some compromise that will be to Mycroft's benefit. Our other option is the local constabulary, and advice from our friend Lestrade. The problem we have there is that the authorities seem to be incapable of acting quietly. They rely on brute force. It could result in an international scandal. All the same, I think that I prefer the forces methods. It would be better to resolve the case quickly and efficiently, without any talk of politics.
Let us go home, then. I'd like to begin writing a draft of this story.
I did not say that we had finished here yet.
Well, all right. What did I miss?
Watson, we know that the Barcazas Company directors were trapped under the collapsed mines,
맞아.
along with the train and Robinson's prototype. But we still need to corner the guilty party.
But how do you intend to prove... Oh, no. Please don't tell me we have to dig out the mines.
You may rest assured that I have a far better idea. We have only to use our corrupt Doncaster station master as bait. He will unwittingly trap our Mexican
그래, 멕시코 친구를 자기 손으로 넘기게 만들어.
Already had a plan. I shall follow you, Holmes.
Well, the case is solved, and we shall be heading home. May we have 2 tickets to London, please?
Right away. Wait a minute. You've solved the case?
In a manner of speaking, can you believe that the rescue service miraculously saved one of the Chileans who were on board the train? The police have ordered his immediate escort to London on the next train.
He pulled through then? He's alive?
네,
Yes,
살아있죠.
by extreme good fortune. His
사실은
condition is quite
테스트를 안
serious,
해봤습니다.
and the method of transportation has its risk, but he will be held securely by the doctor and police officers. The gentleman carries some vital information on this case. I am sure of it.
Ah, really?
Your station will be famous, Mr. Duff. The journalists will be here before you know it. Goodbye, sir.
연극 잘하고 있네.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
아이고, 역장님. 범인들이 막 오네요. 막 멕시코인들이 막 와요. 아까 그 사람들이네요.
Gentlemen, you are under arrest.
Caramba! You traitor! You double-crossed me!
널 죽일 순 없지. 현행범인데.
Good shot, Watson. I always knew you were a talented marksman.
I didn't want another life lost in this case, Holmes.
Oh my God! I thought I was a dead man.
You shouldn't be so glad about it. You'll be up before the judge.
같이
Your testimony
보내줄게.
will be of great importance to the investigation. I would remind you that your cooperation will be the best way to ease your sentence. By the way, Watson, would you be so kind as to give me some shooting
또
lessons?
눈 가리고 쏠라 그러지.
Yes, but not in our sitting room, and not with you wearing a blindfold.
두 개 못 찾았네요, 단서. 자. 동일한 방법으로 사건을 해결한 비율 22%. 동일한 도덕적 선택을 제시한 비율이 41%. 아, 나 되게 도덕적. 내가 특별하다는 거겠지. 내가 특별하니까 나 같은 방법을 해결한 사람이 적은 거예요. 저 사람들은 특별한 사람들이에요. 다수가 선택하지 않은 길을 간 거잖아요.
Holmes, what happened?
I feel deathly.
And you look it. Let me
술을 너무 많이 먹어서.
Please don't tell me that you've returned to your old habits. The pupil is dilated. The temperature appears to be normal. I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats. I need to concentrate. I need.
뭐야?
I need.
뭔데?
I need to I need to concentrate and count. I need to
아무것도 안 눌렀는데? 뭐지?
I need to. I need to.
아니 측정하고 왜 아무것도 안 눌렀는데 이렇게 되는 거지? 그럼 누르고 있어야 되나?
I need to.
아, 저기 넘어갈 때 눌러야 되는 거야?
A weak pulse, around 50 beats per minute.
아, 이렇게 하는 거구나.
But you're dying, Holmes. Your pulse rate is dropping. We need to get you to the hospital immediately.
The antidote. Give it to me.
The antidote? You mean that you're poisoned?
Now. Please.
Here, drink it all. Don't tell me that you did this to yourself.
Hemlock and datura. I was compelled to.
Holmes, imagine if I'd not returned home when I did. What might have happened?
I knew that you would.
Mr. Holmes, Inspector Lestrade is here to see you.
Mr. Holmes is unable to see anyone at the moment. He is unwell.
A good day, Inspector.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to find you here. I need your help. This is a strange one. We have brought in 2 young bankers from the city, sons of lords, members of the chamber, and so on and so forth. They were found stranded in a rowing boat that was drifting on the Thames.
A romantic escapade with an unhappy ending, Lestrade.
What? Well, yes, they were both in the bath, but... what?
As I said.
And they were tied together.
You are lacking in imagination, Inspector.
Well, no, I'm not. Anyway, there was a banner flapping about in the boat with the RMS Oceanic printed on it and signed by the Merry Men.
The Oceanic? Isn't that the largest steamer ever
대양호는
built?
최대 세계
Yes.
최대 진기선.
And these two young banker chaps are sons of the owners of the White Star Line, the company that built it. There are rumours of corruption.
I'm not interested in politics, Lestrade.
I'll keep it then. Here's another one that's a bit more complex and maybe to your liking. It's a murder, but we're unable to find any weapon. We haven't touched anything. It's at the Roman Baths in Strand Lane.
A murder, a vanishing weapon, the Roman Baths. That's for us. Watson, fetch your hat.
가자 왓슨. 네, 이미 들었고요. 제가 범인이라고. 그거 이미 스포 당했습니다. 한 발 늦으셨네요. 범인이라고 이미 스포를 당했거든요. 아쉽네요. 자, 범인은 푹 찔러서 죽였나 보네요. 네, 그 얘기도 이미 들었고요. 제가 나빴다고. 되게 오늘은 좀 북이 앞에서 치는 게 아니라 뒤에서 쿵덕쿵덕 치네.
Dreadful murder. The body
오늘
of
좀
Sir
늦었어?
Rodney Bentcliffe is still in the steam room. It has not been touched, per your usual instructions, Mr. Holmes. I shall be waiting for you here. Please hurry.
용의자가
Are you
누군데?
able to identify the men who were with the victim in the steam room?
Yes. The manager of the bath, Sir Gregory Pitkin, a lad from the city council, Garrow, and an archaeologist by the name of Blinkhorn. I think the plump one, Garrow, did it. He doesn't seem right in the head.
Well, we shall see.
그렇게 범인을 너무 확정지어야 돼. 당신 경찰 아니야?
You found no murder weapon?
No, and that's why I called you. All three witnesses and the victim were locked in when the murder occurred, and they remained so until we got here. We even had to pick the lock to enter.
I see.
목격자는
Was there
누군데?
anyone else here, apart from those gentlemen in the steam room?
Yes, a Mr. Phillips. He was the one who called the police. He'll be able to give you more details.
내가 흉기를 먹을 줄 안다면은 난 스트리머를 안 하고 있었겠지?
Any progress, Mr. Holmes?
Good day to you, Mr. Phillips. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Would you be so kind as to answer our questions?
Certainly, sir.
도대체 당신은 무슨 비밀을 감추고 있는 건가? 가볍게 패인 주름살? 가위로 인한 홀로 생활한 풀을 먹인 옷깃, 결벽증. 반짝이는 단추? 맨체스터 시티. 오늘 보낸 전보.
Please tell us the chain of events from the start of your day. Everything that you can remember. The slightest detail may be of importance.
Very well, sir. I came in at 6:30 this morning.
근데
and
아이씨
I opened the
깜짝이야.
baths.
놀랐네.
I made sure that the room was clean and I prepared the towels. The brazier was still burning.
There was a fire burning all night.
Yes, Sir Gregory ordered me to light the brazier yesterday. It takes some time until the room is fully
한증실을
heated.
데우는데 시간이
The
걸려서
gentleman had a meeting at 9 o'clock this morning. I wanted everything to be perfect. They'd been in the steam room for 20 minutes when I suddenly heard shouting. I ran to the door, but it was closed. I couldn't open it. So I ran out to the street to call for the police. One constable came up, and then there were others, and they picked the lock. Then Inspector Lestrade came along, and he told us that nothing should be touched.
다른 손님은 없었나?
Did you receive any other visitors this morning?
No one. Until these gentlemen arrived. Sir Gregory was the first. And then, while we were discussing work details, Sir Rodney and Mr. Blinkhorn arrived. and Mr. Garrow followed.
What happened after that?
I waited until they'd all entered the steam room, then I returned to the hall. The changing room door was open, so I should hear if they needed anything.
You would have heard if someone had entered or left the steam room.
Certainly, sir. These doors make a lot of noise.
이거를 문을 열고 한다고? 다른 손님 들어와서 그거 고소하면 어떡하려 그래?
Any progress, Mr. Holmes?
문이 한쪽 없는데요?
Lord Holmes.
Ah, death with a peculiarly Roman piquancy.
Like the one you almost had an hour ago.
Let us forget about that.
There was only one hit from the weapon. It pierced the right eye straight through to the brain. Death would have been instantaneous.
The wound should not have bled so profusely. This pool is rather large.
피웅덩이가 생각보다 뭐야? 왜 오른손 왜?
Some dirt or earth. I'll take a sample. Some dirt.
어디가 더 남았나 본데.
Look, Watson. He was wearing a ring. He very likely removed it before the steam session.
아 뭐야 더 있어?
The death is very recent, between 30 minutes to 1 hour ago.
I think we have found all that we can here, taking into consideration the abysmal lighting. Constable, we have finished with the body.
We don't have many leads here.
What concerns me is that we still have to find the murder weapon.
Mr. Holmes?
Please have the body removed without disturbing anything else in the room.
All right, Mr. Holmes.
I was wondering, Holmes, it's fairly reckless to carry out a murder inside a closed chamber. Why do you suppose they did it?
There are a great many possibilities. The murderer was in a hurry. Or he is an artist. Or a ghost. Or he wanted to ensure that I'd be brought in on the case.
Probably the latter. You are ridiculous. Do you know that?
얼음칼?
I should check this blood sample at Baker Street. This key was covered in blood. I should ask Phillips about it.
It's horrible. So Rodney, he's dead. Can't we speak about it somewhere else?
몸에비해 얼굴이 굉장히
I'm in
동그라시네요.
shock. I don't want to talk.
It's horrible. I can't talk at the moment.
근데 이 한증실에 사람을 계속 가둬놓고 있던 거예요? 더워 뒤지지 않을까?
The brazier is still burning. The heat here is extreme. I will need something to pick up this melted metal. It is too hot.
집게 같은 게 있으면은 좋겠는데.
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes?
Expensive clothes, belonging to one of the men from the steam room. These clothes belong to one of the suspects from the... Clothes belonging to one of the suspects. Champagne for a special occasion. An ice bucket to keep the champagne chilled.
얼음칼?
Unopened. It was intended to be enjoyed after the steam session.
한증실
How many
열쇠.
people have keys to the steam room?
We have just the one key for now, which Sir Gregory gave to me.
So, this morning you opened the steam room, and then?
I put the key inside my desk, but when they called, I couldn't find it. It had disappeared. I don't know where it is.
Did you leave the baths at any time or receive any visitors?
No, sir. I did not.
피가 부는
Did you leave the baths at any time or receive any visitors?
No, sir. I did not.
아침에 보낸 정보.
You are not telling the truth, Mr. Phillips. You left your work this morning, and you went to the post office, where you dispatched a telegram at around 7:30.
But how could you... No,
The telegram was for someone in Manchester.
Mr. Holmes, it's I'll tell you everything. I left the baths at 7:20. My sister wrote to me yesterday, and she needed a reply, or our mother is unwell. I was away for 20 minutes, and I closed the baths on my way out.
Did you receive a reply from your sister?
No, she wasn't meant to. I just told her to pawn my old school uniform so that she could pay for the medication.
Did you check to see if the key was still in your desk when you returned?
No, I didn't. Please, Mr. Holmes, don't tell the police about this. Sir Gregory would give me the sack. I need this job.
I see.
샴페인은 누가
There was a
주문했나?
bottle of champagne on ice in the changing room. Do you have any idea who left it there?
There is? Are you quite certain? I didn't pay any attention. Do you believe that it's important?
Any progress, Mr. Holmes?
이거는 여기는 뭘까요? 상자. 하나가 없는데?
A glass plate negative is missing. It is a glass plate negative of an Egyptian statue. Glass plate negatives, a remarkable method for recording
음악원판이
ancient
하나
civilizations.
사라졌는데?
Archaeological findings, old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them.
문서. 안녕하신가. 다음 달 스트랜드대로 목욕탕에서 기자 소견 발표를 했으면 했으면 좋겠네만. 1893년에 이집트에 이륙한 업적은 놀랄만한 정도였으나 이제는 영국 고고학계에 커다란 발자취를 남길 차례 아니겠나. 국내의 유적지를 발굴해내고 대중에 공개하는 걸세. 기자 소견장에는 최대한 많은 인원의 기자가 참여했으면 좋겠네. 대접하는 것도 좋은 기사가 나와야지. 블랙모어 경께 도움을 청한 다음 왕립 국고학회 측에 특별 지원금을 요청해야겠군. 로드니 벤트클리프라는 이름에 낯설다고 느낀 사람은 드물 것이다. 그의 엄청난 부와 악명을 동시에 누린 인물로 영국 내에 누구도 따라올 수 없는 열정을 지녔다. 또한 대단한 지적 능력에 버금가는 외모를 지니기도 했는데 유럽 사교계의 아가씨들 사이에 화제가 된 적도 있다. 상원 의원들과 친분이 있는 터라 정계에 큰 영향력을 발휘하기도 한다. 구제불능 권위주의자라고 비판한 일도 있지만 그보다는 강단 있고 야심가라 부르는 편이 맞지 않을까. 로드니 벤트클리프는 현장마다 발굴 작업을 성공을 이끄는 것으로 유명하다. 왜 그가 가는 곳마다 성공으로 이끌 수 있을까? 왜일까? 이 다공파는 그 자체로도 고고학적 가치가 있지만 거대 유적의 일부로서도 가치가 있는 듯 싶다. 현 상황에서는 어떤 유적의 일부인지 파악할 수 없다.
A shape has been cut in the plate. What should be done with it?
이것만 가져가도 돼? 나 그래도
Archaeological
돼?
findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them. Tools used by archaeologists in their research. I will need these tongs. This area serves as Sir Rodney Bentcliffe's workshop.
야, 이것만 가져가도 돼? 어?
My God, are you all right? I wonder how this could have happened.
Yes, it is somewhat treacherous. Fortunately, I am unscathed. To where does this corridor lead?
To the frigidarium, the coal room.
Barely unscathed and by a very small margin. And treacherous is an understatement.
왜 무너졌을까?
Those stones weigh tons. We won't move them.
It does not matter. If our investigation requires it, we shall ask for them to be removed.
자, 병력분들. 자, 삽 지참하시고 저거는 무너진 거 다 치우도록 하겠습니다. 자, 경찰분들 일하세요, 일. 자, 일하세요. 여러분이 할 일이 남아 있습니다. 제가 일을 만들어냈어요.
I should analyze this melted metal. One lens is cracked, probably due to the temperature of the brazier. These lenses are for myopia. The wearer is short-sighted. With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away. With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
증기장치를 사용하고
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet.
보이지 않는구만. 불은 보여. 자, 그러면은 조사를 하러 가봅시다.
Mr. Holmes, I should like to take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
아, 그러세요, 그러세요. 기다려주게나. 잠깐 어디 갔다 올 때가 있어. 여기는 아니었어.
What should we do next, Holmes?
흙부터 조사하자고.
Pyrite, otherwise known as fool's gold.
황철석,
Selenite,
석고,
white clay particles.
회백토?
Interesting. According to the color and its composition, I deduce that this sample is white clay. Now, I need to find which area near London this sample belongs to. The sample of dirt belongs to the White London clay region.
어떻게 이렇게 될 수가 있지? 혈액?
Let us analyze this blood sample. This blood has not coagulated well. It seems very liquid. That is strange. Let us see what is inside it. Hydrogen peroxide will bring any foreign matter to the surface.
과산수 그거 아니에요? 그 상처 났을 때?
Let's take a pipette and place several drops of hydrogen peroxide.
어? 왜 손이 안 떼지? 방금 떴었는데?
Water. This blood is heavily diluted with water. This is a piece of metal taken from a brazier. It appears to be silver, but I need to be sure. If it is silver, it will be possible to melt it, since silver's melting point is at around 900 degrees Celsius. Let us compare this sample with a silver penny by testing it with acid. If it changes color to match the result of a reaction with a silver coin, then it is silver.
이거 아까 쓴 퍼펫 아닌가요? 산 떨어뜨리고 붉은색으로 변했죠? 붉은색으로 변했네요.
The reaction is the same red stain. It is silver. Britannia silver quality. My analysis table. It is useful for my work. A map of London.
자료는 모두 수집을 했고 수첩 펼치기. 딱히 추론할 수가 없네요. 자, 우선은 이렇게 조사를 했고 여기 다 팠니? 아직도 못 팠어? 아이씨, 뭐 하는 거야? 아, 여기 빨리빨리 파야 뭘 어떻게든 할 거 아니야. 아, 제가 일만 들었다니까요. 빨리 해달라고요. 아, 해달라고.
Mr. Holmes, I should like to take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
None, Lestrade.
용의자들을 신문하라. 여기만 유독 밝단 말이에요. 그리고 피에 물이 섞여있던 걸로 보아 얼음칼일 확률이 높지 않을까 라는 생각을 해봅니다.
These baths are becoming sinister.
아니 너무 현장과 범행 도구가 잘 맞잖아. 그쵸, 은도 설명을 해야겠죠?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I am assisting the police with their investigation of the
은은 그
murder
얼음칼의
of
뼈대가
Sir
아닐까라는 생각?
Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes.
만약에
My name is Percival Blinkhorn.
그렇게 되면 혈액의 물이 설명이 안 되니까요. 얼음칼을 만들기 위한 뼈대가 아니었을까요? 예의 바른 태도 정중함. 멜빵! 굳은 살. 수염! 수염! 안 되네요. 자, 밝은 현장이 있었고.
What is your occupation?
I'm an archaeologist, specializing in the Roman period. I'm working on several excavation sites at present, including the baths at Strand Lane.
Can you tell me more about the baths?
Well, we're hoping to retrieve a great many interesting artifacts from the site, and to list any items of value before their eventual restoration and exhibition.
And has it been successful?
It has, thanks to Sir Rodney.
로드니 경에
What is your
대해서.
relationship with Sir Rodney?
Well, I couldn't say that he was a kind man, no. But he was talented. I felt a great admiration for him, I must say.
Was it your first collaboration?
I had met Sir Rodney briefly once in Egypt, and I'd shared my researches with
머리가 비으셨네!
Surprisingly, my work did convince him to come here. He arrived only a couple of months ago.
탈모잖아!
Surprisingly.
Well, Sir Rodney is...
빛이 나! 빛나! 모니터스 빛나!
So very secretive, too. But I learned so much from him. I can't believe that he's dead.
Can you tell me what you saw today?
Well, we entered the steam room and we all went to sit down. The steam was particularly dense, and I didn't see anything much further after that. I just heard Mr. Garrow shouting, but we all ran for the door and bumped into each other. I was very alarmed by this point.
What did you do?
Well, the door was stuck, and with all the steam, it was quite frightening. I was barely able to see my own feet. Garrow was covered in blood.
Do you believe that Garrow killed Sir Rodney?
Oh, no. Garrow couldn't harm a fly.
이상한 일.
Can you recall any recent event that would occur to you now as being a little strange?
Well, yesterday we had a small argument.
Is that all?
가파 같다, 가파.
Sir Rodney informed me that he was to attend the London Archaeological Congress with me. Then he advised me of quite the opposite. And rather aggressively, too.
녹아내린 은조가.
We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
No. Silver, you say? No, I don't know how it got there.
Champagne.
Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
No, I did not.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, Sir Gregory. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with the investigation of the murder that took place this morning. Would you mind answering a few questions?
Tell me, Mr. Holmes, will I need to stay here for very much longer?
아, 되게 거만하시네요. 범인 되고 싶으신가? 제가 말 한마디면 범인 될 수 있어요. 부유한 집안. 여드름. 입꼬리? 잘난 채? 직업! 백수진호! 나처럼 무직이지?
You are the manager of the baths, is that correct?
Yes, I'm passionate about archaeology. I wanted to restore the ruins. My ambition is to open the baths to the public. Living archaeology can be a profitable business, although now I'm not so sure.
I see. When do you wish to begin using the baths?
When the archaeological researches are over, I will be free to complete the restoration. It is the usual process.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney Bentcliffe?
You were not particularly close. He had an unpleasant temperament.
당신도
Suspicious,
친절하지 않아.
authoritarian, unkind. People possessed by genius may be forgiven for their nature, but not by me.
Was he obstructive?
Not at all. Everything he did led us to greater success. He helped us increase the potential of the building.
Please tell me what happened this morning.
The test that we performed this morning was a success. The steam was working well. But then, of course, that awful murder.
What did you see?
The steam was too thick to see anything. But ask Garrow. He saw the body first.
이상한 일은
Had Sir
없었습니까?
Rodney exhibited any recent strange behavior?
Look, I'm not a suspicious fellow, but I think that he had professional interests elsewhere that he did not wish us to know about.
Why should you think that? Where?
I have no idea. But after all, it was not my business.
Some melted silver was found inside the steam room brazier. Do you know where it came from?
Silver? No.
다 모른다 할 거지 아주
Did you
그냥.
bring a bottle of champagne to the baths?
Absolutely not. Sir Rodney did, I think.
다 로드니 탓을 하네.
Please escort this suspect.
괴로운 로드니,
for
괴로운
interrogation.
로드니. 아주 그냥 떠넘기기 바쁘지?
A good day to you. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I am Tristram Garrow.
이분 어디서 많이 본 것 같은 얼굴인데? 이분 어디서 많이 본 것 같지 않아요? 그 극한 직업. 네. 네, 극한 직업. 부어있는 눈, 서투른 면도질, 식은땀. 땀이 보여? 더러운 옷, 호신용 부정, 파타마의 손, 미신. 직업.
What is your occupation?
I am a councillor at the district chamber.
What were you doing at the baths?
Well, I follow the researches. I am interested in archaeology.
You follow them?
Yes. So many things happened and we need to know. Or perhaps it's better hidden.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Garrow.
I meant nothing.
숨겨야
I
한다고?
apologize.
What was it like to work with Sir Rodney?
It was like working with a genius. He was a hard man, but then you know this world is hard. There are always people who want to steal from you. And he trusted me, but oh.
Are you feeling unwell?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is I. I remember. Oh, I feel so sorry.
Do you need anything?
I feel bad. I hear.
여기 짜장면 하나만 시켜줘요. 제 배고픈가 봐요. 짜장면 하나만 시켜주세요. 배고픈가
Please try
봐요.
to recall what you saw today.
The room was so hot. I had to remove my glasses. I was not feeling so very well in there.
But you found the body.
I saw the knife, you know, flying through the air. I saw the blood. I tried to escape. I don't remember.
단무지 많이.
What did it look like?
Everything was as if in a nightmare. It all happened so fast. The knife was shining like gold.
이상한 일은
Had Sir
없었나?
Rodney exhibited any recent strange behavior?
Well, he had been rather secretive these past few days. Last Thursday, for example, I saw him leave. When he returned, it was very late. He showed me some wet coins, Roman coins, and he started to laugh.
We
녹아내리는
discovered some
조각.
melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
It didn't help. The power is too strong.
네가
Did
넣었어?
you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
What? No.
Garrow appears to be rather mentally disturbed. Either that or he is a good actor.
화로 속에 녹아내린 은조각을 발견했다. 은재 흉기를 사용했을 가능성. 이거 안 되고. 됐다, 됐다. 소지품이 수첩.
Rodney Bentcliffe's notebook. It may contain something of interest. The last
찢어진
pages
부분.
were torn out. We must find a way of retrieving Sir Rodney's last lines. Watson, please prevent anyone from entering the room. But first, fetch me a pencil. To begin with, a few strokes of the pencil will be enough. I don't want to damage the traces.
드디어 발견했어. 역사에 길이 남을 날이로군. 꼼꼼하게 칠해야지. 꼼꼼하게 칠해야지. 나는 꼼꼼한 성격이니까 꼼꼼하게 칠해야지. 색칠 공부, 색칠 공부. 꼼꼼하게 칠해야지.
And then to gently smudge the leftover pencil marks with a handkerchief. I'm sure that Watson won't mind if I use his.
꼼꼼하게 닦아야지.
Mr. Holmes, the coroner... But what are you doing? Tampering with the evidence?
I prefer to make them talk. Today, I almost found it. This date will go down in history. Sir Rodney was about to make an outstanding discovery.
Wonderful.
I could retrieve only the final words. The rest of it is lost. Perhaps the autopsy will assist us in that matter.
I'm not sure that I can allow you to inspect the body now.
I am sure that you must, Constable.
Well...
로드니 벤트클리프 연령 63세 곡선형 칼날에 관통당한 우측 안구가 파열되었다. 칼날은 전두고를 뚫고 들어가서 전두엽을 지나 뇌량을 찢어냈으며 손에까지 손상을 입은 피해자는 과다출혈 사망. 해당 상처는 피해자의 사망에 직접적인 영향을 끼쳤고 우측 폐의 상엽층에선 점액으로 둘러싸인 오래된 상처가 발견되었다. 또한 매장지에 대기를 들이마셨을 경우에 발생하는 만성질환으로 인한 섬유세포 가당 역시 발생되었다. 해당 질환은 무덤가에 묻힌 부패한 미라나 물기가 없는 상태로 부패한 음식물 등의 원인으로 밝혀졌다. 여타 장기엔 손상된 부분이 발견되지 않았다. 그렇다네요.
A hand-drawn map.
지도, 동전.
An old and rather dirty coin. This
가져가도 돼,
ring
이거?
was most likely the one that Sir Rodney wore. He removed it before entering the steam room. An Egyptian symbol. It is a very old jewel. An Egyptian... I see the join. This ring was repaired and
은으로
quite badly
조약하게만
too,
수리를
with
했어.
silver.
Why on earth would they wear such a ring?
A very pertinent question.
이거 다 가져가도 돼? 편지. 블링콘 씨께 블랙콘 씨, 저는 어떻게 하면 목욕탕이 발전할 수 있는가에 초점을 두고 있는 사람입니다. 헌데 현재 당신의 지휘하에 발굴이 이뤄진 냉욕장에선 뚜렷한 성과가 없는 상황입니다. 유물을 발견하지도 대중들에게 냉욕장을 공개하지도 못하는 상태란 말입니다. 냉욕장은 로마식 목욕탕을 간접적으로 경험하는 데 있어 중요한 요소 중 하나입니다. 2달 후까지 발굴을 완료해 주시기 바랍니다. 다른 일거리를 찾아주셨으면 합니다.
An ordinary pencil.
Garrow.
When Garrow found Sir Rodney dead, he wiped the blood upon himself. A phial with herbs. Do you know what it is, my dear fellow?
It's the St. John's wort flower, Holmes. It's commonly used as a drug against melancholia. However, an overdosage might lead to a rash or even hallucinations.
이것만 가져가도 되나?
An embroidered silk handkerchief. A fountain pen with solid gold trim. Sir Gregory Pitkin's visiting card.
시체조사.
According to the coroner, there were no cardiac problems nor lung congestion, but there were traces of fungus, possibly contracted from the Egyptian tombs. The coroner observed no stomach nor liver disease, if we're to accept that Sir Rodney was an occasional drinker and 63 years of age. An unusual wound,
곡선형 칼날?
inflicted by a curved knife, which resulted in instant death, as the coroner's report says.
Some light bruising.
밧줄에
caused
쓸려
by a
생긴
rope.
멍자국.
The bruising is in lines. They were caused by a rope around the waist. Sir Rodney was descending somewhere.
지하 어딘가에 뭐가 있나? 로드니 경은 무엇을 숨기려 했을까? 그 때문에 뭔가 일이 벌어진 게 아닐까. 그가 숨기려 했던 비밀을 밝혀내자. 최근 연구 실적. 기괴한 상처와 아무리 봐도 뭔가 물로 살인을 했다가 가장 옳겠죠? 얼음?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
아, 와봐. 더 물어볼 게 있어. 반지!
Do you recognize this ring?
Certainly. It's the famous Aswan ring. Sir Rodney brought it back from his last campaign in Egypt.
And he kept it for himself?
Sir Rodney has had his own particular...
그래서 본인이 착용하고 다니셨구나.
What can you tell me about Garrow?
Well, he always looks so sad. And he has been acting strangely lately. He complains about voices and visions. I will keep an eye on him because I'm worried.
How well were your researchers progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather well.
아닐 텐데요.
This letter reveals that Sir Gregory was prepared to put a stop to your work.
Yes. But since Sir Rodney's arrival, he had calmed down. He allowed us to work. I'm not sure what they agreed on.
What will happen now that Sir Rodney is dead?
Well, I haven't thought about that. But if it's needed, I will fight to defend Sir Rodney's expectations.
Please escort this
피켓!
suspect for
들어오세요.
interrogation.
다음 손님.
How was the work progressing
작업은
before Sir
어떠셨나요?
Rodney's arrival?
Rather slowly, I would say.
Sir Gregory, could you please explain this letter? You expressed the wish to call off the research work at the baths.
It was all about Blinkhorn. He was merrily digging away and taking very little care about it, ruining everything and finding nothing of any value.
블링콘?
But the arrival of Sir Rodney changed your mind?
Sir Rodney's work was extremely promising, and it was good for the bath's publicity. So yes, I changed my mind.
Are you aware that Mr. Garrow is under a form of medication?
Garrow? No, but I never liked that parasite.
Do you believe him to be capable of murder?
Well, he did have blood on him. Does that make him a murderer?
알겠습니다. 자,
Please escort this
게러우 씨
suspect for
들어오세요.
interrogation.
반지!
His ring! Oh, it should be destroyed.
Why do you say that?
It is a cursed ring, digging dark secrets.
Really?
It is after me now. I know it. I shouldn't have worked on it in the workshop. It's too late now. This is the coin that he showed me. It is from the 3rd century.
3세기경의 물건?
It must be very rare.
No, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you. This will help me to calm down.
Do be careful with the dosage.
I will.
I mean it.
연구 실적이 무엇일까요? 런던 경찰국까지 왔고요. 목욕탕? 아! 백과사전을 보면 되겠네. 최근에 하던 발자취를 찾으려면 백과사전을 보는 게 낫지 않을까? 신문이나? 로드니는 과연 최근에 무엇을 하였을까요? 로드니는 과연 최근에 무엇을 하고 다녔을까요? 로드니 경은 벤트클리프 경이 발굴한 미라. 아스완에서 대규모 발굴 작업이 이른 3년이 지났고 로드니 벤트클리프 경은 학술 조사를 전두지휘한 중 안구가 적출된 상태였으며 이제까지와는 전혀 다른 자세를 취하고 있었고 오른손을 무언가를 붙잡기를 하듯이 쭉 뻗은 상태, 선체로 매장, 갈구한 여인력 벌침.
By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy.
걸맞지 않은 자의 눈을 도려내. 관 옆면을 라틴어로 걸맞지 않은 자의 눈을 뽑아서 벌을 내렸노라.
My archive.
로드니경에 도착한 이후 발굴 작업을 순조롭게 진행했다. 하지만 블링콘의 자존심은 커다란 상처를 남겼다. 그렇죠? 블링콘의 굴욕이겠죠? 저 냉탕 됐나요? 냉탕 됐나요? 냉탕 됐나요? 아니 뭐 하냐고 냉탕. 에? 사람들이 다 똑같지 않나요?
Mr. Holmes?
What should we do next, Holmes?
All these events are bad for the baths.
내가 무슨 생각을 했어요? 근데 나 되게 평범하게 했다고 생각하는데. 되게 평범하게 하고 있다고 생각하는데 어떤 부분이 안 평범한 거예요? 나 모르겠는데 진짜로.
On the sofa for the third time today. Well, don't be surprised if
도대체 어떤 부분이 나 진짜 몰라서 그래.
always consult with it.
알려주면 스포야? 그러면 다 끝나고 알려줘요. 나 궁금한데 갑자기? 그렇게 얘기하니까 되게 궁금한데? 혹시 내가 잘못된 길에 가고 있고 막 그런 건가 지금?
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes?
내가 뭔가 놓친 게 있나봐. 뭘까요? 제가 놓친 게.
I'm not sure. Good day to you, Mr. Holmes.
Locked.
여기는 한 번도 열어본 적이 없네. 로드니경이 발견한 연구 실적이 무엇인지 밝혀내세요. 연구 실적이 뭘까요? 지도. 오케이, 확인. 그건 내가 되게 멍청하다고 한 거랑 똑같은 것 같은데?
Watson, pack your bag. We are visiting a location in St. Albans marked on Sir Rodney's map. This archaeological site has been abandoned. Why did Bentcliffe come here? This archaeological site has been
쪽문 열고.
This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city.
미트라 숭배자들은 일반적으로 숭배되었던 준호와 넵튠의 숭배자에 비해 은밀하게 움직이는 세력이었고 약간 2단 같은 느낌이었겠네요. 전통적인 신들의 힘을 빌어 미트라의 신전으로 가기 위함이라는 설이 존재하고 프랑스의 디오에 위치한 신전이 대표적인 사례 중에 하나. 신전 입구가 다이애나 조각상의 아래쪽에 위치. 이러한 입구는 돌과 밧줄을 이용한 장치를 의해 작동된다. 또한 수분의 침식으로 인해 장치가 파괴되지 않는 한 타인이 입구를 찾아내는 것은 불가능할 정도로 정교하다. 미트라의 신전은 로마, 오스티아, 르메아, 달마티아, 영국 및 라인 다뉴브 계면 등지에 발견되며 그리스, 이집트, 시리아에서는 드물게나마 발굴되기도 한다 라네요. 야, 막 가져가도 돼? 숭배자들은 속이 빈 코코넛을 이용하여 말과 목소리를 흉내냈다. 악령을 내쫓는 상태에서 신을 맞이하게 하는 의식인 셈이다. 악령의 자신을 지켜본다고 여겼던 숭배자들은 자신이 가지고 있는 귀중품을 불에 집어넣기도 했다. 사하라 이남의 부족들은 과일을 불태웠으며 부유한 로마 출신의 귀족들은 은조각이나 양철을 불에 던져서 녹여버렸다. 불에 던져버린 귀중품을 잿더미와 함께 버렸는지 후일 재활용했는지 여부는 아직 밝혀진 바가 없다. 여기서 은이 나왔네요. 미트라가 도럭턴이 당시에 사용했던 단검은 본래 페르시아에 즐겨 사용했던 곡선형의 칼로 5도에서 15도가량 기울여져 있다. 단검의 명칭은 칼날이라는 뜻의 샴시르 단어에서 유래되었다. 의식에 사용된 단검은 완만한 곡선형 뭉체를 이루고 있어 시미터, 그렇죠? 탈바르, 킬지, 펄바르, 몽골, 사브르 등에서 파생된 것까지 보인다. 금제 단검은 수수께끼 투성의 미트라 숭배 의식을 설명한 열쇠이며 기독교 성배와 동일한 선상의 존재다. 또한 단검에 손댈 자격이 없는 자에게는 핏빛 저주를 낸다는 전설 역시 전해내온다. 미트라 신앙은 서기 4세기 초 로마 제국에서 발현된 수수께끼 유파. 페르시아 신화에 등장하는 미트라는 그리스인들에 의해 미트라스라는 새로운 이름을 얻었으며 이전과 다른 독창적인 형태로 형상화되기 이른다. 미트라 숭배자들은 제의적인 형태를 띠는 7단계마다 계급표를 가지고 있다. 숭배자들은 미트리아라고 불리는 지하 신전의 대규모 집회를 벌였던 것으로 밝혀졌고 미트라에 관련된 상징적 전설론 바위에서 태어난 황소를 죽였다는 도럭턴이 설화가 있다 라네요. 대충 흉기가 보이긴 하네요. 여기서 흉기를 주워버렸네. 저거 티탄 아닌가요? 티탄?
The Cyclops, a one-eyed creature
아,
helping
사이클롭스네.
Vulcan
티탄인 줄
at the
알았네.
forge. Vulcan, the god of fire and metalworking.
아, 보통은 여기서 흉기를 한다고? 아, 보통은 여기서 흉기를 추리해야 되는 거예요? 아, 근데 샴페인과 얼음, 물, 피에 섞인 물. 아, 너무 얼음칼 같아 보여가지고 나는 그냥 얼음칼이라고 외친 것 뿐이었는데? 그게 일반인과의 다른 점인가?
I don't need the ropes for now.
아, 나 이상한 사람 됐네.
Excavating tools, a bucket, shovel, and brush. I don't need the ropes for now.
아, 추리의 서순이
I don't need the
반대예요?
ropes for now.
아니, 이게 사람들이 보통 이렇게 생각하지 않나요? 흉기를 없애버리려면 그냥 아예 존재 자체를 없애버리는 게 가장 맞지 않을까? 옵사 자네 스스로를 과대평가한 경향이 있는 듯 싶네. 더킨 여사의 하드리아스 문에 대한 논문을 보고 얼어붙은 소식에 웃음을 금치 못하겠더군. 어쨌거나 논문 심사가 코앞이니 어정쩡한 동반자인 자네들이 말했던 두뇌라는 걸 사용해보게나. 가스트라페테스 모형은 손대지 말아주겠네. 내 말을 어겼다간 무엇 묻으시게 지난 2년간 행적을 나나치 고할 생각이니까 말이네. 추신 호흡스의 참치 샌드위치는 내가 먹었다네. 이 개색. 음식은 건들지 말았어야지. 저들의 수준은 사람들이야 앞니를 내다보지 못해서 위대한 업적을 발굴하지 못하는 자들이지요. 몇 주 내로 스트랜스대로 목욕탕에 대해 좋은 소식을 전해드리겠습니다. 고귀한 고고학적 유물을 발견하기 직전인 상태라서 말입니다. 블랙모어경과 비슷한 지위를 갖추셨던 선조들께 자신의 힘을 증명하고 국가를 위협함으로 지키기 위해 사용했던 물건을 발굴하고 있답니다. 나는 그 은재 무기가 뼈대라고 생각해.
This is a reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow.
은재까지 설명하려면 그 부분밖에 없어서.
This is a reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow. The gastrofets were used with ropes and hooks for sieges.
은까지 설명하려고 하면 근데 여기서 은이 설명이 돼버렸네.
This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city. The gastrofets were used with ropes and hooks for sieges.
그럼 갈고리 대신 사람을 매달고 쏴버렸으면 어떻게 했을까?
This is a reproduction. This railway is used to remove rubble from the site.
그거 되게 사소한 건데 변태가 돼버렸네요. 아, 근데 좀 억울하네 얘기 듣고 보니까.
I don't need the ropes for now.
나 뭐 해야 돼? 발굴 장소를 조사하십시오.
Construction hooks. Neptune, the god of the sea. It is a statue of Minerva.
아, 미네르바.
It is a broken statue of a bull.
조사 당한 거 아닌가? 여기 해야 되나?
This wall was covered with mud recently. What could be hidden here?
꼼꼼하게 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 다 지워 다 지워 지워버려. 꼼꼼하게 다 지워. 다 지웠겠지? 다 지웠겠지?
I can see now. Frigidarium. It is located at the Roman baths in London. Someone took the time to hide the fresco, but what for? I need to visit this place.
냉욕장을 방문하라. 근데 이게 왜 아까 얼음칼이라고 제가 추리를 했었냐면은
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
그 사이에 은재 무기를 던져 넣을 수 있을 만한 시간이 안 될 것 같았어요. 그래서 그냥 아예 흉기를 없애버리는 게 더 낫지 않을까라는 생각에 바로 얼음칼이라고 얘기한 것 뿐이었거든요. 일 다 했니? 아, 다 했구나. 사람을 찌르고 문에 바로 다 붙었다 그랬단 말이에요. 그럼 은은 미리 넣었다는 소리고? 아니, 변태가 아니고요.
Perhaps I could find some clues by activating the.
뭐지? 손 눌러봐. 그 동시에 시간이 안 될 것 같았어요. 예. 왜는 봐. 월계관. 전걸. 카두세우스. 저거 헤르메스가 들고 다니는 그거 아닌가? 삼지창. 물병. 월계관, 전걸, 삼지창. 뭘 의미하는 걸까? 거미, 투구, 배, 외눈박이, 월계관,
A hidden symbol.
그렇군요.
A hidden sign.
무슨 사인일까?
A symbol. Now I have all the clues to help me find where these symbols are leading. All I need is imagination.
이렇게 해서 맞추는 걸까요?
The signs are pointing to this bust.
여기네. 저기였네. 여기가 아닌가 보네. 반대인가 보네. 여기네.
What is this place?
I am unsure, Watson, but everything points to the fact that it was the last place
그러면
visited by Sir
밧줄로
Rodney
인한 그 허리
We
등
are approaching
설명이
the
되죠.
end of this mystery.
왓슨 길 막지 마.
A broken glass plate. What is it doing here? I should examine it at Baker Street.
네, 베이커가 가야 되고요. 등불.
How very peculiar. An ice maker.
Why would Sir Rodney have brought such a device here?
뭔가 이유가 있지 않을까?
A
소금.
sack of crude salt. Mithras, the god, clothed in Anatolian costume and wearing a Phrygian cap, killing the bull. This fresco resembles either a ladder or a hierarchy.
미트라 숭배자 입단 계급표. 오! 만드느라 고생 좀 했겠다.
How dreadful. Judging by the broken orbit, this poor fellow met a death similar to Sir Rodney's. How
This shoe is not from the Roman era.
중세시대
It is
신발.
medieval at best. This man was a tomb raider who met with an unfortunate end.
By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
The fire casts a shadow upon the floor.
그림자.
It is very similar to the face of
오, 이게 미트라구나.
It is very. The pillar collapsed a long time ago.
다공판? 아.
This shadow seems to represent a bridge.
다리? 뭔가 더 있을 것 같은데요?
Mummified bodies, wherein some type of.
왓슨 길 좀 막지 마, 제발. 왓슨이 길 막아요.
It resembles a bull.
불 붙여봐.
That is the symbol of Neptune, the god of the sea. The shadows show us the way to go.
넵튠 황소 다리.
After Neptune, the bull, and the bridge.
미트라 신전 입구로 향하라. 이쪽인가요? 저긴가?
We cannot go any further. A shovel, not from the Roman era.
야, 삽으로 파네.
We cannot go any further. Mummified bodies. Mummified bodies. We're in some type of catacomb.
What should we do next, Holmes?
나한테 물어보지 말고 너도 한번 계획을 세려봐. 너도 한번 계획을 한번 세워봐. 그게 좋지 않을까?
A sack of crude salt.
여기가 냉육탕의 비밀이었구나. 다 찾은 거 같죠? 뭐 올라갈 수도 없고.
Mummified bodies. We're in some mummified bodies. We're in some type of catacomb.
전장을 보면서 가자고. 전장에 혹시나 뭐가 있을 수도 있어요. 없네요. 천장에 뭐 있을 줄 알았는데.
I'm all.
발굴 현장. 더 뭐 발굴할 게 없나? 나에게 단서를 줄 만한 무언가가 더 이상 없는 것 같은데? 자, 저거 유리판 조사하면 되겠죠?
There are 12 pieces here. Let's try to gather them. I will count this piece as a starting point.
아하, 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 아 이거구나.
I will count this piece as a starting point.
아, 요런 식으로 볼 수 있네요. 어허. 입증 한번 해볼까요? 아, 이거 모양마다 다 다르네요. 아하. 이제 알았어. 이렇게 뾰족한 모양도 있고 넓적한 모양도 있고. 아하. 자, 그럼 조금 모난 거겠죠? 그럼 얘도 얘랑 이렇게 맞아야 되지 않나? 우선 얘는 맞네요. 조작감이 조금 그렇긴 합니다. 하나하나 천천히 맞춰가죠. 좀 가까이 보고 싶은데? 자, 지금 하면은 요거란 말이죠. 그럼 밑바닥이 뾰족한 거부터 찾으면 되겠죠? 밑바닥이 뾰족한 거. 네, 요거네요. 왜죠? 왜 얘가 안 합쳐지는 거지? 밑바닥이 뾰족한 거. 얘밖에 없는데 밑바닥이 뾰족한 거는? 아, 옆에가 안 맞구나. 이거 돌리고 그 다음에 얘가 일로 이렇게 와야 될까요? 사각형. 얘밖에 없는 것 같은데.
I will count this piece as a start.
제가 방금 모양을 망가뜨렸나요? 입체 감각이 좀 없나봐요, 제가. 아니, 실수했다. 뭐지? 왜 안 맞지? 껴지긴 해야 되는 거 아니야? 이거 하고 얘하고 얘인가 보네. 얘하고 얘인가 보고. 아, 또 바꿨네, 실수로. 잠깐만. 아니 밑에가 어떻게 돼 있길래 그러지? 그럼 이거잖아. 근데 또 밑에가 안 맞네? 아, 여기 뒤에가 없구나. 아, 얘도 있구나. 얘를 못 봤네, 여태까지. 나머지 저거에 맞추면 되겠죠? 아, 근데 가까이 보는 방법 없나, 이거? 가까이 보는 방법 없나요? 아이씨, 한 번 눌렀을 때 이거 계속 고정되는 거 너무 불편해.
It is a mold, and it is ready for casting. The mold is prepared for casting. We just need to fill it with certain material. Sir Rodney has made a reconstruction of the mythical golden knife. He seemed unafraid of maledictions, and yet...
주조.
Half a glass of water should be enough to create a plaster
물 반
solution.
컵. 부어.
Now let us see what we have here.
열어.
This knife is very similar to that described by the coroner as the weapon that killed Sir Rodney.
You should not leap to any hasty conclusions, Watson.
됐네요.
Done. Watson, could you please use this negative and your photographic equipment to process the photograph?
생각보다
Thank you, Watson.
그림 맞추기 잘하죠?
Now I must use reagents to develop the photograph.
저도 알아요. 꼼꼼하게 쓱싹쓱싹 꼼꼼하게 됐다. 응?
The pyramids of Giza in Egypt. Sir Rodney. Ice. Salt. Ice cream. Another archaeologist, most probably. Ice cream in the desert. We are indebted to the Romans who developed the technique.
So that's it. Salt and crushed
소금과
ice
얼음
may
조각으로
help to
아이스크림을
create
만들
ice
수
cream.
있었다.
My analysis table.
누군가 로마 시대의 결빙 방법을 재현하자고 됐고. 오. 주영틀. 살해 용기는 주영틀로 만든 복제 단검. 발견한 재료들을 이용해 은재 단검을 만들어라. 얼음 단검을 만들어라. 로드니경의 발굴작업이 계속되자 로마식 목욕탕 공개를 미뤄야 했던 피키는 초라해졌다. 그 때문에 갈등이 있었다. 그렇죠. 초조해 지고 갈등이. 아 맞아 이거지. 다 했다. 자, 주조 실험.
If I wish to shape the ice knife, then I need to pour water inside the mold.
파란과 빨간은 뭔가요?
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius before beginning. A block of ice. I have only to use my ice pick. Ice, salt. Ice, salt. A block. Ice, salt, and then the mix. I think that ice should be a block. Ice.
Holmes, look. The temperature is reducing.
A block of ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach
어쩌라고?
a block. Ice. It's empty. Ice.
안 떨어지는데? 뭘로 저으라는 거야? 자, 물을
Ice,
넣고
salt, and then the mixing. Before beginning, I'm a block of ice.
자, 송곳으로
Ice.
얼음을 깨고
Holmes, look. The temperature.
소금을 넣고
Ice.
뭘로 저러? 뭐? 저을
Ice.
저을 게 없는데 저을 걸 주고 저으라고 해야 되는 거 아니야?
Ice. Ice, salt, a block of ice. Ice, salt.
자꾸 에임이 저기로 돌아가? 내려가죠?
Ice. Ice. I.
저기가 없는데? 뭘로 저어야 돼? 저어야 할 게 없는데?
If I wish to shape the ice.
그래, 얼음 단검을 만듭시다. 물을 붓고요.
Ice before beginning.
온도계로 저울하는 건 알 테고. 얼음 송곳으로 얼음을 으깬 다음에 붓고
The temperature.
소금을 붓고
Ice.
송곳으로 저어. 아니 이거를 한 번에 다 해야 되는 건가?
Ice.
뭐지?
We cannot be making it correctly. Let us try again and be precise with the timing.
물을 부어. 아니 저을 걸 줘야 졌지.
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. Before beginning.
네.
Holmes, look. The temperature is
받았습니다.
reduced.
이렇게 하는 건가?
Excellent. Now we must
이렇게
check
하는
to
거구나.
ensure that it is adequately frozen. If I wish to shape the ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. Before beginning.
이미 만들었어.
An ice weapon for a cold-blooded murder. An ice knife. A surprising and yet a very brilliant
와, 나
idea.
시작하자마자 그럼 진짜 살해독으로 맞춘
It enables
거구나.
one to kill a man and then it melts. The only trace it leaves is a small puddle on the ground.
Let us try to create an object from silver by using the mold. It will take a minute to melt the silver with my gas burner. Done. Now I can proceed further. The mold is hot. I should wait for it to cool down. Done. Now I can proceed further. A homemade silver knife. Excellent. We have created a knife with this.
It was extremely clever.
얼음 담근과 샴페인. 얼음 담금이 맞는 것 같아요. 아무리 봐도 얼음 담금이야. 뭐지? 진짜 나 미친놈인가? 미신 변태는 좀 여기 어딘가에 신전이 있다는데 밧줄하고 제가 저걸 아직 못 써먹어봤거든요.
This is a reproduction.
분해된 석궁 만들고 싶다 저거.
The door has been.
난 왜 미친 변태가 된 걸까? 아니 근데 상식적으로 생각해도 그래요. 또 누구나 얼음 단검을 생각했을걸? 어? 내가 유일해요? 아유 이상하다. 상식적으로 얼음 단검이 맞는데? 은이라고 생각하기엔 너무 뻔했거든. 내가 만약에 내가 만약에 사람을 죽였다고 했을 때 그 범행 도구를 그 사이에 그 증기 안에서 완벽하게 던져놓을 자신이 있을까? 라는 생각을 했거든요. 아니 없어요. 차라리 그냥 흉기를 없애버린 게 낫지. 아이씨. 아닌데? 아닌데? 아씨. 이러면 나 정상이라고 우길 수가 없잖아. 빨리 아니라고 해요. 나 정상이라고 할 테니까.
The door has been left open. Someone did not care or was in haste.
나머지 하나는 어딨지? 석궁 만들고 싶은데 저거. 석궁 만들어보고 싶은데. 신전을 발견해보고 싶은데. 석궁 어딨냐? 뭐 없나? 아무도 얼음 단검이라고 안 하는구나. 생각할수록 의외인데? 왜 얼음 단검을 생각을 못 하는 거지? 왜지? 왜일까?
This This?
아니 나 저거 갖고 왔어요. 그 밧줄하고 고리 갖고 왔어요. 갈고리랑 밧줄 갖고 왔는데? 신전 찾고 싶다. 신전 어디 있을까요? 신전이 어디 있을까? 신전. 뭔가 더 재료가 필요한 건가? 갈고리, 밧줄. 신전.
Fridge.
미안해 게임 제작자. 시작부터 얼음칼이라고 의심해서 미안합니다. 그러지 말았어야 했는데.
We should use these metal rings to... We should...
맞았다. 손해를 만들러 갑시다.
I should use the appropriate object. I should use the appropriate... Those rings on the bridge are perfect targets. This one is ready. This one is ready.
되게 안전하게 사네.
The bridge is ready. Now I must cross it.
이게 교량이야? 건너자. 조치를 취하기가 뭐지? 뭐지? 반응 좀 이상한데? 아, 이거 나올 때 그냥 바로 리듬 게임인가? 리듬 게임인가? 리듬 게임도 아닌데? 가자. 아니 눌렀다고! 뭐지? 뭐지? 어떻게 가라는 거지 이거? 응? 이거 어떻게 가라는 거지? 앞으로. 응? 아니 눌렀는데? 왜 안 되지? 뭐지? 마우스 눌러도 안 되는데? 이거 어떻게 하는 거지? 야야. 네, 각오만다. 네, 각오 말 거다. 이거 앞으로 가면 너무 휘청휘청 거리는데? 이거 건너뛸 수도 있어요? 이거 안 할 수도 있어요? 이거 갈 수 있게 만들어 놓은 건 맞아? 한 3걸음 걸었나? 아, 앞으로 가는 키는 없구나. 오케이. 어떻게 하는지 알았다. 오케이. 어떻게 하는지 알았다. 야, 이제 이동하자마자 왼쪽으로 확 기울어져 있으면 어떡하라는 거지? 아, 왼쪽 버튼 누를 때마다 아주 그냥 휘청휘청 되는구만. 이거 조치 취하기 누를 때마다 휘청휘청 거리는데. 와, 이거 갈 수 있나? 난 몇 번이나 더 빠질까? 갈 수 있어! 아, 너무 연약해, 홈즈! 아니, 눌렀다고! 눌렀는데요. 저 진짜로 눌렀어요! 눌렀다고요! 눌렀다고요! 저 진짜 눌렀어요. 얘가 반응이 이상한 거예요. 앞클릭할 때 제가 눌렀는데요. 지금 마우스 광클하고 있거든요? 와, 나 샷건 칠 것 같다 진짜로. 오, 헌어! 우! 두 걸음을 못 가네. 이거 살짝 오른쪽으로 기울어져 있는 거 알아요? 아, 깨비 아깝다. 거의 다 왔었는데. 이건 빠져야겠다. 이건 빠져야겠다. 아, 갈 수 있을 것 같은데. 안 돼! 눌렀어! 저 화살표 나올 때 움직이는데 왜 안 되지? 내 에임이 왜 자꾸 왼쪽에. 리듬게임 해야겠네. 눌렀는데 왜 자꾸 안 왼쪽으로 움직일까요? 나 오른쪽 분명히 누르고 있었는데. 이거 운빨이에요? 가는 거? 존나 운빨인데? 왜 전진을 안 해? 눌렀는데. 왜 전진을 안 해? 눌렀는데. 전진을 안 해? 눌렀는데. 나 앞으로 가고 싶어. 몇 번 정도 더 빠지면 될까요? 눌렀는데 전진을 안 해요, 얘가! 전진을 안 하네. 빠져야겠다. 한 번이라도 클릭 미스하면 안 되네, 이거. 방금 3번 클릭 미스 왔어요. 이거 클릭할 때마다 반동 심해지는 것 같은데?
Watson, come here. I have found something.
와, 드디어 들어왔다. 몇 회였지, 이거?
Are we inside the hidden temple of Mithras, Holmes?
I am not sure. We had better be careful.
미트라 사원의 흔적? 혹시 여기 사원과 목욕통이 이어진 건가? 제일 아래 계급 거 아니에요, 저거?
I saw this symbol.
Which way should we go, Holmes?
There ought to be some clues here. Let's take a look around. I saw this symbol in the tunnels. I saw this symbol. I saw this. I.
다리? 내가 들어온 입구가 어디지? 투구. 내가 들어온 입구? 투구인가? 투구에서 들어왔나? 다리로 가보자, 다리. 나 다리에서 왔나? 다리에서 왔네요. 왔으니 자꾸 길 막아요. 다리에서 왔네 나. 여기로 들어가서 미로처럼 만들어놨네? 자, 그리고 거미 다리 거미로 가죠. 막힌 길 왔으니 길 막아요. 거미는 아니네요. 제가 들어왔던 데가 계급표. 계급표로 보면 되겠네요. 계급표. 그 다음에 다리네요. 다리. 이거 무게 맞추는 거 같은데? 그죠? 이거 무게 저울 똑같이만 맞추면 되는 거 아닐까요? 그 다음 투구. 투구가 이 투구네요. 그 다음 거미 삽 그리고 뭐야? 거미. 이상한 낫 같은 거. 그다음 칼. 내가 저기서 왔고 그다음에 이상한 화살에 꼬다리 달린 거에 난 밝아요랑 이상 횃불? 난 밝아요 있네요. 난 밝아요 다음에 투구 칼 투구 옆으로 옆으로 세보자. 오! 켜봐. 앞으로 쭉 한 번 더 가보게. 여기 막혔네요. 저기가 맞나봐요. 길 막지마.
Look, it's the golden knife. but how to get it? Are we inside the hidden temple of Mithras, Holmes?
미트라의 비밀사원입니다 여기가. 손잡이 열렸네요.
Watson, I need your help.
오, 이렇게 왓슨하고 내가 스위칭이 가능하네. 왓슨 보고 돌리라 그러고요. 저기 문이 열렸죠? 문이 열렸으면 제가 한번 그쪽으로 가보죠. 이거 서로 번갈아 가면서 돌려가면서 그렇게 하는 게 아닐까요? 자, 왓슨 옆에 게 열렸거든요. 그러면은 왓슨을 풀고 왓슨이 한 걸음 가고 이걸 열면 뭐가 될까요? 제가 넘어가고요. 이게 정문 여는 그거네요. 정문 여는 거고 이 손잡이는 뭘까요? 왓슨 옆에를 활성화시키는 건가? 손잡이 풀어봐. 풀어봐. 왓슨으로 나와서? 이걸 돌리면은 그리고 왓슨으로 스위치. 자 가서 미트라님 단검 가지러 왔어요.
Golden knife of Mithras. A long-lost relic has resurfaced. Watson, it is time to conclude this case.
자 이걸 짚는 순간 문이 닫혔네요.
Now, we should find another way of getting out of here.
금제 단검, 찢겨진 수첩. 블링콘은 업적을 가로챌 위기에 처했다는 사실을 깨달았다. 그는 학계에서 입지를 드높일 일생일 때 길을 놓치고 싶지 않았다. 블링크논이 범이다. 아. 근데 그렇다기에는 어? 잠깐만요. 저 게임이 튕겼는데요. 저 게임 튕겼어요. 나 거기까지 세이브 돼 있으나? 제발 세이브 돼 있어야 되는데. 제발. 좀 마음 아픈데? 아니 게임이 갑자기 튕겼어요. 나 단서가 좀 모자르긴 한데? 개수가 안 맞아. 하나가 모자라요 지금. 다행이네요. 자, 이렇게 하면은 블링크혼. 자, 인물수첩 좀 보죠. 인물수첩. 블링크혼이란 사람이 있었나? 이걸 열어. 스위칭해서 들어가고, 이 세 번째 레버가 저 성문을 여는 레버가 아닐까 싶은데요. 성문을 여는 건 아니었네요. 우선 내가 나가야겠네. 우선 저 문이 탈출을 위한 문이라는 걸 알겠고요. 이쪽 레버를 돌리면 바로 옆에 게 열리죠. 첫 번째 건과 두 번째 건가 열리면 되는 거 아닌가요? 이거였던가 버튼이? 레버를 돌리고 난 나가고, 이걸 닫고,
The door controlled by this mechanism is already opened.
이걸 열어놓고, 어쨌든 저기 세 번째 걸 열어야 한다는 거잖아요. 왓슨 손잡이를 풀고 여기서부터 다시 하면 될 것 같아요. 그래서 두 번째 손잡이를 풀면 이거 내 거 내리고, 한 명만 탈출하면 같이 탈출해지겠죠 뭐. 그래서 세 번째 손잡이를 돌리면 제가 탈출할 수 있겠죠? 왓슨! 잘 있어! 잘 살아!
Holmes, you surely would not have left me here alone.
Very easily, but perhaps not this time.
Oh.
Very easy.
씨, 혼자 살아나가 보려 했더니 같이 나가야 되는 거야? 아이, 버리고 가려 했더니. 이게 여기 있는 열쇠겠죠 뭐. 가세. 비키세나 왓슨. 야, 신문하러 갑시다.
Please escort.
자, 용의자. 메트라.
What can you tell me about Mithras?
Oh, so much. It was the core of our work. Why do you ask?
Were you seeking the golden knife?
I see you are an amateur. Yes.
근데 어쩌죠? 제가 그거 찾았는데.
Our grail. It is said that it bears the only text explaining the ritual of the cult of Mithras.
I understand. I read something about immortality.
A myth. The knife would provide immortality only to the worthy one. And yet it is cursed, and it would kill you if you are not initiated.
Did you expect to find the golden knife at the baths?
Well, Sir Rodney thought that it might be there. Did you observe the knife representations there? They are so extraordinary. And we had hoped... it is a tragedy that he has passed away, taking all of his secrets with him.
범인이라고
As soon as
생각하고
I've
보니까
been
되게
released, I will continue Sir Rodney's researches in his memory.
되게 나빠 보이네.
Please
되게 얄밉잖아.
Perhaps you
미트라.
could explain the cult of Mithras to me.
No, there is nothing to say. We are not the worthy ones.
But Sir Rodney believed that he was.
He was wrong. I have visions. The golden knife, the mummy. Oh, it's all my fault.
Calm down, Mr. Garrow. Please.
자, 패키 씨.
The paintings in the baths are focused on Mithras, I understand.
Yes, they are what make this place remarkable.
And that is why Sir Rodney came here?
He believed that the golden knife, which is an ancient ritual item, was hidden somewhere around the baths. I admit that it would be wonderful if it were true.
And you are not concerned by the reputation of this artifact?
You mean the curse? Before someone is dead, it is a blessing. After they are dead, well, then it becomes a curse. Ha!
게로우의 나약함. 금제단검을 발견한 업적을 독차지하려는 벤트클리프의 속셈을 알고 있었다. 결국 벤트클리프를 제거하는 음모를 꾸몄으며 정의의 심판을 받아야 한다. 블링컨에게 선처를 베푼다. 아니? 사람은 그렇게 쉽지 않아.
I'm feeling rather uncomfortable. Why have I been put into these cuffs?
I fear that you had better get used to them, Mr. Blinkhorn. They are your reward for the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe.
What? No, that's a lie.
It is regrettable, for you are a talented archaeologist. I will request that you are placed in a prison where you are unable to dig an escape tunnel. That is, of course, if they decide that you shall live. The consulting detective who salutes your intelligence in performing the perfect crime, yes, but also the gentleman who detests your motivation.
You know nothing.
You wish to be the one who would reveal this to the world.
Is that the golden knife? How?
I also like to dig, you see. I only followed your trail. Such a pity that there is always someone willing to steal your credit, wouldn't you say? And there was the chance of a lifetime. You had to take it. It was not to be shared.
한 50번 물에 빠져가면서 가져왔습니다.
But now I am here, and there is no one who will stop the tread of justice, Mr. Blinkhorn.
수고하십시오.
Goodbye.
제가 자 범인이다. 규탄한다. 네, 범인이다 맞고요. 결론 제시. 동일한 도덕적 선택을 제시한 비유. 에비그레인지 저택 살인사건.
The game is afoot, not a word. Into your clothes and come. I'll wait for you in the sitting room.
Ooh.
I've just received a note from Inspector Lestrade, a letter from the suburbs. He is in need of my presence. Whenever he has asked for my assistance, it has always turned out to be entirely
그럼 다 내가 해결했지.
I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection.
Yes, they all seem worthy of...
However, I regret your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise.
Oh, Holmes, you...
I beg your pardon, I digress. It would be much better to examine this letter than to try to convince you.
안 주무세요?
I agree with you.
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
상륙축을 뒤에 두는 엄청난 사건이 벌어졌다. 저명하며 위대한 국어학자이자 대형 제국의 자랑 로드니 벤클리프트 경이 살해된 채로 발견됐고, 네, 사형. 제 책상
The
위에
letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a...
책상 위에 있다 그랬거든요. 제 테이블이 어디죠? 여기군요.
A wax seal with the monogram E.B. The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
Oh.
I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter.
지난해 홈즈씨 흥미로운 사건이 발생했으니 이리로 와서 도움을 주셨습니다. 홈즈씨 취향과 딱 맞는 사건입니다. 브레큰스톨 부인을 풀어드린 다음 현장을 그대로 보존하는 중입니다. 하지만 서둘러 주십시오. 유스터스 경을 이대로 내버려두기 힘든 노릇이니까 이만 줄이겠습니다.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always. It appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately.
Good,
I
good.
live in hope of an interesting morning.
Interesting morning. 자, 에비 그레인지 저택.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
사람을 불러놓고 이제 내가 나설 자리가 없다고?
And she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right. I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room. Lady
이쪽이 아닌가?
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
아,
Lady Brackenstall
여기
awaits you in
거실
the
아니야?
morning room.
아, 문 3개 중에 셋 다 틀렸네.
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting
Sherlock
Inspector
Holmes.
Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace
젊으시네요.
Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
뭐? 예쁜데? 되게 피부 곱다. 결혼 반지. 뭐 특별한 게 없을까? 헬스칸 얼굴. 흠이 있는 복장. 손등.
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close
너가
behind
범인
this
아니야?
man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were 3, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
도둑 맞은 물건
Did these
없습니까?
3 villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
You
불행했던
mentioned
결혼
that your
생활.
marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
오래된 몽자국.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you? Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time. Out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
Your ladyship?
테레사.
Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
테레사를 테리사라고 하네요. 테리사. 자. 깊게 패인 주름살. 고된 노동의 흔적. 전속 카니어. 커피 자국. 커피를
As I sat by my
엎었나?
bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
1시간 안에 다 털고 나왔다? 자작극? 아, 왜 이렇게 자작극 냄새가 많이 나지?
My mistress is very tired. Can't you allow her to her room?
그림.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame. This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it.
탁자엔 뭐가 있을까요?
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one? So the lady and her maid came to
호주에서
Australia
지브롤터
a
바이.
year and a half ago on this ship.
My mistress is very tired. Can't you allow her to her room? My mistress is very tired. Can't you allow her to her room?
아, 좀 기다리세요. 아직 조사할 게 남았습니다. 이주전 랜드 일가로 알려진 악명 높은 강도나의 시드남 지역 저택을 무단 침입하여 강도 행각을 벌였던 것으로 밝혀졌다. 기밀 수사인 관계로 피해자의 이름은 파악할 수 없었다. 목격자가 3인방의 모습을 정확하게 진술해둔 덕분에 범행을 저지른 인당의 신원을 파악할 기회가 생긴 것으로 보인다. 잭 랜들, 윌리엄 랜들, 멜빈 랜들. 영국으로 귀환한 선박을 무단 탈취했던 혐의로 수배 중.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
새로운 게 생겼네요. 자. 증거와 증언에 따르면 용의자는 랜들 강도단이 맞겠죠. 증거에 따르면. 하지만 저 신문을 보고서는 증거를 위조했다면? 금고 좀 열어주실래요?
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
We have to open it.
자, 그러면은
Your ladyship.
이거 제가
Let
열어도
us try
되겠죠?
to open this safe. This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
몇 번일까? 금고를 열었습니다. 의료 소견서. 육체 및 정신 건강이 심히 우려되는 바입니다. 간장대상 부전의 증세를 확인했습니다. 두 눈은 충혈되고 피부는 누렇게 뜬 상태입니다. 숨결에는 악취가 섞여 있는데 이는 간이 손상되었음을 의미하고 폐노형 역시 의심된 상황. 술 많이 먹지 말래요. 왼쪽 갈비뼈의 고통은 췌장 질환으로. 뭐야, 몸에 정상적인 데가 하나도 없네.
It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal. It is antique coins, possibly of value,
값비싼
but
고대
they're
주워.
scattered without care.
난 왜 이렇게 이게 자작극 냄새가 날까?
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
자작극 냄새 너무 많이 나는데? 좀 짙어.
Baron Lyndon Bracken, Lord Ramsay Brackenstall. What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another day he threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
The
개쓰레기네.
alcohol seemed to
주정뱅이 수준이 아니야. 이 정도면
To the
개쓰레기
point
아닌가요?
that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
이 정도면 개쓰레기 아니라 주정뱅이 아니야? 주정뱅이 수준이 아니라 개쓰레기 아니야?
Sir Warthen Brackenstall. Lord Brigham Brackenstall.
여기가 주방이겠죠?
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
아니요. 저 우선 식당부터 갔다 올게요. 식당이 아니네요. 아, 여기가 식당이야? 병난로 장식. 아니, 시체 때문에 막혀서 못 가잖아요.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me. A fur trader. It appears that
이 정도 길이까지 내려온다고?
A fur trader's cap.
시체를
So,
조사합시다.
Watson, what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
정말일까?
The head was cracked with the force of the blow.
정면에서 맞은 거 아닌가요? 이 정도면?
That must be the murder weapon.
근데 하지만 피가 묻어있지 않은
Quite a
걸?
large stick, a formidable weapon. Quite a large. Barefoot, he had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress. It is covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation.
세 살 때하고 시체. 부직갱에 의한 사망일 수도 있고요. 근데 부직갱이에 사망했다기에는 가정학대. 봅시다. 아내를 폭행했다. 가정폭력이 있었고요. 자, 이건 공존할 수가 없는 거죠. 하지만 이렇게 하면 공존이 가능합니다. 자, 이거는 뭐야? 뭐야? 화면 왜 이래?
There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured.
포도주네요, 포도주.
Chateau Calon Ségur, French wine.
잔이 3개.
Cruel. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. This glass has some. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other two are clear. A decanter standing next to the open bottle, an inseparable pair indeed.
이상하단 말이야. 하녀와 아가씨는 친해요.
This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting. These wine bottles are.
거짓말이었다. 정황이 여기로 가는데 지금?
An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents.
정말 훔쳤을까?
This cat.
정말 훔쳤을까? 진짜로 훔쳤을까요? 정말로? 나는 그렇게 생각 안 해. 자작극인 것 같아.
These A bottle of wine is missing here. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware. The hunting scene. The hunting scene. The hunter's cabin. A trapper's hut. A trapper's hut.
The death was instant.
아니야, 또 그렇게 생각하기엔 조금 너무 좀 뭔가 좀 이상하긴 해.
A deer hunt.
그럴 거면
This door leads to the upstairs bedrooms. Apparently the criminals did not venture there.
우선 그나저나 범인은 어떻게 들어왔을까? 범인은 어떻게 들어왔을까요? 만약에 범인이 외부인이라고 했을 때 그럼 어딘가에 이걸 넘어온 흔적이 있지 않을까요? 그 야심한 밤에 범인이 들어와서 이 어두운 곳을 지나? 범행을 했다? 말이 가능한 일인가? 이게 가능하긴 한 건가? 난 불가능하다고 생각하는데. 그림자를 봤다.
Have you found any interesting clues yet, Mr. Holmes?
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behavior.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead. But a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was especially hard for her.
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
Your ladyship?
런던엔 지인이 없다.
Have you found any interesting clues yet, Mr. Holmes?
Sailor's knot. That's interesting. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound. to follow their trail. I will take it with me.
토비를 찾아가라.
This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
자작극 냄새가 많이 나네요. 이렇게 하면 맞겠죠? 이렇게 하면은 그 뱃사람의 매듭이라 그랬으니까 그 정황상 보면 그럴 것 같습니다.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case. I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
자,
Search, Toby.
찾아봐. 걔인데 사람보다 느린 것 같아요. 냄새를 추적해서 가면은 아까 제가 의심스러운데 여기였네요.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware. Brave Toby. The best... Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
길이 여긴 것 같은데. 자, 일로 가서 그 다음에 이쪽으로 가네요. 우물.
The scent leads to the...
우물 다음에 담을 넘어갔네요.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed.
왜 굳이 오두막을 두르고 우물 쪽을 지나갔을까? 그만큼 여유가 넘쳤다는 거죠? 왜 그랬을까? 자. 나는 범인이다. 나는 범인이다. 내가 오두막을 들렀다.
This hook might be useful. Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently
치아자루?
moved.
필요한 거 있으면 가져가라고
Small
했을까?
gardening tool. This old suitcase.
우물 내부.
There's something glittering at the bottom.
양동이 제거하고 갈고리를 걸고
There's something. Silverware. The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
이러면 너무 자작극이라고 보이잖아. 예쁘게 포장까지 해서 여기다 버린다? 왜일까?
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
이러면 이렇게 되죠? 누굴까요? 은식기를 찾았습니다.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
아, 경찰 존나 무능한 것 같아요.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
은식기를 찾았습니다.
We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
끝이야?
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
Your ladyship?
Holmes, don't look at me like that. I don't know what to think about all this.
That must... Quite a...
베이커 가루 먹어보자. 저거 분석해보게. 걔는 집에 데려다 줘야지.
Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are smooth.
날카로운 걸로 잘랐다는 소리네요. 깔끔하게 잘라낸 거 보니까.
Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope. The fibers from this cut appear to be different. The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
칼.
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
자, 매듭진 끈과 날카로운 칼. 그렇죠, 선원이겠죠. 자작극일 거고요. 너무 뻔하네요 이거는. 너무 뻔하다 이번 스토리는. 자작극이겠지. 에이, 자작극이겠지. 자, 이런 모든 연결고리가 지금 다 맞거든요.
Holmes, don't look at me.
Please leave my Mary.
Oh, what a horrible thing to.
아스나한테 한번 물어보죠. 아스나한테 물어보면 또 우리의 작은 홈즈들이 나타나서 작은 홈즈들이 해결해주겠지? 아슨?
What should we do next, Holmes?
아니 씨, 왜 맨날 거기서 보이고 그러세요?
Brave Toby, the best nose in the British Empire.
서재 1983년 1893년이네요. 지브롤터의 바위가 인도, 뉴질랜드, 호주를 거친 6개월간의 항해 끝에 런던으로 돌아왔다. 호주의 대지와 광산을 소유 중인 프레이저 가문의 상속녀 마리 프레이저 역시 런던에 도착했다. 마리 프레이저 영예는 켄트주의 부호인 유스터스 브레이크 등.
Here it is.
야, 코난 사이다.
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution.
그럼 스몰 홈즈들을 불러.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of
얘네들이 더 대단한 존재 아닐까?
and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
3 hours.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
Good.
I left it right on the table for you, sir.
This
명부를
list shows
봅시다.
the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must... And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th. This list shows the sea... This officer is still at sea. I do not think that this sailor... This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
토마스 윙커.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
허버트 잭 크로커.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
잭 크로커 선장.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days. This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
헨리.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
잭 크로커밖에 없네요.
Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him. Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
이 친구들이 더 대단한 친구들 아닐까?
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why.
단정한 외모, 정직함, 근육질, 신문 잉크, 깨끗한 장화, 선원용 칼.
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her. From when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right, if there was no evidence.
What then?
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder.
선원용 포박을 했고요.
And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
뱃사람들이 즐겨 쓰는
Yes,
매듭.
as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night?
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No. There is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have
자,
all the
어떻게
possible
범인을 밝혀낼까?
Now I understand why you dissect.
크로코 선장과 크로코 선장의 진술. 자, 그러면 이게 안 맞죠, 지금? 뭐가 안 맞죠, 지금?
Holmes, don't look at me.
Please.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
생각을 바꿔보자. 만약에 진짜 범인이 아니라고 했을 때. 자, 이렇게 되면 이렇게 되거든요. 근데 이거는 너무 아니지 않나요? 자, 범인은 2명. 랜드 일단 소행이 아니고. 확실한 물증이 없는데 판을 어떻게 깔 거지? 엔딩은 볼 수 있을 것 같거든요? 자작극은 안 되지. 너무 뻔했잖아, 이번 건.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
근데 부른다고 오네.
I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
What?
I know, because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife, the knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear. And it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
이렇게 끝나네요. 되게 슬픈. 아, 갑자기 키보드 쓰라고 해서 놀랐네.
You should have let me die. How can I live if Mary suffers?
I am sorry, Captain Crocker, but there has been quite enough death in this case.
시작부터 너무 자작극 냄새가 많이 났어.
Sir Eustace's killer. He tried his best to perform his own justice.
Well, I'm not surprised. Yes, it was me. I confess.
Here is a piece of evidence that can be used in court.
Perfect. A case that went smoothly for once.
다시 하네요. 동일한 방법으로 사건을 해결한 비율 94%. 모두가 이렇게 추리했지만 사람들은 덮어줬나봐요. 나 법의 수호자인데? 동일한 도덕적 선택을 제시한 비율. 나는 그냥 다 죽인다 그랬거든. 큐 왕립식물원의 비극. 아, 재밌네 이거. 멈추질 못하겠는데?
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample
홈즈는
of honey.
천재가 맞나봐. 진짜 미친놈이네요.
We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment.
Oh, 도둑!
Theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you
네, 봤습니다, 마음경.
here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I
꽃 가지러 가는 거였어, 식물원에? 도둑 잡는 게 아니라? 아, 오랜만에 진짜 게임 재밌게 한다. 너무 재밌다, 진짜. 이거는 꼭 다른 사람들한테 추천해줘야지. 응?
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic
저
Gardens.
정답 많이
There's no
맞췄는데요?
doubt that this place is beautiful. But are
저
you really
정답은 다
intending on
맞췄어요.
investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
정답은 다 맞췄습니다. 중간에 두 개 못 찾아서 그렇지.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go
아니,
and
엔딩
get a bucket of
확인했어요. 결과
fertilizer.
확인.
And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you?
스페이스바
If you're
눌러서
here for a visit,
확인해봤어요.
please do come back
다
on
저랑
Sunday.
똑같던데요?
I'm afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
빨간 글씨면 정답이 아닌 거예요?
A small favor for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the deputy director of Kew Gardens.
나 그럼 계속 오답이었네.
Is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants.
다 빨간색이었네.
them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
뭐만 하면 그냥 변태가 됐네.
He was my father.
야, 가불기 미안하다, 야.
Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house?
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection.
심장마비.
He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
몬테규 던의 사망 현장을 조사하라.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was...
왔으니 길 막아요.
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here. The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed.
파편.
Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. Blood. This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it.
사람?
Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound. The esconsson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
부서진 화분.
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
화분을 떨어뜨린다? 문을 부쉈다. 급했나? 문을 부쉈다 1. 화분을 떨었다 2. 이렇게 된 게 아닐까요? 이게 맞지 않을까?
This
서순상?
reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder? I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. Dry tropics.
열대 식물관? 아이씨! 길 좀 막지 마!
Water lily greenhouse. According to this,
아우, 왓슨!
these flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. Dry tropics.
맵이 또 넓네. 길면서 넓어.
There is a smell of burning.
불구덩이. 부서진 화분.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. The remains of a picture frame.
액자, 방독면?
A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. A broom handle was half burned. A broom.
뭐가 하나 더 있었는데?
The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned.
파리지옥이다.
A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the Colonial Collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material.
독가스? 방독면? 실시? 누가 방귀 꼈냐?
Colonial Collection. Water. Dry. Seed. Nursery. Park. Director's office. Ventilation.
환기장치. 환기장치가 제일 수상하다. 다 본 건걸?
A map of Kew Gardens.
큐가든의 맵.
Direct. Reserve.
비품실.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
환기 장치.
A water tank.
수조.
A ventilation.
미래의 내가 해주겠지. 미래의 내가 맵을 어떻게든 해주겠지.
Seed house. Locked.
미래의 내가 외워주겠지. 아, 안녕하신가요? 아, 우선은 안경을 쓰셨네요. 코가 날카로우시네요. 더럽혀진 목깃. 정원사의 손. 당신은?
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Would you unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
안 열어주시겠다 이거죠?
Can I help you, gentlemen?
자, 충혈된 눈, 눈물을 흘림, 비통에 잠긴 상태, 턱, 면도하다 난 상처, 깨끗한 손. 식물원에서 일하니?
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only. For I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
그렇다기엔 손이 너무
Even
깨끗한데?
if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. Palm House. A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
전혀 상관이 없는 것들만 하네요. 잡일 거네. 진짜 잡일이네. 너 이런 대우 받으면서 여기서 일하니? 그것도 비정규직으로?
Palm house. Water lily greenhouse.
What should we do next, Holmes?
알아서 할게.
According to this,
알아서 할게. 신경 쓰지 마. 식물 알람.
here is a list of the stolen plants.
Do not touch.
The plants were here. All of them was stolen.
1번부터 해가지고 쭉 있었나 보네요. 자, 맵을 한 바퀴 돌았거든요. 자, 이게 조사하라는데 조사할 게 남았나봐요.
Locked.
키 줘! 왓슨 이 새끼 길을 자꾸 처막네. 내가 있는 시가 지금 여기죠? 내가 있는 길이 여기고
Locked. Seed house.
What should we do next, Holmes?
홈즈야. 아스나.
Nursery. Locked.
What should...
왓슨 길 좀 막지마. 길 자꾸 막아. 어우.
Locked.
어우.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
어우. 어우. 좀 화나는데? 나 조사 안 한 데가 있나?
Just be careful with the plants during your...
난 뭘 조사 안 한 거지? 엔간한 건 조사 다 누르고 다녔던 것 같은데.
Locked.
언젠간 찾겠지 뭐. 아유, 왔으니 길 안 막으니까 편안한 데로 왔구만. 사전. 뱀기름.
Here it is.
자, 맹독포자. 신성.
That is... That is not the one I need.
신문에서 봐야 되지 않나?
That is not... That is not...
신성연구회?
That is not the one I need.
아, 신성이라며 신성연구회 아니야? 뭘로 봐야 되지?
That is not the one I need. That is not the.
뭐 해야 될까? 로마? 그리스? 이집트? 육도구. 이건 또 뭔데? 보고서? 신성연구회 이거구나. 아하, 여기 쓰는구나. 해당 단체 조직원들은 위대한 존재 트레와누 승부에.
Here it is.
여기 처음 써봐서
The
몰랐어요.
Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is.
값비싼 화분. 세이모 원예용품점. 런던 블러튼 3번가. 문서. 맹독을 발현시킨 과정은 복잡하며 특정한 화학적 비료를 통한 자연스러운 자극과 영양 공급이 필요하다. 애벌레를 이용해야 한다. 여기 있는 게 다이오니아 카니보러스, 카를루나, 플로렘. 그리고 여기 있는 리스트가요. 카를리나, 플로렘, 여기 있네요. 다이오니아 여기 앞에 3개가 독극물이네요. 특정한 조건에 의해서만 맹독을 발현하는. 블랙피터. 이건 틀렸고 하나 빼고 다 맞았네요. 철로가 틀렸네. 철로가 틀렸네. 저거만 단서 다 수집 못했어요. 단서가 2개가 모자라서 제가 추리를 제대로 잘못했나봐요. 잘못 눌렀네.
A map of London and the surrounding area.
화분 장신구 도구를 판매한다. 시간적 여유가 많으니까요. 추리할 수 있는. 신성연구회.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
정말 모르세요? 진짜로 모르시나요? 알 것 같은데.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
그거 다 사람들을 헷갈리게 하려고 그런 거예요. 이 사람은 과연 똑똑한 사람인가?
According to this, they have
아니면은 멍청한 사람인가? 헷갈리잖아. 어떻게 저걸 예측했지? 했다가 이걸 왜 못하지? 했다가 오 그래도 맞췄네 이러고. 다 제가 그 노린 겁니다. 노린 거 아시겠어요? 그 새로운 걸 찾다가 이제는 변태에 꽂히셨나봐요. 근데 아까 솔직히 얼음칼 했을 때 조금 살짝 소름 돋았죠? 알고 있어요.
What should we do next?
길이나 막지 마. 왓슨 새끼야. 아니 근데 그게 왜 변태야? 난 모르겠어. 아직도 모르겠어. 난 너무 당연하다 생각했거든.
A ventilation.
난 그게 당연하다 생각했어. 나는 범인이다. 나는 범인이다. 아 그래? 추리는 먼저 하고 나서 단서를 정합해야 돼. 추리를 수정하는 거 아닌가? 아 근데 다들 그러지 않나? 딱 사건을 만나면 대충 이렇겠구만.
Locked.
대충 이렇겠구만 하고서 딱 이제 예측을 하고
Locked.
What should we do?
예측을 한 다음에 단서를 본 다음에 내 추리가 맞았는지 하나하나 대입했다가 내 추리가 맞지 않아. 그러면은 이제 갈아엎는 거지 그때 가서. 그럼 처음부터 다시 생각하는 거지. 어디서 잘못됐을까? 뭐야 방금? 야 다시 한번 해보자. 야 서봐. 왓슨 좀 서봐 이쪽으로. 그렇지. 너무 멀리 갔어. 그렇지 거기 서봐. 아씨 안 되네.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
Locked.
근데 나 뭐 조사 안 한 거지? 이게 아까 온대요.
Locked.
여기 또 왔던데. 근데 보통 나처럼 만나나? 나 일반인 아닌가? 난 나름 킹반이라고 생각하면서 게임하고 있었는데.
Locked.
뭐 다 잠궈놓고서는 찾으라고 하면 씨부라 어떻게 찾냐? 이제 씨발 돌아왔잖아. 아니 그러니까 그게 왜 변태인지 모르겠다니까. 그게 변태? 변태가? 그게 변태가 맞나?
Water lily greenhouse.
아 근데 어쩌라고. 식물 알람 다 뒤졌잖아. 뭘 더 찾으라는 건데. 아니 뭘 더 찾으라는 거지? 나 여기 지금 한 3바퀴 도는 것 같은데. 아니 뭐 씨부래 숨겨놓고서 찾으라고 하면 어떻게 찾냐. 아, 난 추리 난이도보다 왓슨이 더 빡치는데?
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
왓슨 탈출, 왓슨 탈출. 아니 씨, 미로야 미로. 다 보이는 미로. 이상하다. 나 여기 아까 지나간 것 같은데.
A map.
나 지금 여기 있고 너 지금 거기 있어. 왓슨 개새끼야. 왓슨 개새끼야. 이상하다. 아까 여기 온 것 같은데. 어라? 이상하다. 맵 참 못 갔네 진짜. 원래 이따구로 생겨먹은 맵인 거죠? 내가 정상이지? 맵이 원래 못 같은 거지 이거? 아니 왓슨 개새끼야 비켜. 왓슨 개새끼야. 왓슨 개새끼야.
Dry tropics.
화분 조사했고. 내가 너무 뛰어다녀서 그래. 걸어다니겠어. 맵을 외워도 단서를 못 찾을 것 같은데.
Dry. Water lily.
자.
Here is a
도둑 맞은 식물이고요.
Very strange. Half of the colonial collection is absent. These windows were perfectly cleaned. The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
응? 아니에요. 눌러봤던 데라서 안 뛴 거였는데?
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. Part of this greenhouse was empty
대충 어디쯤
and
들었는지 다
thoroughly
기억해가지고.
clean.
이거였네. 시체를 부검하라. 시체를 부검하래. 아니 진짜 열받아서 뛴 게 아니라요.
They have light and
그냥 진짜 뛰다 걷다 뛰다 걷다 해가지고 이렇게 누르면서 뛴 거였어요.
these plants come from all the territories of the British Empire. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
오! 위에까지 봐야 되는 건 깜빡했네 내가. 대충 본인이 어디쯤 눌렀는지 다 기억하지 않나요?
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
왓슨 코스염 뜯어버리고 싶다. 웨인 일가 휴 왕립식물원을 개최한 전시회 홍보용 벽보는 훌륭했습니다. 허나 전 직원을 언급할 필요는 없지 않겠습니까? 제 이름만 표기해 주시기 바랍니다.
A beautiful. This watch is of great value.
값비싼 시계. 명함.
A membership card for the London Crest Club.
죽은 자는 말이 없지.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy. There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma.
손.
No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
적출, 적출!
The lungs are congested and edematous. The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
독극물 많네요. 대충 예상 가네요. 심장.
The heart's blood vessels show. The heart tissue shows no visible.
심장은 괜찮고. 간.
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction. The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
간은 깨끗하구만. 위.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
조사 끝.
My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean...
Yes, it is murder.
We should inform Lestrade.
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The
얘도
challenge
보면은
was mine.
공에 대한 되게 욕심이 많아.
Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No. We also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs.
아, 얘도 은근 보면 욕심 많단
It is
말이야.
time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building? I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
Montague.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
아, 이 새끼 진짜 변태 같은데? 아, 얘 변태 맞는 것 같은데? 나랑은 다른 세계를 사는 것 같은데? 나랑은 다른 세계 사는 것 같은데? 아, 진짜 왓슨 코스튬 뜯어버리고 싶다. 말씀 좀 묻겠습니다. 저기 뜯으면은 어떤 반응일까? 와, 질문 많다.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work.
너 수상해?
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
네가 범인 아니야?
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all.
원장으로 올라가기 위한 계략 아니야 이거?
Ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous.
귀찮아서 치워버린 거 아니야?
So after all, it was no wonder perhaps that he ended up like that. If you take into consideration his kind of life.
자작극 아니야 자작극?
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That and...
내가 해도 저거보단 잘하겠다 딱 그래서 죽인 거
He
아니야?
had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
열쇠 줘.
Can you tell us who
열쇠
holds
줘.
the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before. And now all of a sudden he's trying to act as if he owns the place.
근데 그 개까지 죽이는 거 아니야?
The management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience.
너 원장 자리에 욕심 있는 거 같다?
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
진짜로 그랬을까?
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
기대한 게 아닐까?
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
둘이 내연 관계 아니야? 왜 이렇게 감싸줘?
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he... why,
질투나서 죽인 거 아니야, 네가?
by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game?
그래서 죽인 거 아니야?
my head and wonder.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than...
아니, 독극물을 뽑아내는 식물도 있던데?
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Locked.
아, 잘못 왔네. 아, W 안 눌린. 아, 왓슨 제발. 안 되었네. 바로 옆인데 나. 여기였던가? 아니, 여기 아니야. 여기였던가? 왔네.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits
어디
here
살죠?
sometimes to help
몇
out with the
살이에요?
greenhouses.
예뻐요?
In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across
아니,
from
그래서
the large
예쁘냐고요?
greenhouse.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all.
아버지는 기대하셨던 게
He forced me
아닐까?
to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
부원장이 걸맞지 않은 사람?
Indeed. Well, that is most interesting. He told us that he was.
왜?
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
왜?
Do you not have a good relationship with
왜
Mr.
네가
Hamish?
맡아야 된다고
I
생각해?
suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. That my father
그래?
treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively.
마지막에 좀 레전드네. 다 무시한대. 한결같이 치네.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
종자실. 직원실이고. 여기가 종자실인가? 아, 묘목장이었네.
These young plants must... We can see the interior of the colonial collection room from this window. A glasses case. It is empty.
현미경.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
아 근데 온실에 사무실 있으면 더워 죽겠다.
An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year. A master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish.
그냥 단순히 오래 일한 수준이 아닌데? 어느 정도 지식은 있나 본데요.
What should we...
흉상?
It is a bust of Montague Dunn. It is a...
여기 있다. 이 부분이다.
I am curious if the marble... Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common. The seeds of plant species are stored here.
종자보관소. 종자 보관실. 어이 마가렛 씨. 범인 아니야?
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
아 왓슨
Why,
코스튬
thank
뜯고
you,
싶다.
sir, and good day to you too. But
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock
마가렛은
Holmes, the
과자 아닌가? 마가레트인가?
Yes,
이거?
I am he.
What a pleasure to see
마카로니
you here
먹고
at Kew
싶다.
Gardens. Are you working on
마카로니도
the case?
맛있는데. 값비싼 향수. 점이 있으시네요. 점이 있으시네. 자, 붉은 반점, 영양실조. 잠깐만, 값비싼 향수를 쓰는데 가난한 집안? 그럼 그 향수는 선물 받았던 거겠죠? 네, 향수는 선물 받았던 거겠죠? 아무래도. 이혼.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took
공범인가?
place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
비어있는
Would you happen
식물.
to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
정말 운이 좋았던 걸까?
How well did you know Mr. Montague?
계획적으로 접근한 게 아닐까?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual...
정말 우상이 맞을까?
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic.
모두 다 의심부터 하고 봐. 다 범인이야.
Though he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him
그래,
extremely
아버지는
demanding.
아들한테 기대를 했던 것 뿐이라고 생각해 나는.
Suffered because of it.
신성연구회라는 이름을 들어본
Does
적
that name
없어요?
mean anything to you by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty
왜
name.
품이 있다 그래? 이걸 듣고 품이 있다고 얘기하면 혹시 관련된 거 아니야?
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
키 이미 너 있잖아.
Yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is
열쇠는
only
여분이
temporary.
있다는 얘기네요.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
누굴까? 누가 거짓말을 한 걸까?
These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used.
장갑이 있는데 끼질
Materials for
않아요.
college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the colonial collection room.
맞아요. 저는 범인을 아는데 모른다고 거짓말하고 있습니다. 사실 모두 다 꿰뚫고 있어요. 사실 다 알고 있습니다. 거짓말하고 있었어요. 비밀입니다. 저는 늘 거짓말로 삶을 살아가겠습니다. 비밀이에요. 님들한테 안 알려줄 거예요. 알려줄 수 없어요. 궁금하죠? 계속 궁금해하세요. 제가 누굴 생각하고 있는지 비밀인 거 궁금하죠? 누구 생각하고 있는지 다 압니다. 궁금해하실 거. 안 알려줄 거예요. 마지막에 공개해드리겠습니다.
Locked.
뭐야? 뭐야? 방금 잠겼다 그러지 않았어요? 여기 사무실 아니야?
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
아, 또 치사하게 그런 거 갖고 협박하네. 아, 치사하게 그런 거 갖고 협박하네. 너무하다.
Phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
아, 인간미 없게. 812?
A study report.
어? 잠깐만요. 잠깐만.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication.
식물들의 의사소통은 오랫동안 중요하지 않다고 생각되었다. 하지만 위험을 감지했을 경우 화학 실험을 통해 의사를 전달할 수 있는 식물을 발견했다.
Chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White,
공범인 것 같은데 느낌.
report number 245.
공범 아니면은 마가렛 아니면은 예상은 2개거든요. 예상은 2개입니다. 해미 씨가 죽였던가? 둘이 공범이던가? 아니면은 아니구나. 다 될 수 있구나.
Chemicals.
다 될 수 있구나 그렇게 하면.
A botany book. A botany. This student's book belongs to Albert.
다 될 수 있구나. 그렇게 따지면 다 될 수 있네.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the
Gold dust? Good heavens.
사금?
What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect
개들이
a
꼬래요.
faint scent. We need a good nose.
보호 장비.
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here.
이건 누구 거고?
Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
맹독식물. 있었죠? 3개? 뭔가 더 조사할 게 남았는데? 뭔가 조사할 게 더 남았는데?
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with
방독면이구나.
toxic chemicals. Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn did...
It does not.
이번엔 좀 신기하네요, 형태가. 오, 이번엔 좀 형태가 신기하네. 오, 이렇게? 오, 좀 신기하네요. 오, 신기해, 신기해, 신기해. 오, 신기해, 신기해. 얘는 안 움직이네요. 그럼 이거밖에 없는데? 이거 어떤 기준을 맞춰야 되는 거지? 기준을 뭘로 맞춰야 될까?
Open.
대충 하니까 풀리네요.
The employee. Martin Hamish's locker. A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces. Father and I. Kew Gardens.
아 근데 막 가져가도 돼? 이거 도둑질 아니야?
Interesting.
도둑질 아니야? 막 가져가도 돼? 서 기장님께 큐 왕립 식물원에 벌어진 인류의 사건들을 수습하려면 서 기장님께 경영권 인계허가서를 갱신해 주셔야 합니다. 예전에도 말씀드렸다시피 저야말로 관리직에 어울리는 사람이지 않습니까? 몬테규 던씨가 살아있을 무렵에는 제가 무리하게 요구했던 사실을 인정합니다. 정당한 선택이셨고 결국 저 역시 기꺼이 따랐죠. 허나 현재 식물원은 엉망이 되어버린 상태입니다. 이리 놔둘 수는 없는 노릇 아닙니까? 책임감조차 없는 이들의 손에 식물원을 맡겨도 되겠습니까? 해당 업무를 기꺼운 마음으로 수행할 테니 최대한 빨리 결정을 내려주셔야 합니다. 좋은 시기 들어면 좋겠습니다. 네, 안녕하세요.
Albert's Locker.
알버트는 배를 좋아하네요.
Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea.
너도 원피스를 찾으러 가니, 알버트? 대배달 시대? 영군 해군 사관학교 소속. 입학 시험에 훌륭한 성적을 거뒀음에 불구하고 영국 해군 사관학교에 진학할 수 없게 되어서 안타깝게 생각합니다. 부친이신 몬테규 던 씨께서 큐 왕립 식물의 관리직을 맡기고 싶다는 의사를 표명하셨습니다. 해군 훈련 과정을 수료하게 허락할 생각이 없으실 모양입니다. 네. 그쪽에서 잘렸네요. 아, 되게 못없는데? 기왕 그만둘 거면 못해 먹겠네! 이러고서 딱 그만두지. 멋있게.
A picture of Miss White and Albert in front of the University of London.
They seem to get along.
범인 너지?
Miss White's locker. Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
떨리는 팬끝을 주체하지 못하고 이렇게 편지를 씁니다. 학비어가 임다료가 생각한 것 이상으로 비싸기만 하네요. 혼자 힘으로는 오래 버틸 수 없을 것 같아요. 과거에 서로 다툼이 있었던 건 사실이지만 학비 때문에 학업을 포기해야 하는 딸자식 가만 놔둘 만큼 매정하시지 않으시겠죠? 가난하네요. 막 뒤져도 돼?
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
앞뒤가 안 맞잖아.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
막 열어봐도 돼? 편지를 받고 놀랐단다. 우리와 연락을 끊고 살아간 지도 수년이 지났는데 돈을 달라고 말할 생각이 들더냐? 대학에서 어떻게 지내는지조차 알 길이 없건만 이제 와서 우리 도움 필요하다고? 내 친구들처럼 상류층 집안이 아니었던 가족을 부끄러워했던 게 아니었더냐? 우리들이 대단할 것 없는 사람들은 맞다만 집안에서만큼 가족을 최우선으로 생각해도 되지 않았느냐? 우리들은 내 상사인 몬테규 던씨에게 알랑거릴 만큼 호락호락 사람들이 아니란다. 부탁은 거절하마. 결국 내가 자초한 일이구나. 자, 마가렛이 재밌는 친구네. 허영심이 가득한 친구네요. 편지만으로 봤을 때요. 최근 들어 재정적인 문제 때문에 심려가 크시다고 들었습니다. 제가 봉착한 문제를 해결할 수 있게 도와드리겠습니다. 저는 부유한 집안 출신이니 큰 부담을 느끼지 않았으면 좋겠습니다. 알버트가 마가렛을 좋아하나 보네요. 정말 사람을 재능만 보고 오케이 했을까요? 정말요? 사심 있어서 그런 게 아니고. 이건 뭘까요? 아 설마 이건가? 원장의 금고. 편지. 편지를 받고 실망감을 감출 수가 없었다네. 자네에게 일을 맡겼던 건 날 보호하기 위함이지 고발하기 위함은 아니지 않느냐? 큐 식물원은 왕국의 비호를 받고 있네. 우리에겐 세상 돌아보며 희귀하기 그지없는 식물종을 찾아서 보호할 의무가 있는 거지. 본 식물원은 터무니없는 곳에 식물을 이용한 자료로부터 해당 식물종을 지켜내고 있다네. 신성연구회라는 조직은 희귀 식물을 소유할 권리가 없는 곳일세. 1889년 6월 14일 이 사건을 떠올려보겠나? 부들스에서 만났으면 하네. 한원서. 빌려간 식물들을 당장 돌려놓으시오. 신성연구회.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
몬테규 전에게 대출받은 마가렛 화이트의 부채. 옥스퍼드가 2인실 임대료, 런던 대학교 학비 지원금, 해밀턴 등이 신설한 추가 융자금, 재단사 레디건 하우스 및 고급 보석상, 베어드 일가의 외 다수. 자, 부채가 좀 많으시네요.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
허영심이 가득한 친구네.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
큐 왕립식물원 연구소는 냉기의 저항력을 지닌 식물종을 포함된 새로운 희귀식물을 자생시킨 데 성공했다. 해당 식물을 10일에한 희귀종이라고 명명했고, 희귀식물을 접붙인 데 성공한 마틴 해미시는 다음 주 월요일 아침에 해당 식물종에 대한 언론 소견회를 가지기로 했다. 오케이. 편지. 신냐는 화이트에게 지난번 대화를 통해 자네가 큐 왕립식물을 떠나는 편이 좋겠다는 결론을 내렸네. 자네는 더 이상 지원이 필요 없다고 내게 직언했잖나? 어디 한번 혼자 힘으로 살아보게나. 자네에게 자유를 줄 테니 마음 내키는 대로 살길 바라네. 자, 최근 마가렛 화이트와 몬테규던 사이에 갈등이 있었다. 몬테규던은 그녀를 큐 왕립식물에 내쫓고 싶어 했다. 오케이. 불화가 있었네요. 맹독식물을 훔쳐간 도둑이다. 알버트 던의 야심. 다 찍어보면 나오겠지 뭐. 마가렛 화이트는 몬테규던의 학비 및 생활비를 지원받고 있었다. 식민지 식물을 감금당한 몬테규던은 식물성 맹독을 들이며 사망. 네, 연관되는 거 없네요. 샴페인.
French wine, a remarkable vintage. Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
왓슨 좀 꺼져봐. 왓슨? 그냥 좀 눈앞에서 사라졌으면 좋겠어. 왓슨. 얼음칼이 이트요? 또 범인 벌써 집어내라고?
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
얼음이 없었는걸?
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
흉상.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
깨져 있었는데?
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
실례했습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
해군
I perceive that you are
지원했더구나.
passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
정말로?
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct.
미안, 문
In
따고
fact, my
들어갔어.
father was strongly against the idea.
미안, 내가 문 따고
He
들어갔어.
did his best to ruin my plans. Although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
어이, 빗쟁이!
Kew Gardens is such an exciting place. Wouldn't you agree? Kew Gardens is such an exciting place. Poor Mr.
살인을 저질렀다? 마틴 해머씨는 몬테규 든이 자신의 아버지 삶을 빵치고 동기?
Kew Gardens is poor Mr. Montague Dunn. It is so awful.
정말 그럴까? 자, 우선은 베이커가에 가가지고 개를 데려옵시다. 개. Hi, Bobby. Let's go, let's
Come on,
go.
Toby. We have some work for you to do.
자, 토비 네가 해야 될 일이 있다. 온 김에 서재도 확인하죠. 신성 연구에는 위대한 존재 트리완을 숭배하며 나무를 비롯한 식물의 수호자를 자처한 집단으로 미친놈들이네요.
Here it is.
네. 쓸데없는 거.
And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect.
Perfect. 네. 자, 재밌는 거 많이 생겼네요. 자, 왕립 식물원부터 갑시다.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious... Search, Toby. Search.
어이! 왜 못 나가니? 이게 개가 뛰는 속도가 사람 뛰는 속도보다 느린 것 같단 말이야. 찾아봐.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
뭘 찾았을까?
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is
애벌레?
still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
화학 반응? 왜 그랬을까?
If I go
신성 연구에
there,
갑시다.
Toby will wait for me in the cab.
과연 나는 어디로 도착할까? 아, 개 귀봐. 축 늘어진 거. 저거 돌리면 하늘을 날아갈 것 같네. 해나무 헬리콥터! 이러고. 언제까지 마차를 타야 될까요?
If I go there, Toby will wait for me in the cab. If I go there,
난 그래서 언제쯤 도착할 수 있는 건데. 아니 저 도착 언제쯤 해요? 아 겁나 오래 걸리네. 가는 시간 리얼 현실급이네. 나 메인 메뉴 다녀오죠 이거. 메인 메뉴 못 가나요? 나 메인 메뉴 못 가나요? 게임 껐다 켜야겠네요. 게임 껐다 켜야겠네. 화나. 난 유리병을 찾은 상태로 세이브가 됐을까요? 후, 어디서부터 세이브 됐을까? 어디서부터 세이브 됐을까? 아 다행이네요. 딱 여기서 세이브 됐네요. 비켜봐 왓슨. 휴. 또 베이커가 못 가는 거 아니야 나? 나 베이커가 또 못 가는 거 아니야? 한참 걸리는 거 아니야? 다행이다. 휴.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. This is the bottle that we...
퍼펫으로 얘를 가져가서
A colorless, water-based liquid.
우색의 액체.
Quite a strong floral aroma.
이렇게 맡으면 안 되는데? 원래 되게 뭐랄까
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
미친놈이야?
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
밑에 뭐가 남는데요?
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you
불은
pass me
끄자.
that small
불은
bottle,
끄자.
please?
불나.
Here you are.
불은 끄자.
Do you know what it is?
아니 불은 끄자.
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes. I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette. I need to take... Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid.
아, 금가루는 부패를 방지하기 위해서.
And that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory. My analysis table.
다음에 신성 연구에 갑시다.
A map.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who can help us.
이거 약수터에서 많이 보시는 분 아니야? 이거 약수터 가면 많이 보이시는 분들 아니야? 길을 수련한다 이러면서.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while, can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
야, 저 복사표 쪽을 딱 가격해.
Is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis.
녹색의 현자님 목에 용문신이 있으시네요. 혹시 그게 그 유명한 다크 드래곤인가요? 다크 드래곤?
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are
녹색의 현자시면 머리도 녹색으로 염색하시 그랬어요.
Interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
문신. 손끝에 박힌 굳은 살. 혹시 철사장이라도 연구하셨나요? 손바닥인 상처. 화학적 소양. 투명 드래곤이 울부짖었다.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of
현자님, 혹시 철사장 같은 거 쓰시네?
Enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
준비.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
트리완.
Our God King's name is Triwan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the
식물의 정수? 마약이야?
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation. Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
여기는 길 진짜 개좁다. 한번 막히면 조지겠다. 화분 조각.
Fragment of a flower pot. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. The Kew Gardens symbol.
다 꽂히게 하려고 그랬나?
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Osmosis and photosynthesis. You came to make a donation?
This must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
You came to make a donation?
쟤도 돈 해봤나봐요.
Caterpillars. They are...
네, 애벌레도 훔치고.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant.
우리 다이온이나 머시플라.
A tropical.
설마 도난당한 게 다 여기 있는 건 아니죠?
A tropical plant. A tropical. A tropical. A trop.
도난당한 게 다 여기 있는 것 같다. 어째?
These three plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
이걸 가져간다고?
This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
아, 이게 되네요? 우후. 기준을 제로 맞춰야 되나? 그림이 점점 이상해지는데? 이게 맞는 것 같은데? 이게 맞겠죠? 이게 맞고 이번 건 좀 오래 걸렸다.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
마약이네요.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. This cabinet is full of chemicals.
약품.
A vast amount of opium.
앞에 많은 거 봐. 맹독식물에 관한 실험을 진행해라. 새로운 걸 얻었네요.
Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment. That
숨겨진 무언가는 없네요. 자, 이분에게 신문을 한번 해봅시다. 자, 궁금한 게 있는데요.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have
신문 꽤
seen Kew
있는데요.
Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
놈?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested
식물 3점을 빌려갔다고?
But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our
식물들은 보이지가
I
않다고?
beg your pardon. And yet you took all of
그럼
the
그
exotic
식물들은
plants
누구
from
거야?
the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
실험을 진행하러 가보죠. 실험.
This green grand mystic fellow.
난
seems
지금 너도
rather
수상
what should
적어? 왓슨 미쳤어? 코카인 먹었니?
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask.
여기 애벌레.
I find the behavior of predators
Ooh.
utterly fascinating. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with
아무
alcohol.
반응도 없어. 여기다 부으면은
It appears.
그다음에 애벌레를 놓으면은 왜 네가 먹어?
It
아,
closed again. I believe I saw a small
무슨 기체가
cloud of
뿜어나오는데?
gas. I wonder what secrets this.
자 그러면은
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alcohol. It appears. This plant becomes inactive.
얘 먼저 붓고
No reaction. This plant becomes inactive.
얘한테 부어볼까?
This plant becomes inactive after being. How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
애벌레를 놨을 때
It closed. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. I am interested in what might.
애벌레를 올려두면은 다치네요.
This plant seems to have had. This. It appears to open after being soaked with. This plant becomes. It closed again. I wonder what secrets this plant is. I am interested in what might.
다른 식물 쪽으로 가시를 쏘게 하면은
This plant seems to.
아 맞잖아.
This plant seems. This plant becomes inactive. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
이걸 작동한 후에 이거는 안 되는 건가? 야, 오른쪽에 놓으면 되잖아. 왜 자꾸 왼쪽에 놔?
I am. This plant seems to. This plant.
얘가 이렇게 넣어야 되나?
This plant
이걸 열어놓고 여기다 이걸
It
놓으면은
appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
맹독식물을 찾아라. 알버트의 동기고요. 식물을 자극시킬 방법을 알고 있었다. 치밀한 계획. 누군가 신성 연구회보다 먼저 훔쳐갔다. 아직입니다. 아직 단정짓기엔 일러요. 한번 말이나 한번 나눠봅시다.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague?
몬테규더는 뭐 하고 있었나요?
His death.
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White.
화이트한과 얘기를
Then I returned to
나눴고
my desk
사무실에서
to complete
서류를
some paperwork.
정리했고
Suddenly, I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around
10시 반 무렵.
for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
화이트양 왜 그랬어요? 사망 당일 뭐 하셨나요?
Does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit.
주간스네를
Nothing unusual
했다.
about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
다른 사람들은 뭐 했나?
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White. What were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
그냥 다른 글이 보이지 않는다. 이미 범인은 내 마음속에 자리 잡고 있는 것 같아.
Nursery.
물어볼 게 좀 많은데요.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the
연구실에서
laboratory
원장님을
when Mr. Dunn
마주쳤다고요?
came towards me. Tuesday is the day of
그러셨구나.
his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
그다음엔
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
사망 시각.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert to Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing?
실험실에서 뭘 하셨죠?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
음성 기록.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
320번이요?
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
모두가 사라졌네. 자, 연구실에 가보죠. 연구실에 320번이라 그랬거든요.
I don't hear anything. Here it is.
320번. 잠깐만, 더 있나 본데요?
Cylinder records.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground...
건조한 기후에 적응한 모양이고.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
그렇다면은 뭘까? 지금 저게 진짜라 그러면은 내가 생각한 모든 게 다 뒤집어지고 있는데? 식물들을 자극시켜 방법. 배치만 바꿔놓으면 되지 않을까? 아하. 요게 아닐까? 기후변화.
First of all, I need to visit the colonial collection room to see how those caterpillars dropped onto the deadly plants.
식민지 발굴 가서 알겠습니다. 한번 찾아보죠. 열대식물관. 여기 지나면 아마 식민지 박물관이 나오지 않을까요? 수상박물관.
The plants were here.
식물관을 빠져나갔다. 저 환풍구는 어디에...
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released.
그 덕분에 맹독포자가 퍼져나가기 시작했다.
Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool.
그렇겠지.
Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system.
환기장치에 애벌레가 있었다면은?
Dry tropics.
환기장치에 애벌레가 있고 그 애벌레를 환기장치를 틀자마자 애벌레가 떨어져서 그렇게 되면 또 되지 않나?
First of all, I need to visit the colonial collect. First of all,
실험. 수상박물관.
colonial.
아까 그 수상박물관 가가지고서는 보면 되겠네요. 나 위치가 여기 문 열고 들어가서 여기는 온실인데?
According to this, they have.
애벌레 놓아두기.
Could only fall from the ventilation.
그렇지, 배기관에 떨어져겠지. 당연하지.
Caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they.
All right, Holmes. We have to activate.
The smell is strong. It is
세정제 냄새?
a detergent. The
이건 조사가 안 되는 것 같은데 조금 이따 조사하도록 하죠.
dry tropics.
돌려봅시다.
Before starting the power is on. The engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
왓슨한테 한번 가보면 되겠죠?
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's space.
사무실에도 있어?
From here, this is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. Excellent. This ventilation fan is working.
자, 그 다음에 여기겠죠? 저기 타고 와서 넘어가네요. 다음에 여기도 있죠? 스위치.
Perfect. Now I just need to.
자, 왓슨을 찾아가서 결과를 확인하래요.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
자, 마틴 헤미시는 식민지 식물가에 녹여있던 맹독식물을 자극할 수 있었다. 저거는 도둑이 아니다. 친밀한 계획, 알버트 던의 야심. 자, 정확한 반응이 이끌기 힘들었을 거고. 자, 그러면은 마틴 헤미시가 살해범일 가능성이 있고,
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
경찰국으로 가보죠. 저를 부르셨다고요?
A very good day to you, my friend. Is Inspector Lestrade in?
The inspector's waiting for you in his office.
드디어 그 사무실에 갈 수 있는 거야? 가보고 싶었어.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
경찰들은 근데 뭘 했죠? 설마 이거 마차 현실 시간하고 1대1 비율인 거 아니지? 그치 다행이다.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry. Martin
대형원실. 자, 왓슨을 따돌리고. 대형 온실이라는 데가 없는데? 혹시 여길 말하는 건가? 대용원실이? 대용원실이 어딜 말하는 걸까요?
Waterlily green.
묘목장 아니고요. 아이고 팔로우 감사합니다. 어딜까요? 묘목장이잖아. 아까 왔던 데잖아.
Dry tropic.
여기 있다는 걸까요? 어이 살인범 어딨니? 너 잡으러 왔다?
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
마틴 해머시의 시체.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
즉사고요. 해미씨 일가는 항상 비극적인 상황의 희생양일 뿐이었다. 여기는 왜 깨끗해?
Holmes, his left shoe is unique.
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
공범이 의심된다. 경관과 얘기를 해야 공범이네요. 공범.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his
동기가
plan
있는
on the
사람이
speed of his gait.
가장
You mean to
완벽하겠지?
say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took
정황을
place.
재현해보죠.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
자, 지도를 보면서
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
자, 9시 30분경 마틴 해미쉬와 몬테규드는 종자 보관실에서 알버트를 만났다. 아홉 시 40분경 몬테규던과 마틴 해미쉬는 뒤뜰로 향했다. 그로부터 10분 후 몬테규더는 열대식물관 쪽으로 순회를 계속했고, 그러면은 이렇게 되는 거겠죠? 마틴 해미씨는 종자보관실로 돌아왔다. 마틴 해미씨는 마가렛 화이트와 10시경에 대화했다. 그녀는 10시 40분까지 실험실에 있었으며 이후에 수상식물관에서 해미씨와 알트 머시기를 만났다. 자, 10시 30분경 몬테규던의 상태를 알아챈 마틴 해미씨는 즉시 알버트에게로 달려갔다. 알버트 던은 아침 내내 종자 보관실에 있었다. 10시 10분경 마가렛 화이트를 만나고 돌아오는 해미씨를 목격했다. 이렇게 되겠죠? 재현하기.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him
10시
inside
20분에 누군가 그를 가뒀다는 얘기고.
10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
마가렛 화이트는 불행하게도 희생양이 되어버렸다. 몬테규던에게 사당할 뻔 그녀 스스로 몸을 보호하렸다. 자, 이건 마가렛 화이트고요. 시간이 없었다. 화이트에겐 시간이 없었다. 무고하다. 자, 그러면은 자, 이러면 알버트 던은 범행에 공모했다가 되거든요. 정황을 검토 한번 해보죠. 정말 이게 맞을까요?
let us summarize. Montague... Martin Hamish was last seen at Albert, Miss... Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted...
마가렛 찍은 것 같습니다. 제 판단이 맞기를 빕니다. 사람을 죽인 거는요, 어떻게 하든 보상받을 수 없는 일이에요. 도덕적인 면에서도.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining, the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
알버트는 지식이 모자라서 진행할 수 없었어요.
Always been a mystery to me, but she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right, you can count on me, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear.
당신이 범행을 계획하셨나요?
Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop! I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
왜 그러실까요?
Please remain calm.
진정하세요. 진정하세요.
One step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot
왓슨 초조해 하는 것 봐. 왓슨.
It's too late.
에?
This is...
Are you...
I'm afraid not.
다른 결말 선택하게 하면 어떻게 되죠? 규탄한다고요? 아무리 봐도 마가렛이 맞았어요. 마가렛을 한번 살려보고 싶어요. 마가렛 한번 살려보죠.
But Holmes,
it.
Mr. Holmes.
You.
Well.
자, 마가렛을 한번 살려보죠.
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness.
왓슨 준비해.
Truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
그렇지.
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
사람을 죽이고서는 죽음으로 죄를 갚는 건 아니라고 생각해. 결론 제시하기. 맹독식물 클리어했네요. 반달 아래의 산책 마지막인 것 같거든요. 이거
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have? Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet. They...
아유, 스몰 홈즈들 너무 좋지.
Dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
차림표를 읽어보네.
We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen...
전식으로 살짝 얼린 쥐머리 샐러드.
Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course,
호두과기 데니 특식.
Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
그 외 탓은.
I can hear them on the stairs now.
Well, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have
그럼
to go.
홈즈가 그 친구들 부려먹는데.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a
이중사래?
prison. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
And forget about the dinner? Wiggins, I'll take the case.
왓슨은 그냥 가기 싫어서 도와준다는 것 같은데.
Mr. Holmes, I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right?
Okay.
It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
아, 잭더리프 하고 싶다. 하프문 거리. 레이튼 체프먼을 신문하고 그의 소지품을 조사하라. 도착했죠?
Holmes, poor little Wiggins needs our help.
무슨 현장일까?
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in 88.
아, 잭더리퍼 사건 해보고 싶다.
This is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
그게 다 조작된 거면 어떡하려고
But
그래.
you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving.
피해자.
Who were the victims?
The 2 men here, both shot. The stab fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweler.
보석상과 불량배.
You
누가 목격했는데?
You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were two other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there, and Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
증언.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
총성.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots.
그래, 폭죽이 터지는데 어떻게 들어
All over
그를?
the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
불꽃놀이.
What were the fireworks in honor of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me.
터너 씨?
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And well, I know things about this evening.
그러시군요.
Excellent. Might we hear your story?
진술을 듣기 전에 어떤 사람인지부터 먼저 보죠. 자, 우선은 대머리네요. 기념패, 크림전쟁, 참전용사, 떨어져 나간 단추, 빈곤한 삶, 지팡이가 필요함, 절뚝거리는 다리. 자, 진술 한번
Could
들어보죠.
you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard two gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw two bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
잠깐만요, 방금 뭐라 그랬어요?
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
두 차례의 총성.
Were the two shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
들리긴
That is an
했다고요?
interesting comment. Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
그거 맞나? 혹시 폭죽 소리를 총성 소리로 착각한 게 아닐까?
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the
목격하셨다고요?
crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers
그래,
as usual.
불꽃놀이가
And
시작했고.
then the fireworks began in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
총성.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
다른 사람은
Did you see
없었습니까?
anyone else leaving Half Moon Street prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
자, 지금까지 온 단서를 자, 목격자들의 진술. 터너는 경찰이 도착할 때까지 연립주택의 창가에 있었다고 진술했고, 메로우 경관 진술에 따르면 창가에는 아무도 없었다고 한다. 증거가 모순되죠. 모순된
Mr.
증거.
Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime. Is that correct?
손 공손한 거
Yes,
봐.
Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts
말을
coming from
저르시네요.
Whitechapel. We could have missed it
사양합니다.
somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly.
Anything else you would like to know?
창문을 조사해 봅시다.
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse.
다른 게 있나 조사해 보죠.
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots. The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago. This walking stick is broken. It was placed here quite
지팡이가
recently.
부러졌고. 뭔가 수상하단 말이야.
This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
불씨, 잿더미, 그 와중에 타버린 종이뭉치.
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are in... The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
선반. 아, 애매하단 말이야. 볼륨 많이 커요. 조사를 해보자. 그릇. 그릇? 끼어있는 물체. 나무 조각.
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
지팡인데요?
This shard of wood is quite new.
머리 두개골의
The
외상.
bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance.
Key?
This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
지팡이 조각과 키.
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant.
복부에 총상이네요.
The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound. A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vacotti must have done some time there.
머리 보자.
Brian Vacotti suffered greatly.
그래, 총 한 번에 꿰뚫렸는데 고통스럽지 않을 수가 없어. 되게 고통스러운 얼굴이네.
I'm always one. It would be my pleasure.
자, 지팡이 조각. 부엌칼?
This kitchen knife is quite sharp.
잔해. 잘게 조각난 종이.
There are pieces of shredded paper.
이걸로 종이를 잘라가지고 불쏘시개를 썼나?
The knife was used to cut the paper.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
지팡이. 지팡이.
A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones.
시체 근처로는 다가가지 않았다. 근데 지팡이가 부러져 있고 창문을 열었다. 이게 1번. 시체 근처로 다가갔다. 초기화. 지팡이 침대에서 일어났다. 사람이라면 당연히 창문을 먼저 열겠죠? 아래를 내려봤고 시체 근처로 다가갔고 그 다음에 부러진 지팡이를 했고 칼로 무언가를 자른 다음에 불가로 던졌다. 이게 맞지 않을까? 자, 지팡이를 들고 일어나서 갔습니다. 자, 가서 창문을 열고 밑에를 확인했겠죠? 그 다음에 시체를 봤습니다. 자, 시체를 보고 와가지고 지팡이를 내려놓고 여기서 칼로 무언가를 자른 다음에 그거를 불쏘시개를 던졌다.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
책.
I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look.
뭘까?
Well now, what a find! A precious jewel, concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
이걸 숨겼네. 살인범은 아닐 것 같아요. 다만 그냥 작물?
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
절름발이시나요?
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a
절름발이시잖아요.
due to your injured right
그럴 수가
leg.
있을까요?
It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
진실을 말하실 때가 된 것
And what of
같습니다.
everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have
구라치다
your
걸리면
complete
손모가지 날아가는 거야.
Mr.
알아
Holmes,
몰라.
I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
그래서 팔찌는
Mr.
뭔가요?
Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not
자꾸
then.
거짓말 치시네.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything
작물입니다.
bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I
그게
must
맞지?
return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
팔찌는 돌려주는 게 맞습니다.
That's why it's better to stay at home and...
자, 팔찌 먼저 좀 조사를 하죠. 팔찌 먼저 조사를 하고 자, 팔찌 먼저 조사를 합시다. 그 다음에 백과사전을 봐야 되나?
That is not the one I need.
신문, 보고서. 보고서. 뭘까?
That is not the one I need.
예술 및 건축물. 고대 그리스 시대의 보물을 대표하는 미술품 순양이네요. 팔찌와 목걸이, 반지에는 각각 5개의 사냥머리가 묘사되어 있으며 모든 작품 순금으로 만들어졌고 1885년에 도난당했다.
I need to continue my research in my archives.
1885년에 도난당했다. 어제 저녁 대형 박물관 글래스퍼드 미술 전시회에 수송 중이던 그리스 시대의 보물들이 도난당한 사건이 발생했고 케네스 버틀러는 역사적인 미술품을 자신이 경영하는 처치가의 전당포에 판매를 했던 사람이 있었다는 사실을 런던 경찰국에 제보했다. 경찰은 항구를 통해 런던을 빠져나간 빈센트 폴리라는 도둑을 검거했고 보물을 후송하던 마부가 그의 얼굴을 확인했다. 수감 중인 빈센트 폴리는 나머지 보물을 어디에 숨겨뒀는지 털어놓지 않고 있다.
Here it is. One of the
장물이네요.
victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures.
전당포 있고요. 경찰국부터 가죠. 하나하나 하다 보면은 범인은 나오게 돼 있습니다. 누굴까요, 범인이?
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession.
살포만은 범인이 아닌 것 같단 말이야. 누명 쓴 것 같단
The
말이지.
suspect himself is in custody.
Did you?
A few
Thank.
무슨 물건을 들고 있을까요?
These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing. A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt.
사과?
So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police.
Webley revolver.
It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder.
딱 두 발이 비네요.
Out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots.
레이튼 체프먼이 유력한 용의자고요. 두 발의 총성. 이건 아직까지 모르죠? 케니스 버틀러와 브라이언 베르코티는 누군가가 저지른 이중살인의 피해자다. 신문을 한번 해봅시다.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
체프먼, 나와봐.
Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
나 이렇게 대우가 좋아? 자, 우선 너가 누군지부터 알아보는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 우리 아직 잘 모르잖아? 잦은 몸싸움, 길거리 출신. 최근에 얻어맞은 경찰의 저항, 다혈질. 사무실 직원이고요. 전과 기록. 아까 그것과 각종 의심이.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head, and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead, and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a
그
hole in his
상황과는
head.
맞거든요.
He was holding a gun in his hand though. I took it. And then I followed the third man.
계속해봐.
Interesting. Pray continue.
I turned a corner and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds.
갑작스런 번째 폭죽인가?
I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught
그럼
by the
이
police.
증언과 꽃집 여자의 증언이 엇갈리지 않네?
Gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man. Leighton, are you able to describe the person
그
who
남자에
you saw
대해서
standing in Half Moon
정보가
Street?
모자라.
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark. And he was too far away.
왜야?
I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
어땠는데?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket.
외투를 입고
He
있었고.
was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps it's strange, but
도망치는
I can't
발소리가
remember the
들리지
sound of his
않았다는 점?
footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man
왜
and set off in
쫓았을까?
pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the
같은
victims.
교도소
Ryan
수감자였잖아?
You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
브라이언 베르코티.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat.
그래서 열심히 잘 살고 있잖아.
I saw what my little brother had become. I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore.
새 삶을 살고 있네. 올바른 생활 하고 있어. 좋아.
So you lost him.
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
레이튼 첼프먼이 진술했던 정체불명의 남성은 자신의 죄를 덮어씌우려고 창조한 가상인물에 불과하다 라고 할 수도 있죠. 하프문거리 살인사건은 레이트 첼프먼의 개인적 원한을 빌미로 벌어진 소동이다. 용도를 찾아보기. 전당포에 가가지고 맡긴 게 있겠죠? 아무래도 전당포에 상자를 맡겨놓고 그 상자를 여는 열쇠이지 않을까? 어떤 부호가 그랬잖아요. 자신의 차를 맡길 데가 없어갖고 전당포에 맡겨가지고 안전하게 보관하고 나중에 가서 찾아간 거.
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock. Hath.
전당포 키였네요.
A flare pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor. A flare.
플레어건이네요. 플레어건. 이러면 순간적으로 엄청난 빛을 발사시킬 수는 있겠죠?
The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
이게 왜 여기 있을까? 편지. 테니스에게 내게 순양머리가 새겨진 고대 그리스 순금장 신구가 3점이나 있다고 그랬지 않나? 혹시 아직도 가지고 있나? 어떤 녀석이 그걸 애타게 차고 있다는 소식을 전해주려고 이렇게 편지를 쓴다네. 현찰로 두둑히 준비해왔다고 그러더구만. 물주 녀석과 만남을 주선해줄 테니 내 몫으로 조금만 떼어주게나. 일요일 저녁 불꽃놀이가 시작하기 전에 대로변과 맞닿은 하프문 거리에서 기다리도록 하겠네. 브라이언 베르코티. 이거면 욕심을 낼만 하죠.
It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
버그인가요? 선반 한번 보죠.
Crampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer.
이런 것도 전당포에 맡기네요. 하프문거린 살해 사건은 도난당한 그리스 시대 보물들 사이에 둔 다툼으로 인해 벌어진 소동이었고, 팔찌는 현장을 지켜만 보던 터너가 챙겼던 것으로 밝혀졌지만 반지는 행방이 묘연한 상태. 내가 보기엔 이게 맞는 것 같다. 강도? 아니야, 뭔가 더 있어. 지금 더 있어. 아직까지 너무 뻔하잖아 지금은. 아니, 좀 뭔가 더 있을 거야. 억지로 정답을 맞추려고 하지 맙시다. 너무 끼워 맞추기입니다. 이 정도면. 토하니? 지금까지는 너무 억지로 정답을 끼워 맞춘 듯한 느낌이 들거든요. 자, 베이커가에 한번 가보죠. 맵을 천천히 한 번씩 되돌아봅시다. 아직 한 사람은 아직 못 만났거든요.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Shit.
My analysis table. It is useful for my art.
자, 여기선 챙겨갈 게 편지 있네요. 하프문거리. 전당포의 아이젠과 그다음에 하나 뭐였죠?
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours. It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
자, 꽃집.
I suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
Locked.
증거가 있을 거야, 증거가. 증거가 어디 있을까?
A fairly long pole with a forked end. A fairly
장대.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
That's why it's better to stay at home at night.
전당포. 천천히 찾아봅시다.
crampons.
암벽 등반기구.
A flare pistol.
조명탄. 바이올린도 있고요. 서랍 다 찾았고, 계산대 다 뒤졌고, 다시 한번 신문을 해야 하나?
Tell all Wiggins.
Mr. Holmes?
자, 경감님께 한번 말씀을 드려보죠.
Mr. Holmes, what is the trouble with that?
무죄가 맞을 겁니다. 너무 좀 단서가 좀 거지 같은 데 있는 것 같은데요. 우선 사람을 하나 안 만난 게 좀 크긴 크네요. 자, 강도.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind.
베이커 가로 가보죠.
I'm always wondering what's on your...
Hello. Hello, Toby. All you need now is a shawl and a...
증거가 어디 있을까?
My archive. I can all... My archive.
아슨방에도 뭐 없고, 아슨방에서 뭐 하는 게 없네. 그럼 분장하는 거고. 좋아. 좋아. 아침 실내복으로 다니겠어. 에이씨. 실내복을 하고 다니고. 마지막 범인이 누굴까?
My archive. I can all...
전당포 하프문거리. 증거들은 다 지금 너무 체프먼을 너무 가리키고 있어. 이렇다고 가정했을 때 그리시드는 아니야, 체프먼은 아니야. 이건 아니야. 절도 혐의. 단서. 이거에 상관관계가 지금 없단 말이에요? 이거에 상관관계가 없는데.
My archive. I can always.
반달거리. 도난당한 장신구. 빈센트 폴리는 10년 전에 수감. 그럼 빈센트 폴리가 범인이지 않을까? 아직 마지막 범인을 못 찾았는데 그 범인에 대해 하는 게 좀
Mr. Holmes?
거리. 아, 마지막 범인 찾기가 좀 힘드네요. 마지막 범인인데.
Locked.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars.
불안한
and
도둑
thieves.
같은 녀석들.
I ain't a thief.
Oh no. Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
왜 이렇게 애들이 핍박하지?
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
찾았다. 장대를 찾았다.
This should be useful. Nothing interesting here.
그리고 이쪽이죠?
This is most definitely
하늘이다.
a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
자, 동시격발. 대응 사격. 레이튼 체프먼은 외투를 입은 남성이 갑작스레 사라져버렸다고 진술했고, 진술 속 인물이 실제한다면 세 번째 탄원이 발생했다는 사실과 현장에서 두 번째 권총이 사라졌다는 사실을 증명할 수 있다. 모습을 감춘 누군가. 아, 드디어 찾았네요. 추격극을 재현해라.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood.
추격극을 재현하라?
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
대충 이럴 것 같았어요.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
It would be my pleasure to assist.
자, 스물 구석이 없고 범행 시각 하프문거리에 있던 정체불명의 남성은 모습을 감추기 위해 위로 올라가는 방법을 택했다. 당시 상황을 재현하기로 했다. 레이튼이 진술한 대로 불꽃놀이를 흉내낸 다음 벽면을 올라가 보도록 했다. 아, 이제 어딘지 알죠? 자, 전당포로 갑시다. 전당포에 있거든요.
These tools are
자, 아이젠하고 암벽 등반기구. 그다음에 플레어건.
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
그다음에 하프문거리로 다시 가죠.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Watch your tongue.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5
5초
seconds
기다렸다
after the
오면은
signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can.
여기?
The streetlights fall directly on this wall. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
뭐지?
I can barely see anything.
이거를 이렇게 빨리 할 수 있다고?
Holmes? Are you there?
I should try climbing faster.
더 빨리 올라가야 한다고? 더 빨리 올라가. 더 빨리. 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 올라가. 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 올라가.
Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that.
그럼 벽에 찍었던 흔적이 남아있지 않을까요?
Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen, I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
내려가는 것도 해야 되나 설마? 아니구나.
These shards of glass are from the window above.
다락방. 부서진 문. 외투를 입고 있다 그랬죠? 달아해진 천. 검은색 실.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. It's empty. Someone
창문이 부셔 창문으로 넘어왔다는 소리죠.
saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
자, 이렇게 되겠죠? 절도 혐의로 들어가고요. 자, 이중살해의 피해자고. 사격지점. 자, 저 상상 속의 인물을 없애버려야겠죠? 자, 옷의 식물 조직을 한번 보러 갑시다. 생각보다 이렇게 볼륨이 클 줄 몰랐는데 생각보다 볼륨 많이 크네. 현미경.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that
사람의
it is
머리카락은 아닌 모양이라고?
I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving
말갈기?
brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Where? I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. The horse hair is thinner than the hair that we found. So, this black hair
몸집이
belongs
큰
to an
동물의
animal,
털?
and it is larger than a horse.
고릴라?
A hair from a large and exotic animal.
고개사?
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
경찰국에 가봅시다. 우선 무죄라고 알려줘야죠. 범인이 제가 아니라는 걸 알려줘야 되니까. 무죄입니다, 무죄.
Mr. Holmes, what is the
Please believe me, Mr. Holmes.
응, 아닌 거 알고서 지금 내가 밝히고 있다. 좀 기다려봐. 자, 기다리세요. 제가 밝혀드릴게요. 당신의 무죄. 아픈 문거리. 고개 사면은 가능할까요?
Look here, lad. You'd better go home and start thinking about what a fine pickle your brother's landed himself in.
Ha! But he'll be free tonight, 'cause he's innocent.
Don't be daft, lad. It's a closed case. It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard?
봤어.
Such a young man, and already a murderer.
유리 조각. 더 증거가 없나? 또 갑자기 미궁이 돼버렸네. 전당포 하프문거리. 눈속임. 제가 잘못 찍고 있었네요. 위긴스에게 유랑극단을 찾아달라고 부탁한다. 위긴스, 네 형의 무죄를 입증할 네가 활약할 차례다. 빨리.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal, a very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
어딜까?
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
아이,
Don't
리틀
worry,
홈즈들은
Watson. I
잘해.
predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. Duval Brothers, a well-known traveling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
코끼리 털이 그렇게 굵나? 주발 형제 유랑극단. 범인을 잡으러 가봅시다.
Hey, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah.
자물쇠 전문가? 내가 한 자물쇠 하지.
Artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah. I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost. You're a bit slow. You're a bit slow.
아, 나 자물쇠 잘 딴다니까. 벽보. 아, 옷 갈아입어야 되네. 아. 모자는 이 정도면 되고. 수염은 이 정도면 될 것 같고. 자, 옷장에서 강도 복장.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
왓슨이 속을 정도라면 뭐 다른 사람도 속단 얘기겠죠. 자, 다시 한번 지원하러 가보겠습니다. 근데 마차를 탄다는 건 되게 부유하다는 거 아닌가?
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to
자, 여기서
Charles.
변장을 한번 써보네요.
And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
자, 들어가기 전에 한 번씩 한 바퀴 돌아보고 가겠습니다. 혹시나 무언가 단서가 있을지도 모르니까요. 문을 열고.
So, everything is here just as you asked. And what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer.
단장님 살짝 깔끔한 스타일이시네요.
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight then.
오늘 밤에 다시 온다고?
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure. Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder.
화약을 건파우더로
The
넣었네.
barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry.
나무통 조사 끝났고요. 인쇄기?
This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day. There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement.
양이여 사자로 돌변하라.
That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the merry men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The merry men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there.
아이, 잘못했다는 것도 일각은 있지. 열쇠, 안전금고, 피 묻은 뭉드, 최근에 입은 부상, 권총, 극악무도, 다섯순양, 전시품, 고개사. 다 찾았다. 자, 이 자물쇠부터 해결하라 그러죠. 쉽네.
I need to find out.
열었습니다.
I need I need to
열었다니까요?
Charles Foley is in.
천막 뒤로는 못 가나? 찰스 폴리. 찰스 폴리 범인은 얘입니다.
Well, they're right. What's your name?
셜록홈즈.
Nigel Shirley from York.
Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know
보물을
just where to
숨겨뒀을지 않았어?
search for his legacy.
나머지
It's all about
순양이겠죠?
the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on the corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
Deal.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside.
여기 어딘가에 있다는 거겠죠? 이
This
폐가
lock
안에?
is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
오래됐는데 뭐 이렇게 복잡해?
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it.
금고를 찾읍시다.
This cupboard is an absolute mess. This
책장.
several. It seems as though this cupboard.
금고 바로 찾았네요. 여기 선이 하나 더 있네요. 이쪽 선에 맞춰볼까? 자물쇠가 하나 더 있네.
Surprise. And I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes. In the
도둑들의
event that they are
탈출로.
caught off guard by the police from the front. What a
탈출로를 한번 확인해 보러 가죠.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
샹들리에.
I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached. I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock.
망치. 탈출할 수 있는 모든 경우의 수를 다 없애버리고 있죠?
The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
찬장으로 막아놓고. 자, 이 문 같은 경우에는 쪽문? 오!
There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
모퉁이.
This should be useful.
난로?
A solid rope.
이 2층 한번 볼까요? 2층에 뭐 있나?
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape.
근데 조금 이건 살짝 무리가 있지 않을까? 계단.
This is the perfect place to set a trap. This should be useful.
여기다 구슬을 깔면 되겠죠?
One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
그리고 더 이상 도망칠 데는 없는 것 같네요.
I want.
망치.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an. This hatch leads to a cellar.
다락방으로 이어지는 쪽문. 다락방? 여기 창문도 막아야 되지 않을까? 이 찻장을 이용해서 저 옆에 안 막아도 되니?
The door is now blocked. The door is now...
여기는 안 막아도
This
돼?
door is...
난로.
This should be used. 샹들리에 걸면 되겠죠, 이걸로? Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall. The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it.
여기는 어떻게 막아야 되는 거지? 여기 뭐 막을 게 있나?
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will... If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down.
나머지 한 명을 어떻게 해야 될까? 저 사슴뿔 같은 거 넣으면 딱일 것 같은데? 사냥. 천 같은 거 없나? 천 같은 게 있으면 참 좋을 텐데요.
The door is now blocked.
금고천 안 되고요.
What a
이거 천이 좀 필요한데. 저기 마지막 저걸 가려야 될 것 같거든요. 못 가져가나? 이것도 못 가져가고. 장판도 안 되네. 뭐가 있을까요? 부엌문. 밖에서 뭘 가져와야 되나?
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
이걸 딱 봤겠지?
This hatch leads to a cellar.
양동이 같은 걸 놓기도 좀 그렇고. 여기는 뭘로 막으면 될까? 사실 천으로 덮어오는 게 제일 이쁘긴 할 것 같은데.
The thief.
아, 뭐 없을까요? 마지막 하나. 융단. 찾았다.
This should be useful.
이 융단을 저기다 깔면은 끝.
Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions are all...
준비는 끝났습니다. 진범을 잡으면 돼요.
But I'll return later.
Police! Police!
하나 컷, 둘 컷, 셋 컷.
Stop where you are! Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
Oh, you sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How do you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures,
점도둑
which
잡았어,
disappeared in a
살인범을.
theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers.
금고를 열어봅시다. 자, 그리스 시대 보물들이 많네요.
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
어딜?
What a beautiful...
Don't move, you flimflammer.
폴리의 복수국. 찰스 폴리는 비정한 복수를 계획하고 실천에 옮겼을 뿐만 아니라 교수형 쳐야죠.
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
그리고 죽겠지.
You are pitiful. You Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at
자,
Baker Street.
베이커가 해봅시다.
Be careful with the lamps.
Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives.
인생을 망쳐버린 사람들 위주로 있는 게 불안하다는 게네요.
We are workers who were fired from their jobs, honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street, and all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia.
다국적 조직이네요, 이거.
But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange.
런던 증권거래소?
But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take.
그래서
What
결국은
result do you
결국은
truly
뭘
expect?
원하는 건데? 그래서 그렇게 되면
But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to
그리고
do.
너희들은
And
그
finally,
위에 올라가 있게?
justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime.
그래, 범죄야!
Justice.
How do you see justice then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry
장발장?
bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people? Sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
양심적 선택에 범죄야.
When people fight the order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
잘 가시겠네. 과연 이 선택을 한 사람은 몇 명이나 될까요?
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the
지성은 잘난 체를 위해 존재하는 것이 아니다.
Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines
고통과 고뇌는 지성인의 야심작에 필수 불가결한 존재다.
for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
아, 이 형 왜 이렇게 진짜 밉살스러울까?
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
And the Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can be no civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
두 개 다 가지고 가는 건 없을까?
You serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
보기 좋아.
Anything in
보기
the
좋아.
post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
Lady. 정의의 화신인데? 아, 엔딩! 엔딩! 아, 드디어 엔딩 봤다! 아... 와 소리밖에 안 난다. 무슨 생각을 이렇게 깊이 하는 걸까? 무슨 생각을 이렇게 고뇌하는 걸까? 제어벌 엔딩 봤네요. 전체적으로 봤을 때 정의의 화신이네요. 이거 하나 빼고 다 정답이네요. 아, 고생하셨습니다.